Attention Houston, Texas. The Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House Houston from February 26th through March 10th. 10 big events, including the $100,000 guaranteed multi-flight and the $500,000 guaranteed main event. This is your second to last stop to rack up points in the Trailblazer Points Championship. First place wins a Chevy Trailblazer SUV. More details at texascardhouse.com.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? TCH Live is kicking off here, and we've got one hell of a show for you guys tonight. The Trailblazer main event final table, $211,000, nearly $212,000 up top for the winner. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Joining me tonight, we got Mr. RJ Dupree up there in Dallas, as well as my good friend, Mr. Michael Perroni, joining us from Tulsa. How's it going tonight, guys?
Hey,
I'm doing great. Dallas is hopping. What's up, Perroni? How's it going up there?
Yeah, man. Happy to be here. This is really exciting stuff.
Dude, absolutely. Really looking forward to tonight's show. So we've got a lot of familiar faces from the sort of U.S. circuit of tournaments. We got some local Texas players, a couple of them even from the Austin area that I'm familiar with. So we've got a really cool bunch of folks here at the final table tonight. So absolutely looking forward to this. And yeah, we're going to look at the chip stacks here before we get things started, as we're just about to kick off. Mallory, the one and only Mallory, who sets up the live stream lineups, excuse me, for the Tuesday, our Malpal, is at the final table. She's coming in as the short stack, but she's actually got chips. She's got like 24 big blinds, so she's fine. And that goes all the way up to Sebastian in the one seat here, coming in with 17.5 million, which is good for about 75 big blinds. And here we go, we're underway.
Boom, hand number one.
All right, hand number one. Sebastian looks at a small pair. Here we go. I want to thank everybody for joining us here in the chat as well. We got a whole bunch of folks joining us already, 330 of you fine folks. Mr. Eric Van Loozen in the chat as well. Welcome in, everybody.
Yeah, good to see the chats cranking already here in Dallas.
I'm excited. You know, I was excited to commentate, but when I saw four names that I was very familiar with, you know, it's nice to peek under the hood and see them in action in real time, especially playing with such serious money.
Fun little spot hill for Will right away.
Yeah, we've got a big one right off the bat, which is always interesting, right? Like, you come into the final table, you think maybe you're just going to kind of get a feel for everyone if you haven't maybe played with them very much over the last few days, right? Like, sometimes it's just the way it works out. You don't really play with these guys all the way up until the end. And then here we go, just hand number one. We're already up to 3 million in the pot. Sebastian facing a 3-bet from Will. And the 2 sevens here with the chip lead. Kind of sets a tone right off the bat here, how we play this hand, and of course not going anywhere just yet. Makes the call. Stack to pot ratio at 2 between two of the larger stacks in the tournament. Will flops top.
Ace King lands. That's got to feel good in hand number one.
Yeah, especially with a stack size like Will's, it's always nice to connect early and not have to play a guessing game or, you know, risk losing a third of your stack without any equity. All right, raise and take.
And just like that, in the span of one hand, Will is going to take a, okay, not quite second position there, but moves up right behind Craig in the chip counts. And yeah, let's talk about the stack depth here a little bit.
That Mallory is a fun group right there, yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about stack depth here, right? Mallory coming in as the short stack, but she comes in with 24 big blinds. Sebastian, the big stack here to start things off, about 75, right? So, you know, the average is, you know, 40, 50 big blinds here. And that's pretty deep here for a final table. What do you think about this, Mike?
to your girlfriend?
I think that these players should be ready to settle in. You know, I think any time that the last place stack can double up and be approaching the top 3, you know, it's important to be vying for position at a final table, just like at other points in a tournament. But you know, these players cannot get too settled with their stack. You have to be ready to work. Zach getting the walk with the Cowboys.
Yeah, gotta love that, right?
Yeah, Zach's gotta be. He's one of the players I know I'm most familiar with. Mostly as of late, we shared a final table a couple months ago in Choctaw, and he was actually third place finisher in a circuit main, followed by a second place finish in the shared final table in November. So definitely been having some looks at some big money. I know he's a big regular in the Las Colinas cash game scene as well.
Yeah, we're used to seeing Zach on the felt on Tuesday nights in that 5-10 and a quarter match, the stack game. And yeah, just gonna try to make a run at a big 200+ K score here on the same table.
Yeah, I got to talk to him earlier, and you know, he's top 3 finished the main at Choctaw twice, but he was extremely excited to be able to do something like this at what he considers his home turf.
There's always an extra level of comfort that comes with that, right?
Yeah. Speaking of
and
home turf,
the prestige, right? Of like, you know, everybody kind of knows you in the room, and then they're like, oh yeah, like Zach's in there, he's fighting for it. Yeah, it's cool.
There's definitely some country club atmosphere. You wanna strut a little bit when you're walking around the room, for sure. Another local player right there, Will, taking down another pot with his kings. Yeah, I find it interesting that the top 5 stacks right here, right? 12 to 15 million, all of them.
Yeah, it just reminds me.
So it's pretty interesting to see them grouped up there, and they'll be able to battle it out, like Michael was saying.
I have a habit of like always just looking at the clock.
Yeah, immense amount of maneuverability here for all of our players. It'll be interesting to see, you know, if those top stacks are vying for the inside lane early, or if everyone's just sort of waiting for, you know, some inevitable cooler. Side note, you know, we got word early before the stream started that our chip leader Sebastian was actually in a car wreck on the way here, so we're happy to see that
had a little
he's
fender bender.
That's not the easiest way to start a big final table spot.
Not fun at all.
So happy to have him here.
Yeah, you saw him sit down for that first hand where he had pocket 7s, and he was just sitting down, putting his glasses on. So yeah, probably a little stressful getting in there for sure.
All right, Zach gonna open the button here. Ace deuce off Scott as he's going by. Defends big blind, connects with middle pair. Queen high board 2-tone. Pretty connected board here. Gonna interact with both players' range. Ace deuce, no piece of this. It looks like Zach just gonna take an opening salvo at this for 1/3. And can't really pick up any equity outside of an ace. And with the jack interacting with this board as well, I don't know. My impression here is that this is one of those hands you just kind of shut down. And Zach seems to agree. Front door flush does complete here on the end. Scott, of course, with that flopped second pair, now third pair, should just be trying to get to showdown. He's going to get to. And Zach not interested in firing any additional shells. Nice little pickup there for Scott.
Sighs of relief. Pulls the chips.
Good to see some of our friends in the chat. Eric Van Loozen, Wolfgang, Tejas Poker, Sassy. What's up, Sassy?
Some early love for Mallory, Zach, and Jared.
Yes. Zach, Mallory, and Jared definitely in the chats. Kansas Cooler in the chat tonight. What's up, buddy?
Jared, a recent Dallas resident, if I remember correctly, moving down from Oklahoma.
Dallas card room favorite Stephen Tixay says we've got some punters in the booth tonight. So I don't know if he's seen me play or he's talking a little smack to you guys. But
takes
I don't know.
takes one to know one.
Yeah, that's the truth. But yeah, I was in this tournament and was hoping to be on the final table, letting you guys do all the work tonight, but did unfortunately run my aces into a set of fives to bow out in 80 seconds. So
Your time is coming, sir.
that's right. That's right. Somewhere in the future. All right, so we did get word from the production staff that we had a few hiccups as far as the technicals go here at the start. It looks like the hand counter has been restarted. Perhaps we're going to lose track of some chip counts. Not exactly sure what all transpired, but did get word that we're going to have a little bit of a hiccup here. So bear with us as we get things sort of back up and running, as these players, of course, are going to continue to play the hand as the clock is running, but we'll do our best to get caught up.
RV Phil saying something about tequila. I'm in.
RV Phil, what's up, my friend? RV Phil.
Yeah, you guys have some history, huh?
Yeah, I mean he's the only person I've drank tequila with in the past year, actually, and it happened to be at the Choctaw Final Table where
There you go.
he won his first title in Banner and lives in the rafters of Choctaw lore forever. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, we're getting quite a few people around here that we have to give the nickname the Banner to.
It's a good one to have. Just like, Zach Barron has the nickname of Bridesmaid Barron.
Well, speaking of banners, we've got Craig Varnell here involved in a hand. He's got a banner hanging up there on the rafters in Choctaw.
Yeah, it's great to see Craig in such a big spot. He's taken a bit of a hiatus for some, health and family setbacks over the years, and this is it's good to see him back in the winner's circle over here. He's definitely a consummate OG grinder as far as my timeline's concerned.
Yeah, he has had a fun visit with him yesterday at the table. Just dealing to him in his day one, he was pretty active, having a good time with the people around him, talking about some of the stuff he's been through. So it's good to see him make a deep run here and have a shot at it.
Yeah, this is cool stuff. We have a great balance here of some old school and new school talent, and then people that just spontaneously join the tournaments, like our Mallory over here. She told me before the stream started that she came into TCH for the cash games this weekend, and because all of the tables were occupied with tournament tables, a friend of hers gave her the push she needed, and here she is. Final table.
Yeah, I'm going to go have a visit with that friend as well.
Danny Chen in the chat asking who's in the booth. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Joining me is Mr. RJ Dupree and Michael Peroni.
There you go. Got the full crew tonight for you, Danny.
Another Choctaw Banner winner, Jared Ward.
Thank you.
Oklahoma and Texas regular. Jim Coyle giving the shout out to Jared for also having a Choctaw Banner.
And yeah, speaking of Jared, we've got a 3-bet pot here. Will opening UTG. And wow, big hands all around.
Go.
King, queen of spades already hit the muck. Sebastian gonna muck an ace, queen of his own. And here we go, all the way back and around through the blind back to Will here. Gonna be facing a raise of 950K.
I like this 3-bet by Jared, even under the gun versus under the gun +1. I think it gives him more visibility than flatting would and thins the field, like we saw getting ace queen to fold. Also sets a nice tone.
Yeah,
nice
and something I would just add to that too, right? Like if you get the cold 4-bet behind, like I think the ace queen off, given just sort of the ICM here, is just kind of an easy flick into the middle. Into the muck, and right, like I think even if it gets back around to UTG and you face the 4-bet there, right, like you're just not feeling like you're folding away that much hand. Whereas if it's like ace queen suited, maybe you lean a little bit more towards flat, just because it's like if you get 4-bet, then you're like, ooh, God, I don't know if I can really fold this, and you end up, kind of some deep waters.
Handsome Andy in the chat, by the way, rooting for us and rooting for me, so I appreciate that. We're going to need some run good as well. Haley in the chat, rooting on her fiance, Mr. Jared, in the 6th seat. We got a lot of stars in the chat tonight. Love
Yeah, people coming out. Hello, Danny Chen. Good to see you, sir. Chase Bricker also in the chat, sending his regards. Winner of the Club WPT Gold Pass free roll back in December.
Yeah, got a little bit of change there.
I had the pleasure of having a dinner with him in Choctaw a couple weeks ago, and
he's great.
I'm a lifetime fan.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah.
That's right.
Now, did you guys take any note of Sebastian just not wanting to do anything with that ace-queen there in the cutoff, facing a 3-bet? Does that say anything about his state of mind right now?
I think it means he's ready to play. I think it's a very, I don't want to say easy fold, but it's a pretty standard fold.
Right.
Facing early aggression there.
Like, there's a million people here who will vouch for me.
I like that he didn't Hollywood with it. He knew what he was going to do with it before he looked at his hand. I think it shows he's ready to play.
Yeah, I mean there is definitely a world where you come in, you're on the chip lead, and you just sort of like YOLO that as like a cold 4-bet spot where you're like, you know, this just looks so strong, and you know, let's just put our, you know, sort of foot down right away and set a tone. You know, I'm not saying that that's like the preferred play there, but that was you know, another potential move, which I think is what you were getting at there, RJ. And I mean, yeah, I think the fold just makes a ton of sense. They're just getting started, right? The ticker says hand number 3, but we're, you know, what, hand number 5 or 6, but trying to set that tone that early with a hand as marginal as that against UTG and UTG1, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily.
And I like what Mike mentioned, is just he was very composed about it, didn't want to mess with it facing that 3-bet, and it went promptly into the muck and on to the next one.
How hard was it for you to sleep after your espresso shot? Conf right out? We took espresso.
I didn't drink the whole thing. I'd say it tasted kind of nasty.
Yeah, viewership up to 721 in just this first lap of the button. So we are firing on all cylinders tonight.
Yeah, that's great.
It's probably fine.
Haven't really talked too much about Elon here, who is in the big blind. One of the players that is a pretty common face in the local Austin scene. Made a deep run in the PokerAtlas Tour $600 event here at the TCH Social Austin location just back in December. Got 8th place for, or excuse me, what was it, 3rd place? Now I've already forgotten. For a nice sum. I think it was 47,000 or 43,000. So pretty good run here in the last couple of months for Elon. Is going to defend the big blind here and does whiff.
I got to deal to Elon a little bit the other day in day 1. The play definitely caught my attention. Very patient, but when the chips went in, they went in. They meant business when they were on the move.
2 jacks.
Bet and take for Will. Keeps growing those chips. Lawrence Greslick, can my niece in Tulsa, Oklahoma get a shout out, please? Briella May, God bless. Nice to have you here, Lawrence.
Briella May, what's up?
Briella May.
Shout out indeed. Love to give a shout out to my Oklahomies, even though my Texas friends have been amazing down here. Love it. Friends everywhere, but always nice to give the Oklahomies a little shout out. We got a couple at the table tonight that I'm excited for as well.
And for those just joining us, just so everyone knows, for a $20 Venmo donation, Aaron McAvoy will say anything.
Anything.
By the way, Sebastian's looking down at Queens here at +1.
Thank you.
Rags everywhere else. Man, Aaron's getting expensive nowadays. He's up there with a
Amen.
car wash.
It's not something you hear every day, but, you know, I'll take it as a compliment.
A buy-in's a buy-in.
That's right.
Rebecca Thompson, Big O legend, high-low legends. How you doing, my friends? When am I moving back to Texas? Man, I would love to. I'm same time zone. We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Now, this final table, the crew has had quite a bit of time hanging out with one another and chit-chatting, but when it comes down to it, the chips are flying and cards are in the air, and they're not doing much chatter tonight so far.
And need our view Phil pushing tequila shots on everyone.
That's right.
That really opened us up.
It's always interesting to see how the players react to the lights and the intimidating table that it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting once we lose a player. It'll be interesting to see if that kind of settles people. Everyone's kind of vying for that first ladder, you know?
Speaking of, have we seen the payouts yet?
We can put those up on screen here. We did have, oops, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Nope, that's wrong. Thought I had it. Where'd it go?
I think that first one was it. There we go.
There we go. Sorry. Clicked right
Beautiful
past.
site for $800.
Golly, for $800. Look at that heap of money. $211,000 up top. Already guaranteed $20,000.
Yeah. Juicy heads-up match for the first place,
Ooh.
second placers, too.
Just 1,943 entries coming at you from Texas Card House Dallas. Crushing the guarantee.
Mallory's going to open up the ace-jack here. Mallory told me, I didn't know this, that she and her father have a poker nonprofit of sorts where they promote free rolls and just try to grow the game and get new players to learn about poker in a fun and welcoming environment.
Poker RX, you can find her work in the Oklahoma City area, I think, mostly. But yeah, I've seen Poker RX make some freelance stops. You know, I think they put on some like bar type games and then some party type games and stuff like that in the Oklahoma City area, helping people learn a little bit about the game.
Right on. Love to see players that are passionate about it that also work on the industry side trying to grow it.
Oh man, she's been a crusher. It's all she does anymore, right? She does the Poker RX. She works for Run Good. She works for us here at Texas Card House Dallas. And yeah, it's been.
She's pretty active. Seems pretty active with Poker Go or Poker Org as well.
Yeah, I don't know how those people do it.
Also, let's not forget, partnered up with the one and only Randy of
Three Coin,
sporting the hoodie there and helping him not only launch his live brick and mortar store, but get out the good word for the 3 Coin merchandise that is really making a splash on the scene here. Pretty much everybody wearing some 3 Coin gear on the Tuesday night streams, and honestly just around the room when I was up there playing this weekend.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Everybody's wearing 3 Coin gear, and it's sharp stuff. I mean, it looks good. So yeah, shout out to Randy, 3 Coin. We get a monotone flop here, 8 high. Scott defending the big blind against the under the gun open, but Craig here with the king of clubs will continue on this board that UTG shouldn't interact with very much. And Scott gonna float here, king, queen, no club. And wow, what a turn card this is. King of spades.
This is really interesting float with the king, queen here versus under the gun and no club. Wow.
Is this real life? Running kings, both players are gonna feel like they've got a monstrous hand here.
Scott opting for half pot.
Yeah, is it small enough that we get a raise from Craig? Or
Oh, yeah.
of course, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
and just a bizarre run out, right? Like, I mean, for sure, Craig is thinking that for that lead size on the end that he's going to raise for value. Had it been a little bit larger, maybe you err a little bit more on the side of caution. But yeah, of course, raised, snap call, and you just never expect to see the king queen there.
Yeah, that's kind of cooler that as a player, like I really do feel for Craig there, and especially to see that your opponent floated you without a club. I mean, not that I'm criticizing that play at all. It's just the perfect run out when Craig really has all the equity in the hand leading up to the river.
All right.
So he's gonna have to brush that one off.
They're
But
gonna hear
great
that in
pickup
like a half hour.
for our 2-seat.
Yeah, nice pot there for Scott.
For Scott, yeah.
Yeah, right back in the saddle here. Craig's going to play the big blind here.
Yeah, Craig making that raise under the gun there. Dealing to him the other day, he was very active. His frequency of opening and getting after people were quite a bit higher than some of the others. So it'll be fun to watch and see if he is able to continue that frequency tonight.
So we did have a level up here, and
You're so good.
I'm wondering if this is correct, what we see on screen as the 175 350. No, it is the 150 300. Yeah, so I think just advanced a little far on the graphics there.
Yeah, I think it skipped a level on us.
250.
Right.
Wow, it's nice that there's a 350 level though.
There you go. It looks like it just corrected itself. 150 300.
What a structure for these players.
Oh,
to have a 350 level.
This structure is amazing. Yeah,
it was nice too. Earlier on in the tournament, we had the 3,500 7K level as well. So a couple of those extra in-betweeners that you don't always get. And given the fact that it was 30-minute levels on day one, even starting with 50K, which is, pretty good chunk, those extra levels are really helpful to get the extra play when you're kind of turboing on 30-minute levels.
Absolutely.
I think Maria is dying for us to get a shout out to Go Evan. So she is rooting hard for Evan. And she's mentioned it several times in the chat, so we got to get that out there for her.
Local legend Bart Bogart rooting on Jared, Mallory, and Zach.
Here we go.
Texas. Let's go, Bart.
The new Texas legend, Bart Bogart himself.
Yeah, anytime a few local players can all make the spotlight at the same time in a high-profile event, it's exciting for the entire community, I think.
Yeah, what a fun table. Few locals, Oklahoma, Austin, and also some France represented here tonight. I believe. I know Sebastian has some caches in France. So maybe I'm wrong to assume that he might be from there, but.
All right, so we're about 2 orbits in, as we did have that hand counter reset. And haven't seen a ton of movement on the bottom end, right? Mal hasn't really had a chance to play any hands. With the level up, she is now under 20 big blinds, but not much, so really still sitting pretty comfortable, can wait for some spots. And see how things develop here with the diminished stack sizes for these players with the level up. And it's always interesting when the players come in relatively deep without like an immediate target, as the sort of like, we're all waiting for this person to bust, therefore, big stacks get to abuse, middling stacks have to fold, and just kind of like that weird dynamic. We don't have that here, and so far, yeah, we've mostly just seen people kind of playing to the strength of their hands, right? We haven't seen anything too crazy as far as folding.
Just like that, the ace rag 3-bet.
Yeah, here we go. Will's getting warmed up.
Love it. Yeah, beautiful. That's really beautiful stuff. There's something that looks extra strong when you're a shorter or middling stack and you're making a play like that, you know, versus if he was like second in chips. Carries a lot more weight. Nice to see him seeing the opportunity there and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, we've got a serious plateau there in the middle, right? I mean, the difference between Jared all the way down to Evan is a matter of less than 20 big blinds. And Mallory here, let's do some record keeping. I guess she's on 17 bigs, basically. That's our short stack now. Mr. Danny Marks giving a little shout out here for the Peroni in the booth.
There we go. Another banner himself checking in the chat.
Love you, Danny. Bridesmaid Baron opening up the King Jack.
Peroni getting quite a bit of shout outs tonight from the big guns, so big shoes to fill, it looks like.
Love you all. Very flattered. Hey, Danny.
+2 versus big blind here. Jared connecting with second pair. Zach, range advantage, ace high board. Will continue for 1/3. Zach, no diamond in hand here. Probably going to need to see a 10 or a queen to continue a storyline at a high frequency, but 7 of clubs here. I mean, definitely double barrel, still a possibility here. A little over half pot here. Jared, of course, not picking up any equity here, just the second pair, and it's into the muck. Second best second pair here. Giving respect to Zach's second shell.
Beautiful stuff.
There we go. Nice hand there for Zach. I was a little worried that we weren't going to get that one through, and he was going to go 0 for 2 on his first 2 opens.
Yeah, definitely a good momentum and just a confidence thing to pick up a pot like that.
Yeah, right.
Against another experienced player at the table. You know, if you lose that pot there, you're kind of switching places in the middling stacks of the FT. So definitely a big motivational hand to win. And right back at it with the king queen here.
First couple of laps, everybody can be feeling a little bit anxious, and Will's picked up a couple of pots, and Zach got that one, and our 2-seat Scott got that nice pot as well. And of course, those help, man, when you're just getting into your seat and anxiety's taking over. Definitely helps out.
What kind of info do we have here on Evan in the 8 seat?
Let me refresh.
It's been awfully quiet over there.
What's up, Phony Turgerson in the chat? TCH Chat Pro favorite.
So it looks like here, as per the Hendon Mob, I have best live cash, just short of 16,000. Does a lot of playing down in the Austin area, as well as up in Dallas and Choctaw as far as tournament results go. But just a shade over 50K in total live earnings. So This is already a high watermark here for Evan. 20K guaranteed to our 9th place finisher, and on up from there. So, you know, setting a pole position cash here tonight.
Love it.
Yeah, best showing back in May of 2022. Just under 16,000 for 8th place in an $800 no limit event here in the Austin area.
Trying to decide if he wants to go set mining here from the big blind for 2x and a tickle here. Ooh, and a deuce on the flop with 2 hearts. Look out.
And the 9-10 for Craig as well. There is a piece for everyone.
I mean, it looks rigged. That's like the flop.
And yeah, this is going to be so interesting too, because we've got Craig sort of in position here, but Zach betting as man in the middle when it gets back to Evan after this call from Craig. Now 3.8 million in the middle.
Yeah, assuming Evan raises here, this is going to be very annoying. This is just a very unfortunate, frustrating situation for Craig. And there could be major collision here between Evan and Zach.
Yeah, because we've already inflated the pot. So Zach here, I mean, he might just be incentivized to play a big one, right? Oh, it's a jam.
Evan wasting no time going full jammo right here.
So after we took the 700 in, this is like 1.5x pot size jam. What do you think about this, Mike? I mean, is there an in-between size that you choose, or what do you think about just stuffing it all here?
You know, I like both, I think. You know, I know it sounds, you know, very political to say that's like both are fine, but I kind of like jam. I think that Zach's going to have enough overpairs that really have to put this to the test. He's obviously going to have a lot of equity hands like he's currently holding. Craig, as far as I'm concerned, can have, you know, plenty of big hands as well. You know, plenty of strong 10x. You know, I think that the chips won here are going to matter a lot more. Like he essentially doubles, right? He almost doubles by taking this pot down as it stands. And I think he has a very good chance of getting called. Wow, Zach gonna opt to fold here, which I totally understand. But I think in generally speaking, against the 2 hands of early position and middle position on this flop, he's going to stand to get called plenty enough to just jam it in and pick up the pot otherwise.
Yeah, picks up a little over 3 million there.
I don't know what I would have done in game. The jam's a little big, and raising's like a little. It's a little small to just raise. And I think you can. With
Yeah,
Craig's,
I wonder if it's almost one of those spots where like you don't really worry about what SPR is on the turn. You just kind of choose a size that you can kind of isolate against the original raiser. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of trying to think of what that size is, though. And you have to go big enough to get them out of there because or to get the second player out if the first one calls. I don't know. That one's weird. Yeah, maybe the jam just makes the most sense.
What you playing, Craig? Y'all know the weight of my heart.
Like 10 million, a little over 10 million.
And here we go. Craig's trying to open it up a little bit. Back-to-back suited canuters for him. A little one gapper here with 7-5 of diamonds.
Yeah, the King 10 UTG earlier, and now the 7-5 from +2. Definitely some fringy hands getting into the mix here, and Will is going to. Oh, I thought he was 3-betting. This is just a call. This is a very interesting board.
Interesting.
Craig obviously going to have the range advantage here. And Will not going anywhere. Craig keeps his foot on the gas.
And for the beginners, you really think that you like this flop for the fours, and it's a decent flop indeed, but you can see your number goes down quite a bit on the turn. Will only holding 10% of the equity now.
Yeah, respect to Craig here for finding the 2-barrel after a fairly wide open. I wonder how much experience Will and Craig have from previous day in this tournament, or just past history. You know, if Will knows that Craig has these kinds of opens in his arsenal, if he's going to open up.
You folded that hand?
Yeah, we know that Craig is. Let's see, home is Colorado somewhere nowadays, so he comes to us hanging out from the Colorado area. I believe Colorado Springs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think this might be the first time I've seen Craig not wearing a Denver Broncos hat.
All right.
He took the words right out of my mouth.
I always spot him in the tournament field by his bright orange
there you go.
dome. So.
And Will, of course, we mentioned he's an old WinStar legend. He's a local Dallas guy himself. So, yeah, it may be that those two don't know each other very well. So that's interesting.
So Mallory makes what is arguably a fairly tight fold. Ace-9 suited here, +2 off of 17. And Will, next to act with the jacks, takes it up a notch.
Really notable fold by, I believe, Evan and whoever's on Jared's left. Is that? I'm still learning the names. He folded the ace-8 suited to the open.
Yeah, well, I think it was Jared that folded. Will open, Jared folded.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it was. Will open, Jared.
Oh, Apollo. Okay, great.
Yeah, Jared folded the suited ace there.
Wish I had a premium hand against Craig. I think you had some bullshit, too.
I think that's the third or fourth premium raise and take we've seen.
Make sure you're smashing like if you're watching this, and be sure and subscribe to TCH Live for all the good stuff coming at you from TCH Live here in Dallas and Austin and Houston and all the various locations. Our friends at Rio Grande Valley. We have 1,087 viewers right now, so that is room for a lot of likes.
Have you seen anything in that, or are you not watching at all? When it comes up, when I defend my big blind there, see if one barrel.
Will Berry is not at this final table tonight. But it is fun that you bring up Will Berry, because I'm sure Will Berry and Will here tonight have definitely battled it out a few times. They know each other. But no Will Berry here tonight.
Scott going for the 3x from the big blind, and that's enough to get the job done.
Here we go. I hear a couple claps from the rail. Table 4 out there has been turned into a rail. There are some people kind of watching this final table out there in the room, so it's a pretty fun environment for these guys tonight.
His rail's playing poker right now.
Hold the nut flush drop it down.
Right.
Scott and Mallory seem to be the first two with a live rail right now.
I think so.
Nice to see Scott having some fun out there, scooping the pot.
Yeah, Will and Jared also represented out there.
Yeah. It's easier just
Interesting to
to
see Scott 3-bet the 10s there. I think versus early position, I sometimes tend to flat. But 10s is a very strong hand, very strong starting hand.
Ooh, speaking of strong starting hands, Malpal here.
Let's
UTG
go.
with a couple of kings. Oh my goodness. Back-to-back 10s here for Scott. And
All right.
And it'll be interesting to see if he takes the aggressive route again. He does.
And this is perhaps a spot for Malpal to swap stacks with Scott. She has just about exactly half of what he's working with.
Like I haven't been staring at it this whole time. All in.
Ready? All on. Can I get the count, please?
Mallory does rip it. She's all in with those kings. A little bit of fun chit chat there as she was doing some accounting.
And yeah, I mean, Scott has, he's kind of put himself into a situation where he's going to be forced to call, raising to 2.1. I mean, he's not quite getting 4-1, but it's close, right? It's 3 million into a pot that goes up to 11, and here we go. Mallory way out in front.
First all in at the final table.
And we're seeing the flop before the players. Here we go.
No diamond in hand for either player. So far, so good for Mallory, and the kings are going to hold.
Boom. Full double for Malpal.
5.2.
And she was needing it. She come in. She had bled off a little bit from that starting stack. So that'll put her up around 11 million again.
Yeah, a pretty devastating blow there for Scott. It wasn't quite an exact stack switch, but he is going to be down to 21 big blinds now. And the shortest stack. Mallory goes from bottom to third place. Just like that.
Like that.
Just about everybody is neck and neck there in the middle. I mean, we've got 7 of our 9 players that are within a stone's throw of each other.
Yeah, I think at one point those top 5 stacks got within 4 million of each other, and I think they've spread out just a bit, but not much. They might be 6 million apart now. Stacks 1 through 5, not far from one another.
Sebastian, who has mostly kind of stayed out of the way. He's had a couple of those kind of marginal opportunities and has quickly settled on fold, is going to continue in this one with a call. And Scott, fresh off a drubbing against the Kings, is going to flat the button as well.
Oh man, I was ready for it. I haven't looked yet. I'm excited.
Oh!
Dirty diaper in it.
Okay.
Let's go. Defending her big blind with deuce 3.
Okay.
And it flops there.
Wow. Flop for Sebastian. Oh my goodness.
Pretty good flop for ace-jack.
Yeah, it's 4 ways, so Jared, I think, should be quite leery. But certainly. Oh, wow, we're checking through.
I like it. I like it. This is a way ahead situation. You want give your opponent some rope, some chance to catch up here.
Did you think the button would check?
You know, it almost looked like he was considering putting a stab out there, which I thought would have been pretty out of line. But respect to Jared, I think showing his experience, that recognizing what Aaron was talking about as far as this being a bit of a precarious flop.
Yeah.
A lot of the Jack X in the flatters that are calling from the field.
Well, he didn't exercise this opportunity on the flop, but is going to go for it now on the turn after it checks to him for a second time. 9 high like a boss. Scott going to try to steal the one away. And Sebastian's like, cool.
Jared now chopping with any other ace X, despite having a strong kicker, but just too much hand to fold here, obviously. Facing 1-bet.
I have a confession here. I thought the ace-queen was on the button. Jared in the 6th seat has the ace-queen, so that totally messed up my graphics.
That makes a lot more sense on why you. I thought you were being cheeky.
Yes.
I was trying to be polite.
Yes, no. Yeah, I thought ace-queen was on the button when they checked the flop.
Oh, that's funny.
Golly, what a stinker.
Oh, that's good. Now we're all caught up.
Yeah, I was wondering why you guys looked at me funny. I was like, what did I do?
Looks like 3 million.
Yeah, I think recognizing, I mean, this just looks so strong to raise. Doesn't need to go big. Honestly, blowing up this pot as well against Jared, like, is only going to happen if he's actually beat somehow.
Yeah,
that's
that's
impossible.
It's very uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Now you look at Jared, and we find out who has the ace-queen just by seeing his face.
Respect, love it.
Nice lay down.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jared's one of those old Tulsa OGs. You know, the players that come out of Tulsa in the early teens or whatever, you might have heard of a couple of them. They can play a little bit.
Oh yeah. Tulsa, I moved up here in July, and it's been a really vibrant community since showing up. A lot of familiar faces from my Choctaw years, so that was nice. And Jared's certainly a fixture in both scenes. Looking to make his mark after his recent move to Dallas.
So Alvin, you don't like the raise there, huh? You think you are just playing that as check call on the turn and what, another natural check on the river, just hoping they bluff, or I don't know, I'm interested about that. It seems like when you get to the turn, if you don't raise there, you're not going to have a chance to put more chips in on a
yeah,
river.
I considered that as well, like if we were just flat here, but I think Sebastian would need to be the player on the button last to act. If you're closing the action, I think you can flat. But to check call, check river seems like a missed opportunity.
Exactly.
You could be up against
because
King Jack. You could be up against Queen 10. Worse Jack X, obviously. Jack 10. Plenty of value hands that continue to the raise, I think.
And that might get to the river and just like take their showdown if you check to them a third time.
Sure.
Yeah, I think some of those old school Tulsa players, you might remember the name Ben Lamb, Travis Baker, some of those guys. Ben Lamb grew up to be pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
All right, so Scott, after taking that bluff chance in the previous hand, has chipped down to 16 big blinds. Mallory here, Queen 10 on the button. She's going to take a flop if she can get through the blinds.
Wow, the chat is very adamant about check calling the ace-jack.
Yeah.
I think it's close. I think you can. I personally think you can go both ways. I think a small raise is certainly.
Yeah, with that hand being 4 ways pre-flop, he definitely could have
Let's
considered
try
that.
to. They're saying that he'll, all those hands bet again on the river, but then you're not playing for stacks. And if you want to be playing for stacks, then
Yeah, you want to take advantage of the other jack if it is out there.
and not everyone is going to fold the ace X. So Eric Drexler, not everyone fold ace queen. Very true.
Flopped middle set for Evan, but Mallory doesn't connect in any way. And she's out of there. But a nice little extra handful of chips for Evan. As, just a reminder what these players are playing for.
It's a big one.
211,000, nearly 212 for first place. The next player to go out, the first player to go out, ninth place, going to get 20,000 with some nice juicy pay jumps in between. The heads up match. Let's take a look at that. That's going to be a $65,000 heads up match.
Whoa!
That's pretty exciting. That'll get the blood pumping.
You don't get to sign up for that for $800 very often.
Scott is looking at tens again.
Wow,
Do we think he loves them or hates them at this point?
Well, I think he should love them, given that he started this hand with a shade over 15 big blinds.
Looks like
Tanks are in play over there in the 2 seat.
Unclear if he was trying to call. It looked like he had a smattering of chips that maybe he was looking to raise and sort of inadvertently just called. I can't be certain, but the way that those chips went out, then got pulled back and were replaced by a green and 2 reds is curious to me. But we're going to go 4 ways to a flop.
You're the only one moving chips around.
Action.
Now people are gonna, I know that's the word. People are gonna think I'm good at poker now. This is terrible. This is awful. I hope I win, make it worth it.
So initial razor checks. And Scott here is going to put out a third of his stack, thereabouts. Or I guess a quarter of his stack.
Interesting tank there. The
Yeah.
backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Diamonds, of course, coming in. 2 overs.
Fun little diamond here on the turn to see what that does for action.
Well, Will is going to get a free look at a river card here if he wants it. Stack to pot ratio well under 1 here. 2.8 million left for Scott, and Will is just going to stuff it across the line here.
Overbet, right?
No, Scott only has 2.8 million. So
Yep,
I mean,
all in. Yep.
yeah, this is just putting him to the test over there. And yeah, that I've sort of found this whole hand fascinating from the beginning, right? Like whether or not Scott was trying to just call or if he was trying to raise pre-flop. Like he had 16 big blinds with a couple of 10s, right? I mean, to me that seems like kind of bang on in the middle of your just jamming range, but we never saw that. Bet on the flop. Now has to see this turn card and face this action after checking. It's kind of like the most nightmarish scenario available.
Here we go.
There we go.
But he makes the
call.
call and he's
Scott's gonna
way
be at
ahead.
risk.
4-1 favorite.
Yeah, well played by both players here. Beautiful shove from Will to put the pressure on. Gonna need a 7 or a queen to change it, but the 10s will hold.
Big hold. And just like that, Scott's back to what he started the day with.
Back in a big way, and Will is now taken down to 13 big blinds. That is a big hit.
Yeah, I guess a jack there was live for Will as well. Yeah, big hit there for Will. Well played by both players. Put the heat on him. 10 still the overpair with the 10 of diamonds. Finds the call.
Yeah, very interesting decisions. Like the nodes that we got into all the way from start to finish were very interesting. Like that's my favorite hand of the night so far, just from the decision-making standpoint.
I hope to grow up and
What do you think about the check call there, like with the 10s? And I mean, obviously, like a fair bit of the time, it just goes like check, check, and you get another option to jam your 10s on the river. What do you think about that play there, Mike? Do you like it?
It's interesting. Yeah, my gut when just from watching and trying to imagine being Scott, it seemed as though it was a kind of a natural stack to pot ratio to just get it in with the 10s and the flush draw. I think you're just going to get paid by a lot of 9x and maybe some 8x, some combo draws, etc. I probably would have found all in and not checked. I think when you do check, you should be checking to call. I don't know that there should be much consideration for folding. But it worked out. Completely in his favor. It was very, very fortunate outcome for him, and I'm glad he found the right button on the turn there, facing Will's bet.
Yeah, he got the full double there, and off to action here in the next one as Craig opened it with the king 6 suited. Evan's got jacks in the big blind.
Yeah, taking the line that we did not see earlier. Scott with those 10s, opting to raise up. Evan here just calling, and now has a very easy path forward. The overpair to the board. Just a call. No additional equity here for Craig. Really didn't have anything going on, actually, just from the flop.
Yeah, I could see Craig just being all gas, no brakes here.
He's going to reach again.
Jack's just so disguised here.
And Craig here, right, just like attacking any sort of diamond combos, maybe just like, pocket 7, something like that, that by now is just kind of like, ooh, shriveled up.
Yeah, and I think plenty of ace high as well. Even some king high on the flop. King queen, king jack. But with such a clean run out, I don't see Craig giving up. Yeah, he's cutting out chips right now.
Yeah,
a lot of respect for Evan for just calling the turn too. Like really seems like he's playing the player.
Yeah, that was a nasty flat there, and it opened the door here with his 4 clubs on the river.
I mean, it's like he can see Craig's cards. Or maybe he's nervous. I mean, I guess that I don't want to rule that out.
Yeah, I mean, when played this way, I think your hand is so disguised that it's an obvious call. But yeah, you are still losing to some stuff, obviously.
Yeah, he's got a little negativity to his head shake here.
Yeah, I think he seems pretty sick that he needs to commit all of his chips here with 1 pair. But I mean, he couldn't really ask for a better run out. But
that's the kind of pressure Craig can put on you, though, right?
I mean, absolutely. If the man finds a way to bet, if they give him the option to bet, he's going to bet.
I presume that Evan knows he has to put these chips across the line and is just kind of steeling himself against the possible outcome of being down to like 13 bigs if he is incorrect. But
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it seems like he knows he needs to
Yeah,
do
I'm
it.
with
There
you,
it goes.
Steven. There we go.
Did Craig show or did Craig just mock?
I heard the nice
presume he
hand.
showed.
Craig probably showed. So now the table knows what they're dealing with if they didn't know already. And Craig is now bottom of the totem pole. Needs a little bit of work here to spin things back up. All of our short stacks surviving the heat so far. Him and Will now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Will even a little shorter. 13 bigs for Will, and we did just have a level up as well. So this is going to be our last hand at this level. And then we're going to be up at 350. So 175, 350 upcoming. Not a huge change as far as a percentage, but it is going to mean a lot to those two players at the bottom there. Will going to be sub 10.
Yeah, huge pickup for Evan when you consider that his high score before this is 16,000. So he went from, already cashing out for an all-time high to now being a viable contender in the whole event.
We can hear a lot of stuff that's going on.
Just like that. Jared folding King 10 suited there to the open. Waiting for these short stacks to hit the door.
Yeah, chip leader under the gun open. You're like,
You can
Yep.
I can find a better spot.
Just patience, waiting for a cleaner spot.
and then go talk quietly.
Yeah, T-Bold in the chat asking how long are the levels. These will be 40-minute levels tonight.
Zach defending the big blind here, flops a jack-high flush draw. And Sebastian continues 800,000 into 1.8 million, so over half pot. And wow, what a turn! Just drills it.
Hello.
Sebastian drawing dead to the river. It gets more connected.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sebastian made the straight with an eye.
You pulled an RJ.
I did. We're all human.
Now interesting to see if Zach goes for something half potish or a little bit larger.
2.6.
Definitely does go for the larger size.
Blinds are up. 175, 350.
Would half pot be your small size there?
I think so.
So you can see the tournament clock right there in front of the dealer. Says 36 minutes. So if you ever get a chance to look at that, you're wondering how long's left in the level, that clock right there will tell you 36 minutes remaining in this level.
I guess 1/3 if with your two pairs.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like out of the big blind, I might have a lot of blocks there with the way the run out came. Also, even how much am I betting with the straight? I don't know if I should be betting larger than a little guy. Like if I had the bottom end of the straight,
I just feel like that's really your board though too, right? So like you can put his ace X in just like a world of hurt with all of your range, and you're gonna have a lot of good hands.
Yeah.
This guy.
Right? Because like, do you accomplish that much with a block with like 6-7 there or something?
We got action here.
I don't know.
Craig opened it up early from the +1 with that ace-10, and Sebastian's got 10s in the big blind.
From a basketball perspective, it's terrible. But like, even if you want to argue, someone wants to argue like we're better defensively, like this isn't our, like we had a guy, like our, like who's the city's
Craig
guy.
running a little bit low over there, around 4 million behind.
It's gonna, we're not gonna recover from it for a long time.
The dreaded ace-10 seems like it always comes in this spot.
Yeah, it's nice to see Greg gather his composure and just.
There we go. Yeah.
There. Not done yet.
Not done yet.
Zach,
He can spin it up quick.
Oh, when you try to play all the hands.
Yeah. Yeah. With his frequency being a little higher than the others, he can get it going.
Oh, and he looks his new look too with the aloe hat. Like he looks so zen and like yogaed out without the
just chilling, huh?
Just happy to be there. Yeah. Looks like he had a good stretch in sauna before showing up. He's got the thin hoodie around the neck.
Chip leader in the small blind. A little bit less. Sort of just worry about him applying a lot of pressure across multiple streets. However, you may just get 3-bet pre-flop here straight away.
Raise 2.1 total. Fold.
Sebastian here continuing to distance himself from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, finding a couple 3-bet spots there to pick up some chippies.
I need a 3-point patch at least. You know?
Fairly easy.
The man's here.
Fairly easy going for Sebastian as far as the accumulation's been concerned so far.
Hold on.
How nice of a lap
Don't
of the
get it.
button is that
No,
when you
it's
get the
like
3-bet
it's
from
right
both the
here.
big blind and the small blind and take it down?
How much will I get for putting it on? Is it 10K or?
Definitely
His
puts a little
appreciation.
coupon on this orbit.
The man's appreciation.
Evan here now, number 2 in chips. Sebastian on the button. Queen 10 of diamonds here. Craig going to quickly make the call. Possible squeeze jam spot here, Mike? What do you think?
Yeah. Suited broadways seem to work well. He's still got enough chips that he'd have hold equity for the all-in.
Yeah, hijack open, cut off flat. I don't know. It looks like a real juicy spot to launch your 9 bigs in there, but
the issue is that I don't know how much hold equity it has. I think Zach should be flatting a lot of exactly what he has. You know, 7s through 9s, ace queen off even. Hands that just aren't going to let go to a jam.
I got the.
And the benefit of flatting with a hand like Queen 10 suited is that there's with the small blind coming along. Is that right? The small blind coming along there?
Well, Zach came along in the cutoff.
Zach came along and played.
yeah, hijack open, cut off call.
You know, he will have some of Zach's lower range pipped. With higher flush draws, with better 10x, with better Queen X. Maybe not better Queen X, with definitely better 10x.
It's kind of cool.
Let's go!
Let's go! I'll be waiting for my check in the mail.
Yeah, wait.
Keep waiting.
Aww.
No, you're good.
John Byrne, 1,943 entries in this tournament.
1943. Is that good?
Pretty good.
It was a rough year on the world, but it's good for tournament entries.
Very true.
Sebastian here in the cutoff with Big Slick. Put a little extra on this one. It's a min click and a tickler opening at 800,000. We're playing for $211,000 top prize tonight, Brandon Jones.
Ooh,
Scott
boy.
opting not all in 3-bet here with the 5s.
Ooh.
Well, Scott, remember, doubled up, right? So he starts the hand with 10 million, which is
Like
you know,
30
not quite
bigs.
30 bigs.
Check raise, turn. Button bet, high flat.
So yeah, this is the chip leader opening the cutoff.
What do you think about this 3-bet?
I tend to shy away from using the small pairs for this sort of stuff. I mean, I haven't studied these spots quite down to the level where I would know that if this is ever mixed in at some frequency off of 30, but
I've tried it
just in
3 times.
general-
I'm 0 for 3.
Yeah, it seems,
just in general, I stay away
seems
from
ambitious to me. I'm not. I think in like a chip EV standpoint, you know, some of those small and middle pairs, late position versus button or late position versus late position, do end up 3-betting to some frequency. But I'm not sure how that changes in ICM. I would imagine with his stack position, you know, deuces through 5s off of 30 could either. I could see it being a jam. I could also see it just being a pure fold, to be honest.
I think pure fold. I mean, he's got 10 million, and we've got 2 players that are sub 4.
Right.
I don't know. I think.
So you like
I
folding?
mean, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'm happily ditching the 5s on the button here against the chip leader.
I think it's a spot that a lot of recreational players often will just try to set mine here and just play a flat. But I think I also prefer folding here.
There you go. And Sebastian going ahead and take it to Smash Town, rips it all in, and the pocket 5's got to go.
I get to see it on the screen here in 30 minutes. Right.
You guys want? No,
I'll find out.
Yeah, the 3 times I tried it, that's exactly what happened to me.
Your 20th time ever.
Yeah, now that's
Maybe your
the
20th time
third
having
time
aces
for
this
And
Scott, right?
I was sad.
He's been trying to get after it. Respect to it, but I think that maybe misapplied there, misstepped there.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets that through, right, it's like a big boost to his confidence. It's gonna.
Oh yeah, you were at that table.
He's just at a point in the tournament right now where chips lost is worth a lot more than chips gained.
Exactly.
It's always a swing.
Yeah, Danny also opting for fold in the chat there.
Yeah, Mr.
Thank
Delivery.
you,
agreed.
Bannerman Danny.
Yeah, and you saw Mr. Zach in the 9 seat play the 8s the hand before from the cutoff where he just flatted. Didn't want to mess with that 3-bet, but he chose to flat with his 8s, facing that open. A little different because it wasn't a chip leader.
Mr. Delivery, absolutely calamitous choice. Word of the day here, TCH, calamitous.
Mr. Delivery will bring at least 6 words into the chat tonight that I have no idea what they are. Or at least the meaning of.
Yeah. First WSFP is always good. You see everything out there.
Yeah, the chat's pretty spread out tonight on fan voting. The Austin crew hasn't been checking in much into the chat here. Evan got some love there for a little bit when he made his run, picked up some chips. So they're watching. There we go, King Jack suited. Gonna raise it up under the gun.
Oh, and here we go. Craig finds his hand. Ace-10 suited in the cutoff here is opening over the under the gun open. Elon hasn't been very active, so hoping to fade the snap, and does.
Elon, of course, will be continuing here. We'll be moving him up with price. Flipping against a lot of Craig's under pairs. Maybe better than Queen Jack suited. Doing well against a lot of ace-X.
So we had a miscount there on the screen. Craig all in for more like 11 big blinds. It looked like it was
that actually that does change it.
Yeah, it was.
That
It
price
looked
is
like
not
it was
nearly
like
as
8, right?
Yeah, actually, that actually is enough of a difference that I would now lean fold. But it's King Jack suited is a lot of hand. I wouldn't fold him either way.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you call and lose here, you're going to go down to 5.8,
right?
Which is we're talking 15 big blinds. So yeah, that's not nearly as comfortable as where you're sitting right now.
Man, it seems like this is a spot that so many of our poker players watching this stream find themselves in. That 11x when you raised it up. And it's for 1/3, 25% of your stack. What to do, what to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I'm trying to think of what other hands I'm calling versus folding with, and I think like if I was looking at ace jack off, I would be in a tough situation here. Yeah, cool.
You got away with murder.
Craig gets it through.
I like it.
Elon makes a lay down. Nice lay down there.
I like it. Nicely played by both.
Oh,
Craig
shit.
gets a little
Blade in
breathing
the chat, I
room.
see that.
hands are. I mean, like,
That's hilarious.
Probably like king, queen, or ace-9 suited or some shit.
I love how we instantly start speculating about like what your opponent just folded, you know?
Right. He's just happy to pull one in for sure.
Savvy little fold indeed.
Yeah, I like the fold. But I do think that the difference in price there from the graphic it made all the difference there.
Yeah.
9x to 11x or something like that.
Yeah, it was like 8.5 versus 11. Just getting laid such a good price on the former. Wow, some heat for Craig. Okay. He's heating up.
Didn't have to look at that one long. He's looking at jiggities, and he's ripped it. He's all in for $5.5 million.
5.5 million.
Call me the ICM god. That's what I do.
One thing I always have appreciated about playing with Craig is he always is very quick to like tell you exactly how many chips he's all in for, and he's always just like, you know, excited about the moment. He's like, I'm all in, like we're here. Well, this is happening, you know. Like he's never that guy who like slowly pushes the chips out.
Yeah, when he makes a bet, it has like good energy to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and a consummate professional. Like, no nonsense. This is what it is. Take it or leave it.
Even when he's taking some beats, he ends it with good hands or nice hands.
Yep.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job of maintaining full composure. And
Yeah, very comfortable. It's great to see him in his element here.
Yeah.
I'm probably the only one going for it. Obviously, so.
We're getting news from production that in a few hands we're going to lose hard reading ability, but they have fixed the issue and it will return several hands later. So stay with us, bear with us. We're going to get our first batch of mystery hands starting around hand 35.
Texas Card House mystery hands coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna get about a full orbit of it as well.
Yeah.
So
Trust
yeah,
the rebrand, guys.
I'm just raising your big blind every time. That's it.
Sponsored by 3Coin.
Jackson the Big, pretty nice.
Never thought you had jacks there ever, obviously. Sweet. Let's go. All right, we're back in there, though.
Later.
Will and Zach rocking the Luka jerseys in solidarity after the heartbreaking news to the Dallas community. The chat talking about the fallout from that as well.
yeah, that is definitely the main topic of conversation at my table on day 2, or at my tables plural on day 2. Everyone was talking about that. Seven deuce game not on, so Mallory gonna let that one go.
And so 90 minutes in, and we still have all of our original players.
Yeah, just a testament to the depth, right? We've gone through 2 level ups, and we'll be coming up on another one here before too long. And that will really put the pressure on Will. Wow, here we go. King 7-0 from the small blind, Evan. The first spice we've seen from him.
This has me excited. We see, Evan. We see Evan on some chips, and that leads me to believe that he was check calling as a trap with those jacks and just went, making sure of his decision on the river.
Yeah, wow. Oh my goodness, though. Elon makes the call, SPR under 1. So Elon just taking off a flop with the King Queen O, and here we go. Both players on the top pair. This has all the markings of a big one. And yeah, with the SPR as low as it is, does Elon have anything other than this move right here?
And this is kind of gross for Evan. We don't have any spades, so we unblock our opponent's flush draws that he could be semi-bluffing with. Our opponent's certainly going to have plenty of better king X.
Just hold it, push and hold until the light comes on.
Arguably not as strong as having like a straight. Like he can't be our set. Like, we can probably assume that Elon's not super nutted here, going all in. Like, medium value and maybe some natural semi-bluffs.
I mean, SPR's under 1, and Evan bets 1.4 million.
I love it. I love it so much. Really, really savvy stuff. That may seem surprising to a lot of people in the chat, just holding the top pair there, but again, chips lost there are going to be worth way more than chips gained. In a 3-bet pot, we have to assume that our villain, our opponent, is going to be a bit more on edge as far as semi-bluffing. That board really does serve us well in the 3-bet pot as the aggressor. So to me, major red flag when our opponent is comfortable enough shoving there. Like even hands, like he's going to have a lot of natural, like King 10, King Queen, the King 10, King Queen, King 9. And or combo draws that are just super thin in King 7's favor. So that's really, really sharp stuff.
Yeah. What do you think about the flat pre versus like 4-bet jamming or folding? You think the flat SPR 1 on the flop is
I think it's
sort of the main line?
I think it's probably fine. Flatting. I think probably all options are on the table depending on opponent. I don't actually know what a solver would say.
Yeah.
I think flatting's probably fine. We haven't seen any 3-bets. That was the first 3-bet we saw, I think, from
Evan, yeah.
From Evan. So, you know, King Queen just kind of plays pretty. I think if you get any piece of it, you can stick around. But you know, he still would have been left with what, like 15, 20 bigs after calling the 3-bet. More. He's stacked right now. So. Yeah,
he had a little over 5 million. So it was like 15. It would have been 15 bigs.
15 bigs.
I'm
like
sorry.
Yeah,
Brick,
that's the
flop,
updated
and fold. Yeah.
That's the updated count. Yep. Yeah, I think that, especially with the two, with at least Will still sitting really short. Seeing a flop's probably fine.
Cool. Yeah, that one I was curious about for sure. I'm not sure how I would naturally, which way I would lean. And here we go, hand number 35. We are going full pocket cam mode. And by pocket cam, I mean the cam isn't working and nobody knows what's in the pocket.
Man, a lot of cool energy out there as I made a quick pit stop across the Texas Card House Dallas room out there. We have a full-on rail at this final table. And, of course, cast games are buzzing out there as well. Got to visit with RV Phil and 3Coin. Lots of celebs in the room just for this.
Oh, RV Phil's on site right now?
Yes. Well, maybe. Yes. Possibly.
All right.
Hope it's okay to mention that.
Here.
Yeah. He owes me money. No.
So hijack open, button flat, and big blind complete. Big blind continue here for Scott. SPR about 1 1/3.
Yeah, heavy cardboard asking for the payouts. We'll hit that after this hand for you.
Scott here presumably more heavy in the 8X department than Elon. And is going to probe the river.
More than a probe, 2/3. Really going for it. I like it. You know, he's gonna, like you said, he has an 8X advantage. Pretty common to check back as Elon when the second card pairs under the high card.
Ace Jack over there from Elon.
What did Scott have? Do we know?
I got it.
Ace 9, sounds like.
Like the rising chicken.
So an interesting bet there then.
Ace 9, Ace Jack would have chopped.
Elon had Ace King. Ace King.
Okay, there we go. That makes a difference.
Yeah, so interesting play there from Scott then. Presumably if he's betting just a naked ace with the queen improving his kicker on the end, attempting to sort of like rep an 8, I guess, get an ace to like shrivel up and fold somehow. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, it looks like what he bet like just over half his chips there with the ace.
Yeah, it's a big play when the like expected result is a chop and your opponent not really going to have a lot of fold equity.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think it's a spot where you're getting called by better and folding out worse.
Yeah,
unless you're expecting your opponent to look you up with a queen.
Yeah.
But I think that there has to be some established history there. We have to assume that our opponent's check calling like hands like king queen off on the ace high board. I'm sorry, we're the small. He's out of the.
He was from the big blind.
Yeah,
and it was the driest flop you've ever seen. Ace 8 deuce ring.
Yeah, it's ambitious.
Yeah.
And you can see the frustration on his face now, but not out of it. Still has a very shovelable stack that can easily be spun.
Yeah, the chat's going crazy here that they can't see the cards, but yeah, we mentioned here that there's going to be a little bit of technical difficulty on reading the cards here for maybe a lap of the button, but they get it fixed here shortly, so hang in there. We'll have some fun with this. We'll get to enjoy watching the play as we don't know the cards. You don't get to do that every time, so just embrace it. It'll be okay. It'll be over soon.
Hell, I love it. I mean, I do like getting to see the cards, of course. Gives us an opportunity to sort of see what's coming, but this is fun, too. I mean...
Tina in the chat. What's up, Ken? Says there's drinks for the first one out if they can get to the Hudson House by 9:45. My man.
Craig all in here for over $8 million. A chunky jam, right? And I mean, we've got two players that are sub 10 big blinds. One player who is on like 6.
Yeah, I wonder what the strongest hands Craig jams here are. Certainly, I think he can be shoving a lot of suited broadways for this size. Hands like ace queen, maybe even ace jack can become clean jams.
Do you risk your ladder up with those hands though? I don't know that.
I don't know that Greg. I think Greg is going to recognize that it only adds strength to his jamming range, or it only adds strength to his bet. You know, as far as the optics of it. Sure. I'm not sure how concerned he is about the ladder at this point. He certainly has enough experience to navigate this spot. I'm sure his 10 to 30 big blind ranges are pretty sharp at this point.
Sure. We did get a recheck on his stack there. Not exactly sure how we.
Oh, now see, now it's about 20, right? So that opens it up.
21 instead of it was, we were thinking like 24.
Yeah, I think it may be the third time this orbit that Craig's been able to jam. I think the ace-10 was in the cutoff originally. And then the jacks a couple hands after that, and now this one.
I'm not going to be happy. I feel like I'm doing it with my ace swaps.
Yeah, and I mean, every one of these spots is big for Sebastian, too, because he's got the chip lead, but not by much over Evan. And, I mean, if he loses this, if he calls and loses here, right, like, that hurts. It'll put him down into third position with not very much distance.
And he's also putting a stacked Craig Barnell to his left if he hasn't had to face Craig with chips yet. He gone. Nice pickup, Craig.
Nice pickup.
He's here to play. He spun this back up nicely.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new folks in the chat here, so they're asking for the payouts.
All right, let's get it up here for the people.
There you go. Look at those payouts. Players already locked up 20,115. Up top, you have 211,745 for tonight's final table. Just 1,943 entries for this $800 buy-in. So it's a pretty big deal.
I see Michael Skimbo in the chat, 3-time Madden World Champion.
Hello.
Hailing from outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hello, Skimbo.
Raise the 7.
To those mentioning it, we do know that we are without hole cards. They should be returning in several hands from now. I think around hand 43.
I like it, Mr. Tech Guy saying our hand. The hole card cameras are down. We don't have hole card cameras, but very similar. Rafi, I tried, buddy. got you fixed up.
All right, UTG open, and Craig flats the button. Heads up, we go after the blinds are out of the way. And Queen 8 Deuce rainbow flop here, Jared. Betting lead. Oh, excuse me. King Queen. Queen? There we go. King Queen 8.
Let's see a turn.
Little under half pot there. Continue from Jared. Two flush draws out there. And both players sitting on around 7 million. Jared gonna put 2 out there right now, leaving himself about 5 behind. If Craig calls, we'll go up to 8.2, 8.3 million with 4.8 behind. So setting up a little bit more than half pot river jam.
Yeah, great sizing by Jared here, going geometric. You know, anytime we can bet the same percentage of the pot size on the turn and then follow it up with that same pot size on the river, that's like kind of the sweet spot.
Maybe.
There we go. Nice little pot for Jared there. Bumps him up about 2.4 million in profit. So those top 5 stacks still holding around similar positions. Sebastian has gained on his chip lead just a bit. Starting to have a little separation there in the top 5.
We're also T-minus 2 minutes away from another level up. And Will here going through the blinds, doesn't find anything to play. He's going to have 5 bigs, a little over 5 bigs on level up.
Yeah, kind of do or die this orbit. He's going to look for any spot to open or to open jam before he's all in blind essentially, or committed blind with that big blind ante.
And yeah, next up to go through the blinds is going to be Scott, right? So Scott is the one who's going to really take sort of the brutal hit. Level up, goes through the blinds in, you know, 3 more hands after this one, and that would pretty much commit him from the blind. So yeah, we should see some fireworks here in the next few hands. And yeah, that's definitely a part of the ICM game that you never really want to find yourself in, and so a lot of times you kind of forget to pay attention to like what your jam range is off of 5 big blinds or 4 big blinds, right? We tend to think more along the lines of like 8 and 10 and 12 and 15, etc. But knowing kind of when to stick it in there when you're seeing that blind approach is pretty important stuff.
God, I might be getting this heuristic wrong, but I think someone told me that the 5 big blinds get in range under the gun in like a 8 or 9 handed table is similar to like a hijack jam range off of yeah,
Off of a deeper stack?
off of like a 10 big blind stack.
Okay.
Even with the big blind ante?
That's with
Yep.
big blind. The threshold is like using kind of like that hijack jamming range as like a benchmark
Okay, gotcha.
in like chip EV. But I could be butchering that. In which case I'm putting, you know, great terrible information out into the ether that will only make the games better here in Texas.
There you go. Setting them up for the long
Yeah.
con.
Just doing my part, boys.
Yeah, we need to write a book, teach these people how to lose some money to us once in a while.
So I've been running Sims, guys, and it says anything you know under 50 bigs, you just shove it.
You just show all. You just go all in. You just go all in because then they have to either fold or they don't.
Raise to 2.5.
10 bigs.
Okay, 3-bet incoming here. Elon bumps it up.
It's just so top heavy. It's like, yeah, if I double.
And
if
a
I
big
get, like,
size
full
here,
double,
too.
I'm a little over 20 bigs. I got 10 bigs.
I mean, that's like
I had, like, dude, I
seven
had
blinds
like
there
2 or
from the
3
small
times
blind.
where
Went massive on the 3-bet. Let's go.
I mean, it does make sense.
It's
from,
I think it's a very sharp size, very appropriate size given those stacks.
Yeah, I think I was overestimating it a little bit. We are playing this one in a little bit of a precarious situation against the chip leader, right, with these 2 micro stacks out there. Quick bet and a call. Still 2 players here on the turn with just about 10 million in the middle.
They're not micro stacks, Aaron. It's cold out.
You're right.
I was in the pool.
It's just cold.
Okay, check, check. And that is the 8 of diamonds on the end, not the 7 of spades. And here we go. Elon quickly reaching for more chips. Perhaps a block incoming. A little bit more than a block. $6 million for 2/3 pot. And what are we thinking here? Sort of king, queen plus?
I mean, is king queen 3-betting here out of the small blind free?
I guess against +1, probably not, right?
Probably not.
So ace king plus.
Ace king bluffs are like ace queen, ace of clubs.
All right, me and Will. All right, 3. Anybody else want 1? 4?
I don't know that we're too worried about 9x out of Sebastian.
Honey.
Yeah, which
yeah,
is why the check turn is interesting, right? Like, if we did have ace queen, ace of clubs, do we just check because it's a 9 and we don't get to bet on 9s very much? I guess so.
I guess, yeah.
Sebastian here, though, seemingly a little bit more like, if I'm not mistaken, just like interested in this hand. In some of the other spots, right, he was like taking his time, but was much more subdued.
He does seem very engaged, doesn't he?
Yeah. Although perhaps that's just like, now it's really like, all the pressure of future decisions is off. He's either calling or folding, and there's no, all right, so it's like, all right, well, what do we do here? And doesn't have to maintain the same like demeanor, but
I mean, definitely a tough spot if you have a hand like king queen through king 10.
They don't do that in tournaments.
I hope not.
Actually, it's if you're less than 20%, you just get eliminated after a couple hours.
They do. They show V-clip on the tournament.
You know, this is how Elon would play ace king, of course, aces,
Once. I think I've played
pocket 8s with the 8 of clubs,
2
maybe.
hands voluntarily.
You got action.
3. Live in.
I mean, and this is, let's be fair, right? Like, this is chip lead pot. Like, if Elon wins this with a fold or a call, he will be the new chip leader.
Honestly,
Frosty Vlogs, yeah, we are going to get cards back on screen here in a couple of hands. We had a technical hiccup that we needed to reset the table, and yeah, it takes some time to get that back in. Sorry about that, guys. We'll have it back soon. But Sebastian here really with the decision. I mean, seemingly this is something like maybe King Jack that's just like pure bluff catcher.
Yeah, it definitely feels King Jack, King Queen, and he may even have a club as well, right?
Wow, we've got a clock called. I mean, Sebastian has been in the tank for a little while here, but I mean, this is a chip lead pot, and I would have expected maybe the players give him another minute or two before going down this road, but no, indeed, he is on the clock now. 30 seconds to make a decision or his hand will be killed. So, yeah, clock called. We're down to 15 seconds here. Sebastian is going to have to make a decision here very quickly. Oh, and the fold. Elon is our new chip leader, up to over 23 million, and all smiles.
All smiles. I'd love to see it.
Nice, like that pot. Big pots deserve big smiles.
No, we can take it without the chaser. Cheers, guys.
Oh, they're all falling for it. Zach's got him right where he wants him. The old RV Phil trick where you get everyone drunk on some shots of tequila and then things really loosen up.
That's epic. It looks like only 3 of them. Only 3 took shots, though.
Oh, that's kind of, so maybe Zach just wants to drink.
Yeah, he got Will to take one, which I don't think Will's going to need too much encouragement to put his 5 big blinds in, but
Will find a spot.
A lot of some back and forth in the chat about the clock being called in such a big spot. That was a fairly long tank. You know, and what we have to consider with clock calls is that the tournament clock is for all players at the table. So, you know, it can be the biggest spot ever, but if someone's going to take up 15-20% of a level on a decision, that's time, especially for these short stacks that they're not going to be getting back. Has there been any talk of TCH introducing shot clocks?
certainly not that I'm aware of. So the Trailblazer Tour, of course, this is the inaugural season of the Trailblazer Tour, and so you know, sticking it out through the next couple of stops, I'm sure it's just going to be, you know, status quo as it's been. There may be some discussion moving forward as to whether or not that would be implemented, but I mean, not only though is it a big change, but technologically speaking, right? Like you have to not only like have a shot clock at the table, you have to train the dealers how to use it. You have to get all those little time chips and, you know, go through the rigmarole in every tournament of like introducing them and telling the players how it works. I mean, it's a big change, right?
A lot goes into it, of course, yeah.
WPT has sort of really embraced that and just sort of taken the charge like head on, and, you know, fair play to them, but I'm not sure that that's something that's going to be in the cards here.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and arguably it could be argued that it's more unfriendly towards recreational players. I tend to think that once people realize how long 20 and 30 seconds is for every single decision, they tend to settle in. But you know, it is added pressure. Learn how to draw, as in the chat says it's a bad move to call clock when you could be laddered up. You know, that's a very, very true point. You know, if there's a shot for a player to be all in that risk, then these short stacks should be welcome to it. Especially if their stacks aren't really changing functionally.
And how much does it matter, do you think, for you guys? Perhaps when someone's maybe taking a little extra time pre-flop, right? So they've taken a little extra time pre-flop a few times, and then they get to that moment, you know, where we're on the turn or on the river, like Sebastian was there, and then someone calls clock. Do you think you're more lenient towards someone that hasn't been taking time pre-flop, or if someone has caught your attention that they're taking a little extra time pre-flop, and now all of a sudden we're in the tank?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think rate of play, general rate of play does matter, at least for me. I tend to, on river decisions especially, like my limit is still like, you know, if it was 2 minutes for the average player, if it's a fast player, maybe I'll give them 2.5 or 3 in like a 40-minute structure. But I'll typically be eyeing the clock and have, you know, something to go back, you know, data-wise to go off of making these decisions. I try not to make it fair, so I try to make it fair so everyone has an equal opportunity, and it doesn't feel like I'm picking on anyone in particular.
Yeah, so, yeah, everybody who's letting us know the blinds are incorrect, we are aware of that. It was part of the reset on getting the card scanned in, which you can see now. And, everything got reset. We're now back to, hand number 1.
Hand number 1
so
again.
Apologies for all of this, guys. Of course, we never want to have these kinds of hiccups, but they are inevitable, and they will happen sometimes. Unfortunately, tonight is one of those nights. But we're back in action. We can see the cards, and it's top 2 pair for Sebastian and bottom pair for Zach.
Me too, apparently.
Yeah, Zach here.
I keep trying.
Check, call, flop. Pair of 7s doesn't look great now. And he'll let it go. So Sebastian chipping back up towards that 20 mil mark, but still Elon out in front. Once again, 2 players down at the 5 big blind mark, and this is what they're playing for. Next player to go out is going to take home 20,000 and change, and then there'll be a $5,500 ladder up for the next player. So definitely some big decisions, especially to be made here for these 2 short stacks this orbit. And the blinds are 200, 400. Not what you see on screen there. We'll get that fixed momentarily.
Jared opting to fold his ace 9-0 with the short stack of Scott in the big blinds. Evan going to not be deterred.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious about that ace-9 fold. That feels like a pretty good attack on a stack that short. But yeah, Scott is just going to wake up with it.
Raise. All in.
Scott's on the move here. He looks down to queens in the big blind. Definitely enough to rip it.
Yeah, this is only 4.5 big blinds more for Evan. It's kind of not really what he was hoping for. I think just a shrug, sigh, fold is what he wanted, obviously, but I don't think you can open and fold here. But Steven is calling it. I don't know, 3-bet fold incoming from Scott. I don't understand how that could happen, but
I'm pretty sure that was sarcasm. But here we are.
I gotcha.
There is an interesting cheeky meta incentive to keep these short stacks in as a chips leader. And there we go again. The graphic did change here. The chip stacks were a bit off, so getting a little less than 2-1.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, there's a big difference. Wait, so Scott, we had him in the system as having 5 bigs, and he had 11, and he paid the ante, so he actually had 12 big blinds. My goodness. All right, well, that changes things a lot.
Yeah, sometimes in this spot, it's kind of similar to what we saw Elon in earlier, but there is something to be said for keeping the shorty a shorty, right?
Yeah. Here we go.
As Evan makes the call.
And then it'll be 30% here.
Big call.
So Scott's going to be at risk here. Queens versus suited king 6.
King and a king only.
9 ball, no help. Clean run out for the queens.
And Evan and Scott are now dead even in chips. I mean, once we got the countdown and realized that This is an open to 2x and then a jam for 11 blinds. Like that's a 9 blind call off with the king 6 suited there. That to me seems like a pretty gutsy gamble.
Hefty price there for Evan, and Scott gets the full double up. So we are now well over 2 hours. Started this final table with 9 players, and we still have 9 players.
Thank you. I know.
All right, dealer change, fresh deck. See if that's exactly what Will needs to
Yes.
spin up the dust here.
Shout out to Glenn, our first dealer in the box tonight, Texas Card House Finest.
They're done paying attention.
Right, they're not.
Glenn is rocking and rolling. Glenn went over tonight. No bustos for Glenn. Blame it on the dealer.
Another peek at these payouts here. 212,000 for first.
That is
And
juicy.
146,000 for second. That is a juicy heads-up match. 66,000 basically.
You felt good about it. I would play that.
Did you think you could buy a house from an $800 poker tournament? Well, you can.
Deja vu.
English
All right, our man Zeus is in the box now. Shout out to
Oh,
Zeus.
that was sharp. Did you guys hear what Mal said? Oh my god.
English only.
Yeah, because Craig said deja vu about the
I've
Sebastian
seen that
opening
hand work magic.
on his blind. Oh my goodness.
Lines are currently 200, 400. For those of you joining us, our graphic is wrong.
Yeah, 200, 400. You see those red chips there? They are 100,000 each.
Well, it probably does. I don't know.
The greens there, 500,000 each.
And now we have our players 4 through 9 all sub 25 big blinds. And this is where it gets really dicey for those stacks in the middle.
Yeah, right. This is that spot where you want to put a little pressure on them with 2x opens, but you got to make some real money by laying low here, right?
Definitely incentivized as a middling stack to fold with the shorties at the bottom right now.
We'll get the payouts up on your screen again. For those of you who just came in and missed it a moment ago, I'll put those up after the hand. We've got a 3-bet here from Sebastian. The 2.5x 3-bet here, keeping it nice and small in position here. Makes a lot of sense in my mind.
Yeah, I like the sizing here by Sebastian. And again, we're on the stacks that are 6 to 10 million. This is tough. It's kind of risking the minimum to put all of the chips at risk to threaten the stack at least. Evan going to call here with a hand with a lot of equity and playability post.
And both
Ace, king,
players
deuce.
top pair.
Now, of course, he's going to have to pay off at least one more street. It's just a matter of if he improves or can get away from it.
A little under quarter pot here. Yeah, Sassy, at some point we will get a break for the players, and I'm not in charge of inputting the numbers and stuff, but hopefully the production staff will do exactly what you've just suggested. That would help us all. As SPR won here on the river, check turn. And another natural check from Evan over to Sebastian. And
Love it. That's sharp. That's great.
yeah. a
Yeah,
really
neither
nice
of those
pickup.
neither of those players happy with that queen turn as far as connectivity with the ranges they're playing. Important note, I think our chip stacks are fairly close and accurate still. It's just the blinds that are off, and now that we're off of the funky 350 level, 400's a lot cleaner for the math. You know, 10 million chips, 25 big blinds.
Yeah, about 15.
Yeah, we do just keep drifting away though, because like every time the ante and like small blind are factored into the pot size, it's just off by a couple 100,000. We are getting, there you go. You can see it getting dialed up now. There we go, 200, 400.
Oh,
And
the big news is Will is in the big blind here, so.
Oh yeah, this is do or die for Will here. He had like 2.4 to start the hand, 2.3.
if that's accurate. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he had 4 green chips. I saw him sort of shuffling them around, so he had 2 million plus some other chips. And maybe it's even more than that. He's actually got them stacked up. I think he's got more like 4 million, like before he paid his ante.
Yeah.
I thought I saw about 3.5 over there, so did not want to mess with King Deuce there. Craig applying the pressure to Will's big blind.
Oh, man. How did nobody think about that before, you know? Just
Telling your
watch
friends.
the stream, tell your friend. Shit, man.
This is a Cosby Open here by Zach. I might have found a tight fold here in game, again, for the same implications we were talking about.
Yeah, you'd love to just pick up these blinds and get yourself up over 20, but yeah, it is.
It's fringy. It's, you know, it's Cosby.
This is brutal, bro. I have no fold equity now if somebody opens. Fuck. What's up, bro?
Yeah, we've got a pretty good look there
I'll have like
at Will's stack.
That's what I yeah, 7.5. Yeah, just like the worst start. I chipped up a little at first and then ran a big bluff and like a really good spot. And he called and we missed. And then ever since that hand, bro, I literally haven't played a hand. I'm blinding out.
You get to hear Will's analysis of his final table tonight.
He tanked for a while. He tanked for like 2 minutes.
I think he nailed it.
Yeah, I made a really good bluff. You know, I like the self-confidence. I like the self-confidence. I also agree that he made a good bluff. Just happened to run into it.
Yep.
Just funny to hear him say it like that. So,
Yeah, he said it's a good spot.
all that young confidence.
So Zach continues 900,000. Jared here up and down with
This is
backdoor diamond.
Really interesting.
We gotta get lucky.
And notice how much Zach has behind. You know, if Jared tries to click it here, how threatening that could be to the stack. You know, he's gonna, it looks like he's gonna call and just realize his equity. With this hand in particular, with the nut diamond and the open-ended, I think that at a Zach opening into a big blind defense range, you know, this is a really nice wet board to consider raising.
And there
Oh
it
yeah,
is on
completes.
the end.
Hello.
Like, I think if we had ace-8, maybe I have this backwards, but my gut's telling me if I had ace-8 of diamonds here, I'd be more comfortable check calling. But with less equity, I'm not as afraid to be that off of it if my opponent were to jam. And there's just so many favorable turns that we get to continue and put him to the test on. But easier said than done. Certainly easy to when you're seeing the whole cards. Great pickup by Jared, nonetheless.
You did have like
And if you check raise, given the stack depth that you were talking about there, right? Like, do you pick a size where it's like, if I just get a diamond on the turn, I'm stuffing?
Oh,
Like,
for sure. Yeah, I would be jamming on any diamond, any straight completer, maybe any ace.
Actually, still have like 11 years later.
Damn, man, you gonna make me end up liking you.
You know, I guess it gets a little dicey if you are to miss and not get a continuing card. Like, are you betting small to continue, or are you jamming anyway?
900.
yeah. Some murky waters out there when your opponent has the, you know, sort of range advantage and like 15 bigs behind.
I think I asked him before.
That's probably a long story.
All right, so Will is gonna
It's not that long of a story. He was in a
through the
hand. It
blinds.
was at table 9. And he was wearing a necklace, and I had 3 like fire
and
coins
miss
on
his
it.
button
Somebody
opportunity.
called
So
him down, and Randy
still
Yeah,
all
and that
eyes
hand-
on that man.
And that hand for Jared, a lot of basic strategies. Talk about how tournament structures played in the blinds and the button. So how important is it for that lap of the button when you pick up a little over $2 million in your big blind?
Well, depending on who we're talking about, right? Like where you're at in the pecking order. I mean, 2 million, a couple blinds, 5 blinds, like you're talking about, is enormous, right? And then for those that are sort of middle of the pack, we're just kind of waiting it out to see if Will either doubles up or goes bust. You know, a few blinds here and there is really just kind of
3.125.
not really that big a part of the equation. Will here has found a jamming hand, King 8 offsuit, and
In the cutoff on the jam.
Yeah.
6.5 bigs.
Craig and I are just trying to win the tournament, splashing it around.
Yeah, if that was correct.
And Scott's still short and like facing about to be in the blind. I don't know.
You 3-bet them all.
3.
Scott's gonna be in the big blind in 2 hands, 3 hands. Oh, Scott doubled up. Scott doubled up. What am I saying?
Yeah, the onus is absolutely on Will. It still is, right?
Yeah. No, King 8's a close one.
Oh, and Scott's gonna have a jumper here. Interesting spot there for Scott with Will behind you, right?
Yeah, that rail is real. Look at that.
I'm telling you.
Crowd back there.
No, I mean, that helps for sure. Fucking,
Oh, wow. Here we
we
go.
do that too. I can't go off.
Elon calls the button, and now Evan looks at 2 red 10s in the small blind
I
here.
jammed
This
King 8
looks
off
like
for 7.5 bigs from the
a
cutoff.
pretty
Got it.
juicy squeeze spot.
That's a big win.
But Scott did open +1, so
10.
a little bit dangerous. Maybe flatting here is actually
He's playing for 2.5 hours and no one is
the far superior play.
How sick.
I mean, obviously we can see the cards here, but +1 and chip leader flat on the button. Like, I'm tempted to squeeze, and he does go for it, but
I was gonna say if you do squeeze, do you not all in or do you jam?
Dude, I have so
yeah.
many good hands at the
I mean,
beginning,
I think
and
the
now
smaller
I'm short,
size,
need to push, and I'm
you know, gives you much more room to maneuver. Obviously,
Yeah.
you're not just all in.
Oh, does it?
That's very John Madden-esque, right? But I don't know. I like it. I do
Tell
like
us
the smaller
more.
size. Yeah.
I definitely prefer an aggressive route. I'm not sure on sizing. I definitely prefer an aggressive route here against Scott's Open. I think Scott's demonstrated that he's looking for opportunities to get into the mix. You know, kind of, it's a major cooler that he has Jacks here. Also, very uncomfortable spot here with Jacks, even though it seems like a slam dunk.
And Will's behind you.
Will's behind. Elon's behind, and
Well, I was talking about Will and stacks.
oh yeah, sure. With Will on fumes.
We're calling.
Wow.
Kendrick Perkins?
I.
Stay. If I can get a stack.
Wow.
Oh, Brian Windhorst?
He's a hole on the court.
Brian Windhorst?
Like, he makes it worse or something.
And this is very interesting, right? Because
That guy's just
you can maybe picture a world within which where it's got sort of like no ace, no king on flop, then like I continue. But really this invites Elon in, and now you've got a player behind you, and it's not nearly that simple of a decision point, whether or not that's correct anyways. But this is a massive pot, 11 million, 3 players at a flop queen high.
Hello, Jack.
Wow.
The good news is for Evan is that he hates this flop.
As I was saying before, great non-all-in by Evan with 3-bet. Really sharp.
Elon here is about to double up Scott, barring some sort of nasty backdoor, but Evan has an easy fold, obviously.
Yeah, those green chips there, 500,000 each, so that's a 3 million chip bet there from Elon.
And now Elon is absolutely sick. He's like, what would he possibly flat the 3-bet to and then check raise me here with? He's like, ace, queen, jacks, queen, jack suited.
Yeah.
Like all very reasonable candidates, but the price is just too good. He's getting paid.
Yeah. We've already got calls for a diamond on the turn here to make this sweaty. That is pretty much what needs to come. And so,
Oh, wow.
no, it's not.
Queen outs.
Yeah, queen outs. I'm like, wait a minute. What am I saying? Of course.
Yeah.
Where do you get these hands from?
Yeah, massive pot there for Mr. Scott, 22.6 million in it. And that's going to put him climbing up the ladder.
Impressive comeback. And now Sebastian has Scott with a lot of chips on his left.
What's that? So how does this guy double up every time?
I've only doubled up twice.
This is incredible. 55 big blinds for Scott.
3 times. First me.
And Will is over here like, come on. Like,
For
somebody
sure.
get knocked out.
I was just lamenting for both Mallory and Zach, too, who both had pretty hot starts, picking up chips, Mallory doubling up, and now with as much time that has passed,
Yeah.
they're entering the danger zone, red zone as well.
Now you can bleed out some serious chips in 3 hours of work in this final table.
Oh yeah, million chips every time those blinds come through now. And we're about to go up again. It's about to be. I'm assuming there's no 450, right? Are we just going up to 500?
I believe so.
5,500 sounds right. Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be significant for everyone at the table.
We'll definitely turn up the serious meter at 250, 500,000.
Cusp open here for Jared,
That was really weird.
I would presume. The red chips are 100Ks, the green chips are 500Ks, and the blues, which are not long for the world, are 25Ks.
Just little tiny fellas.
Yeah, I guess we'll probably keep those through the. You know, they did a weird thing in one of the other tournaments where we went to 300, 500 and did a color up break. So I'm not sure if we're going to do that here. If there will be a break in 8 minutes or not, we'll check in with production. But
That's pretty rough.
I was gonna bring us boba tea, but the place is closed.
Ah, appreciate it.
I was gonna bring us whatever closed.
Maybe you can find a triple.
Is he the smallie?
Sebastian with the lead here.
Supporting like 30 people here.
This is really cool by Sebastian, obviously recognizing that the 6-3-2 is going to favor big blind over others. And with Evan flatting on the button, he's going to have a lot of exactly what he has. Jared's been fairly fit or fold up to this point and is going to respect the bet. And I think this is just going to get through.
Look at what Joey's little brother said.
Yeah, hand over.
Next hand. Beautiful little pickup.
You look 7, Mallory?
6'5".
Yeah, Eric, presumably we would if there is a 250K, 500K level. But like I was just mentioning, in one of the other tournaments that I played, we did a color up break, and then that was sort of the next level. In fact, I think it was actually in this one when there was supposed to be like still 500 chips on the table. There was a level like that in one of these tournaments where they just colored them up and then skipped that in between amount in the small blind and just sort of rounded it up. In this case, it would go to 300K, 500K.
Yeah, I know they did that. Some of that in this series in the smaller numbers, like 2,000, 3,000, and whatnot, to get rid of some of those chips. I think there was a 1,000, 1,500 level or something early. There was some weird stuff early.
Yeah, now I'm remembering. It was there. We were going to be going from 2K, 4K level up, and the 500s were still in play, but they colored them off, and we went to 3K, 5K with only 1Ks on the table. That's what we did earlier in this very tournament, so they may do that again. We'll see.
Sebastian mucking, asking for a count from Craig, and then mucking the suited ace from the small blind. Scott's going to go ahead and defend. Queen Jack.
Queen Jack on Queen Jack. Violence here. One raised under the gun. One defended from the big blind.
It's easy to say once the hand's over, but Brandon's generous.
Craig shifts gears.
I was just about to assume check bet fold, but yeah, and then not the river. Once Craig checks on that turn and misses that bet, that river is not a favorable one. It's not all that 10x is so enticed to continue, as are maybe some under pairs to the ace or 10. So unexpected check by Craig, but I think an appropriate give up once we land on the pairing deuce river.
Yeah, after the give up, he's very happy to chop.
And I mean, a couple of Craig's hands have been shown at this point, right? And if anybody has been paying attention, like has a rail that's out there, like feeding them information, right? The double barrel earlier when he had king high or something on ace high board, right? Just like barrel got it through.
Definitely not the dealer.
Sure.
That information can change your play.
Yeah, especially with how much time has passed now, right?
And Scott has elected to check call a few times, or just call when he raise. So
yeah, he's been fairly sticky.
Craig may be picking up on that as well.
Do our players tonight, I'm assuming their phones are locked up somewhere, or they have no access to electronic devices at the table?
You can step completely off of the stage, like behind the ropes, and access your electronics.
Is there any explicit rule at TCH that is the rail allowed to be watching the stream and reporting back?
Sure.
Okay.
Right. Hey.
Oh, pretty good flop for 7-8.
And especially against the holdings of Craig here.
Sebastian going to try to set up the bait here by continuing with the small bet.
And the check, min click. Be able to find out where you're at. What is this? I don't.
Only 7 minutes.
Fascinating.
I think like in theory lands,
We're supposed to turn them off and keep them on.
the sizing is interesting, but the check raise with the top pair on the paired board is pretty standard.
Sure, the sizing, yeah. I mean, I guess we don't have a lot of depth to work with. And Craig here goes
Now
for another small bet. Like
bumps
quarter
it up
pot.
just a tick. What is that? 1.25?
And God, what a dream scenario here for Sebastian, right? You're just like, yeah, I call.
Yeah. And now this is just so gross. Sebastian's wide open to have plenty of bluffs here if he wanted to. Some 6x, 9-10.
Yeah, we talked.
Go ahead.
We talked about Craig's composure earlier, and that you hate to see that all in right there if you're Craig, and he took it pretty well. He's starting to squirm just a bit now, but didn't flinch much at first.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, every tournament player's worst nightmare. You've committed half your stack betting for value, and now you're in a situation where you may have to just let it go. Big blind versus button. No player really has a 7 advantage as far as in their range.
Yeah, and that little min click on the flop definitely.
Well, and I think if Craig will sit with this long enough, he'll realize that when he plays it the way that he did, it really restricts the range of Sebastian. For Sebastian to be comfortable enough shoving here.
Yeah.
With Craig's check raise on the flop and barrel.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, I represented something here too, and he's still coming at me.
Maybe I can help you.
I think Craig folds. I think Craig finds it.
I think so too. There was even a little chirping there, right? Sebastian said something. And only sort of the masters of the table talk will, suddenly just like casually start talking at you while they've got a massive bluff waiting to get picked off. But
Well, when you think about for the players at this table, we've only seen a few that have had the opportunity to be on chips and aggressive, but Sebastian definitely strikes me as the chip leader coming in to the tournament, and the way he's played so far as a formidable opponent. So Craig is also definitely thinking like plenty of natural bluffs and unnatural ones where Sebastian could just be floating a little bit of side faces shared there between Craig and Sebastian, little smirks.
Yeah, Sebastian just said you have plenty of chips left. And Sebastian very comfortable there, leaning back, taking off his glasses, telling his opponent he has plenty of chips left, possibly putting on a little show here, trying to entice a call.
Yeah.
Lego bringing the heat in the chat.
There
you go.
Let's go, Craig. Let's go. Good discipline. Man, he's really been put up against the fire a couple times in very frustrating, like under your skin situations. But mad respect. That's experience paying off. Good discipline.
all right, so we've got a little break here. The players on break for I think 7 minutes, and we did chew up a little bit of that, but we'll get back into the action just here in a few minutes. Hang tight, everybody.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have a 7-minute break here. It shows like it may just be a quick color up break, 2.5 minutes or so. So yeah, chat pros can see the cards. That was a very impressive fold there, and the last hand of nearly 3 hours of play here, this final table. While the players are on break, we'll take a look at the payouts. There's what we're playing for tonight. Still 9 players remaining. 1,943 entries of this $800 buy-in Texas Card House Dallas, the Trailblazer Poker Tour. $1 million guarantee. You can see there we crushed that guarantee. $1.36 million in this prize pool. Players locked up, $20,115. Look at that top prize. Getting juicy up there, $211,000, $745 top prize tonight. It's going to happen. These players are eventually, very soon, I think, going to start eliminating one another, and we'll start talking about pay jumps. We can take a look at the player stacks at how they came into this final table. So you can see there that Sebastian in the 1 seat was the chip leader. He's still in the chip lead. Zach in seat 9 come in about 4th, and he has dwindled down a bit. Will in the 5 seat. He is our extreme shorty right now. So you can see kind of where people have been rearranged since they came into this final table. Mal hanging in there at about 7th or 8th stack. Get this off there, and we can see exactly where those folks are sitting now. Will sitting at 3.6 million. They're going to come back to 250, 500,000 blinds with that 500 ante. So he will be sitting at 7 blinds. Craig taking a hit there that last hand. He's sitting around 11 blinds. Zach just under 10 blinds himself. So Zach, Craig, and Will, the shorties right now. Will on extreme cardiac care over there at 3.6. He has 7 blinds.
7-minute breaks.
Yeah, so it looks like you may have already mentioned this, but we did not color up those 25K chips.
Yeah.
We are going to have the 250, 500 level, so no interesting.
I always found it interesting that they go to the heavy side. They round up on the small blind to the big blind. Since they've gone to small, big blind antes, you cut the small blind a little slack. But
yeah, some places will do that, right? Like round it down instead of up.
Yeah.
But you're right. When it goes up, it does feel like there's a little extra tax.
Yeah, that's heavy. By the way, Will is under the gun here as we come back from the break. He has ace-king. Look down at ace-king. So he's finding a pretty good spot there to rip it. Massive hand, but rags all around there. So Will just picks up blinds and antes here right on time for his big blind.
Are you complaining over there? I can't hear you.
No.
Okay.
No, we were talking about the hand.
Huh?
We were just going up there.
Yeah.
So yeah, with the level up there, Zach and Mal and Craig, all between 10 and 12 big blinds. And when the final table started and Mal was the short stack on 24, it kind of felt like, you just have plenty of time, all the middling stacks. There was that huge plateau for a while, right? When everybody had like 40 big blinds. It's just like, we're chilling. We're chilling. We're waiting for somebody to kind of fall into the danger zone, then they'll get eliminated, then we'll recalibrate, whatever. Man, it has just been blinding down and leveling up, and now all of a sudden we've got a good chunk of players here, sub 20, and it's anybody's opportunity to find a spot to shove it in there. Even Will sort of catching up there, right? Over 10 bigs now.
Yeah, Will was able to rip it there under the gun.
I know. I've been sitting on a mountain over here.
I went under the gun and I went.
And let's see, did he pick up?
Respect.
Did he just pick up spot?
Thank you.
Pick up chips in his big blind?
I honestly didn't quite catch the hand. It was over so quickly. It was either an open and a fold, or he got a walk. And
either way, that's good news for him. So yeah, he's up to 5 million. He definitely picked up chips there in the big.
Yeah, he must have gotten a walk. Four, 3 suited here for Will. I mean, you always want to be aggressive from the small blind on these short stacks, but 4 high definitely doesn't belong in the stuff range, even though Jared would have snap folded. And yeah, those 30-minute levels on day one, starting with 50K and a little bit of those extra blind levels. You know, of course, we mentioned earlier we had the 3,500 7K level, a little bit of extra play in there, but it's still pretty much a turbo on day one. Then you come in here, you got 40-minute levels, and it feels like you get that little bit of extra play, and that's great and all, but the blinds are still going up and reaching a point before long, especially 9-handed, where everyone is going to feel the pressure. And here we are. We've doubled the blind since the beginning of this final table, right? And we've been at it for, say, 2.5 hours now.
It's like 5.3.
There we go. Will's got an ace on the button. He's ripping it.
5.375.
Milan wants to count with that suited ace-3 in the big blind.
Yeah, an annoying spot here if you're Alon. I think you can fold.
Makes a call.
I think in chip EV, it
Hold, A7 versus A3.
a lot. I think in ICM land here, we really don't want to be swapping places with Will here.
Yeah, Will stands up. He does.
Oh.
Ace-3, 9-2 pair.
9, 10, 9.
Yeah, 10 ball.
Oh my goodness, chop it
Hey, we take
up.
it choppy. We take it choppy, though.
You're good at those, man. You're really
Wow.
good at those.
That's so great.
We're cheering that hard for a chop, brother. Good job.
Yeah, you noticed he didn't say, give me a 7. He said 9, 10. Just wanted a chop.
Yeah, Will plays with some energy now. He likes to stand up and get after it a little bit.
Love to see it. Far too much stoicism in poker.
Right?
Table.
Yeah, it's good to see you're still allowed to have some energy and try to have a good time as we take these crazy swings.
Yeah. Feel it. Get it out of your system. Back to the job. Love it.
The pocket 10s just keep gravitating to Scott in the 2 seat here. This is the 4th time he's seen him here.
The tank corner over there.
But it was the jacks that really did the work for him, briefly holding the chip lead. Perhaps still is. We'll have to take a peek here. But certainly at the top of the leaderboard. Will now, fresh off a chop, and 11 big blinds. Let's it go. This was open to 2 million, by the way, on 500K big blind.
The 4X. Perhaps that is what chased off Will there.
Yeah, those 10s gave Scott the heebie-jeebies, huh?
Yeah, he's like, I'm a 4X this, and everyone's going to fold, and I'm not going to have to sweat this shit.
10s are the new jacks.
Yeah. So big drop-off between Scott and Sebastian. Elon has drifted down to 23 big blinds in 3rd position.
Great. 1 million. Ace of spades in the muck. Ace of spades not coming.
Uh-oh. Mallory being exposed. Interesting hand combination here for Jared, facing the under the gun open from the chip leader, or number 2, I suppose. Yeah, he's just going to let it go. Makes sense. And that's kind of a painful one to fold there for Zach in the big blind. King deuce suited.
Yeah.
Just has to just watch that big blind and his ante dead small blind all just disappear out there without
And,
seeing a flop.
I think we've seen a couple of times the players have executed an under the gun raise against a big blind short stack. And that could have been the case there.
I'm thinking both are.
So let us know in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to go out as our
Right?
ninth place finisher? Right? I mean, we've had
What a battle.
chips moving around. We've had short stacks double up. We've had short stacks hell just move from bottom of the barrel all the way up to the chip lead. I mean, anything but someone headed out the door with $20,000 in their pocket. And as Sebastian weighs his decision with the 4-deuce-0, going to go ahead and pull up the chip counts, or excuse me, the payouts here as first place, $211,000, almost $212,000. But our next
Show me
player
the money.
out, 2 stacks, high society, 20K, and a little cheddar on top. 4-deuce does indeed hit the muck.
I don't think we're going to make it to Taco Bell tonight.
Better hope they're open late night, 2 a.m. Even then, it might not be.
I might take the over on 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that myself.
And yeah, our
I mean,
hands
the number
are.
of big blinds in play, though, right, is always sort of like the defining metric. And we're up to that point now where it's like the 250, 500, then we go 300, 600, right? Maybe we get that 350, 700K.
No, honestly, I would take the. You make a great point. I would take the under on 2. I think it's going to go quick. Once we drop 1, I think a lot's going to happen.
And I'm pretty sure we had to restart our hand counter after 40 hands, but that restarted after what, like 8 at the very beginning?
Yeah, so add about 50 to the
Yeah,
the count
so
you see.
yeah, somewhere in there.
I think we'll just rip the Band-Aid. As soon as the first one's gone, then all of us are just going to start dropping.
She gets it. It's almost like she can hear us 30 minutes in the future. It's 30 minutes in the past.
She's like, if we get 1 to go, it's going to happen.
It can be an unnerving feeling going this long without losing a player. You know, especially if you're if you're feeling upstuck. You know, if you've had some chips in front of you, you've been pretty active, and then all of a sudden you're back to square one, or maybe towards the bottom when the timing of when you were winning pots just didn't really line up. Pressure's kind of on.
Yeah, and especially if you've been sitting there on like 10 big blinds or less for ages and seeing several people be all in and at risk and not lose. Like,
oh yeah,
like, come on, man. Like, what?
Yeah. But Will knows he's playing well, so he sounds like he's unfazed.
Check jam from Craig here with 7s and 6s. Did finally get Sebastian to bet after check, check, flop, and check, turn. And there's an extra big blind for Craig.
I love all the little behaviors, mannerisms of Craig. Like even just the way he mucked his cards there, he kind of helicopters them in, like at an angle.
Cold, please. Thank you.
It's like a little backhanded, a little cheeky.
He's got style, that's for sure.
It's beautiful. Never change, Craig.
Want a beer?
So another round of blinds coming through sort of the middle of the table here. Dropping these players down ever further. Will in the big blind next hand. Going to get to play 10 bigs. And Craig with a snap jam over Mallory's big blind, and she's got the Jack-10 suited, makes the call off.
Let's go,
Massive.
This is sick.
So big rip here for Mallory. She's got 10 blinds in there.
Oh wow!
Oh my
Flop.
goodness! Flop the world. 8 ball. That's a straight for Mallory. Woo!
Now have Jack-10. River the straight. Terrible. What is happening?
Does her Disney villain laugh? No, I'm just kidding. Laughing straight
Round of
in Craig's face as she
applause.
does this.
She did say sorry to Craig.
That's stupid. That's stupid. That's the worst.
Is that Ashley?
The worst thing.
Yeah. Poker face Ash hanging out in the back.
That's funny.
And yeah, so that is a massive chip infusion here for Malpow. And Craig now on
earlier and I
big.
hated it.
That's a big call by her. I wonder, like, it's like
What have I been called?
that is the line. I think that is actually the against Greg. I think that would be the bottom hand I would call. I don't know if she was just like, this is too much hand, like, you know, put up or shut up, or if she called quick too.
I'm not a turn.
Yeah.
She was
Well,
ready.
I mean, Jack-10 suited, right? It performs
The
well
dirty
against
diaper earlier
wide
because
ranges.
I'm thinking cash.
But sure,
You're right.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
no
it's-
hesitation, like no hesitation for, you know, she doesn't play tournaments. I'm sure
at this.
she doesn't want to be the first to go out.
Scott's upgraded those 10s here.
It's great. I just
Yeah.
surprised to see her find it so quick. I think it's great.
Yeah. No, I love it too.
Scott finding some hands, and this is going to be terrible timing for Will.
Scott's upgraded his 10s into aces. Will's going to ship it with King, Queen of Hearts.
This is priceless, bro.
10.
And he's got some outs.
I feel like if this is gonna
King picks
More
up
outs.
a few more outs.
Oh,
Holy cow.
God.
Queen on the river, and Will gets to stick around. We're going to be here all night, folks.
And we go from just like total heartbreak to like, oh my God, we did it. And Craig
Wow.
can't believe it. The Craig did a little bit of a look
Yeah.
at the sky like, what?
Yeah.
How?
Amazing.
Well,
So now we really are 3 hours into this mess. And we still haven't lost anyone.
and those are huge double ups, right? Like,
Yeah, that puts Will, what, 11 million now? Yeah, 10.7.
yeah. I mean, both Mallory and Will, like they really have like chips to hang on with now, right? I mean, Craig is 8 big blinds.
I know.
Zach over there 13 bigs.
Critical mass is coming. Like, it's coming. 250.
Yeah, live poker's rigged for sure.
That is crazy.
All poker is rigged, man. You just keep seeing this shit.
All right,
Well,
folds
this is
around.
damn good entertainment, right?
Yeah, putting on a show. Folds around to Will. He's in the small blind with ace 10 on this one. He's back in it.
All in.
Yeah, what a ride Scott's been on in here, right?
Oh man, yeah.
I mean, he started the day off strong and then quickly went down to the bottom, and now we're here.
Yeah, and
The
we're
ride
here
for
after he
Elon,
had quite a
too.
bit, right? He was up to what, third in stacks or so?
Yeah, for sure. Now he has more than he started the day with, I think.
Oh, pardon me, he got up to the chip lead because, yeah, now he's still in second.
Nice hand, man.
So that little ace is cracked.
Sorry.
No sweat.
Why? You don't have to be sorry. Shit happens all the time.
Craig's ripped it.
Kind of felt it was coming on the turn. After the turn, on the flop I didn't think so, but on the turn I was like, I think I'm gonna hit it.
3.875.
All right, well, he added 4 more rounds.
2, 6, 8, 7, 5.
Craig's found a pretty good time to rip it here as there's some rags behind him.
5.
Yeah. Everyone talking in the chat about Jared's big blind fold there to Will's all in. Will's all in was 411 million there, so Jared with 9 million, it actually would have had him covered. So yeah, not a spot. He wants to go ripping
I wasn't watching.
his 9 million with ace 3 off.
Right, one to win.
Like you and him are the only 2 players that go broke against in that hand. Everyone else. So you guys are the only 2 players that go broke against in that hand.
Swag, we are indeed playing down to a winner tonight.
Winner tonight.
Ten and a half bigs for Craig here. Feels like a little bit of a reach. King 10 suited, he does settle on fold.
Had a little situation with King 10 suited early in the final table. Picked up massive equity on a flop and found a way to give Scott a lot of chips, if I remember correctly.
But you didn't, though.
How often does that come back to haunt you as a player? Are you strictly game theory? Do you eliminate those hands that happened 30 hands ago, or do you still think about it?
I mean, we're human beings, right? Like you can take a bad beat with a certain hand combo, particularly if it's like a cusp kind of a hand, and then you see it again and you just are like, all right, now this is just a snap fold, or vice versa. Like maybe
Right.
you play a little bit of a cusp hand and you win a big pot, and then you see it again and you're like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to play this one. But outside of that, I don't think I'm ever like in a place where it's like, oh, here's pocket jacks, like fuck those, and just fold them, you know, like
Right.
just because I lost a hand with them. Like you still play your premiums like they're premiums.
That's the 1-2 streets.
3.5.
Yes, that's the 1-2 streets. Wow. Will wastes no time here with the 3-bet. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, fun little 3-bet. I definitely prefer 3-betting here to calling.
Look at that. Makes ace jack take the train.
Now Mal has to decide if she's all in or fold, I think. I don't know that she can call.
Doesn't want to mess with it.
Sharp stuff by Will there. He's really maneuvered that short stack well, and then had cards run in his favor to be right back in here.
Do the shadow. I thought he moved the button in front of C9.
His frequency of the 3-betting.
I think he's finding ones that a lot of people miss or get wrong.
Right? Yeah. Definitely a strength of his when it seems to run in his favor for sure. That's how he's won big events like the River at WinStar or whatever.
Yeah, he's finding spots, you know, like that spot, and like when he 3-bet early on with a middling stack. I think he was in the 5th when he 3-bet the ace 3-0 from the big blind versus cutoff or hijack. These are spots that, you know, when people say, man, I've folded for 3, 4, 5 orbits. These are spots that the studied players or the more astute players are finding ways to still accumulate.
Yeah, it's getting started, dude. I mean, for real. I used to beat up all the dudes in the back of the bar drinking all night for years. We probably had that game going for 11 years.
Elon picks up a tickle of equity here on the turn. Check, though. And the 9s are going to be good at showdown if we get there.
And then I got coaching, and then I was like really fucked up for 6 months. I didn't know what I was doing.
Zach in the chat asking who has the most experience at this final table.
Man,
Zach, we have several pretty notable players here. Craig Varnell's been around the scene for 10 plus years. Jared Ward.
That is seat 3.
Yeah, seat 3. Will in seat 5, I guess, has won a couple major events over at WinStar Casino in Oklahoma for large sums. Jared Ward next to him in the gray hoodie. Big player out of Oklahoma, now living in Texas.
Tulsa.
And our friend Zach in the 9 seat. Mainstay in the high-stakes cash scene in Dallas, as well as many notable podium finishes up at Choctaw as of late.
Yep, we get to pick on Zach because he finished a 2nd and a 3rd in the main in Choctaw, but he didn't win it. But I would like to have that problem myself.
Did we scam?
Feel free to pick on me if I run 2nd and 3rd in back-to-back years.
I didn't mention Sebastian's name in that list. Been really impressed with his play today. You know, we had a hard time finding a resume on Sebastian. We did get some results through via card player, but definitely strikes me as someone that probably has some online experience. His sizings are pretty sharp and studied. He's been very patient and conservative, navigating certain situations. And it's paid off for him. Still holding on to that chip lead that he started the day with.
Yeah, it looks like he's got well over 100,000 in earnings and first place in the BBT Paris, which was a pretty good tournament. Brought in 56,000 that day. He took that one down. So, yeah, nice little resume for Sebastian. He's definitely familiar with final tables and seeing what he can do for big payouts.
Yeah, and I mean, I would not be surprised if he secretly has, you know, over $1 million in online earnings at least.
Yeah, right.
On the side. His live resume does not seem to line up with his acumen. Not to say that 100K is anything to scoff at, but he's carrying himself like someone that's
been there before.
Really seasoned, yeah.
Scott calling the button here against this early position to open. And Mallory completing from the big blind with a dusty ace as well. So some interesting choices here. See an ace out there, a jack behind it, and a 3. So top pair for Malpal and Jared. Gutty for Scott, checks to him. And he's going to just take a free turn
Four
card. And there it
ball.
is for Mal. Half pot delayed c-bet from Jared. And Mallory's got 16 big blinds here. Basically pot behind that bet for Jared. Of course, if she commits to 1.8, it'll be less than pot. And there's the old no look, grab a fistful and put it across the line. Okay, maybe she just slam jammed 500K, knew exactly what she was going for, but or 5 million. This feels pretty gross if you're Jared, though.
Do we know if Jared and Mallory have any history on the cash tables?
I don't know anything about that. But I think just, I mean, we've got about, what, maybe 80, 90 hands or something we were talking about of history here tonight. Mallory just really hasn't been playing a lot of hands, hasn't really gotten too far out of line, as far as anyone can tell, right?
Yeah, it's a funky spot where, like, if you're flying blind, you don't want to underestimate your opponent. I think they can't have bluffs here. You know, they're certainly some flush draws and things that she could be repping. She goes not all in. 3-bet's a pretty reasonable size. Looks like, she could just be betting exactly what her hand is.
Yeah, the non-all-in size is actually a little bit curious. I mean, at the end of the day,
right?
it kind of it performs as well as an all-in, right? It's actually kind of, it just adds that little wrinkle that maybe can even throw your brain off. Instead of just thinking like, all right, what are the bluffs and what are the value? It's like, wait, what does this bet size mean? And you can kind of get lost in that too.
It's more noise,
actually
right?
like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more noise as a person being put to the decision, and it only, I think, really matters if you are going to balance it with some bluffs, and I guess they would look like King, Queen of Hearts, King, Broadway Hearts, or she's probably not getting there with any sort of straight combinations. On the low end, I mean.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it does kind of feel thin. It's like pocket threes, pocket fours, and then this sort of ace-3, ace-4 kind of stuff.
You mean it feels narrow? It feels like a narrow range of hands? Or do you mean it feels like thin value?
Yeah, sorry, narrow is what I meant.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, I would agree with you. It's on this kind of drier ace-high board, Jared should just have the complete range dominance, and it makes the value raise hands really transparent, I think.
Jared lays it down. Nice pick up there for Mal. She's up to 13.4 million now.
And we're up to just about 1,500 viewers in the chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here on TCH Live across all of our streaming platforms. And yeah, this tournament going to play down to a winner. That winner going to be taking home $212,000. But the next player to go out, who somehow we have not found that player yet in 3 hours, is going to take home $20,000. A lot of money on the line. And here is Elon opening early position with King Queen.
Skimbo giving some love to Jared, where it's definitely deserved. He's faded a lot of spots and lost the minimum, and spots where players may have lost more. to give himself a real shot to stay around in this. Great discipline by Jared.
So Elon opened from the +1 here. Scott here is going to get to 3-bet with his ace-king.
That's me.
Nice lay down by Elon there.
3-bet takes it down. We know, Josh.
All right, so Craig has been consumed by the big blind and the small blind there. Once again, down to 8 big blinds, and in 6 minutes we're going to have a level up, which means that the next time the blind hits, it's probably going to be 600K.
Now Elon's under the gun.
Going on.
Is he allowed to just whip those out like that mid-hand?
Anyone's allowed to whip anything out mid-hand.
Wow.
As long as it's mid-hand.
Wow.
I've seen a game that would contest that theory.
Code HDN, yeah, the hand count did get reset. We should have like 50 hands on top of what we see here, I think. Something like that. Jared here with a pretty juicy spot from the big blind here. I mean, every chip you lose sucks, but if you could just put 500K out there and drill a set one time. He's basically getting the.
And he's going to rip it. He's all in.
Oh, this is a different line on it that I wasn't really contemplating.
$5.3 million, a little over 10 blinds here.
This is really, this is a lot to consider. I mean, with Elon raising under the gun, I would be really, I'd be less inclined, I think, to shove the fives here, especially considering that we have just over 10. And it's awesome because I think it's going to work. I think Elon's going to find the fold here, and King Queen will probably fold behind as well.
You have to come off.
Maybe not. Maybe Sebastian looks up actually, but then we're in a great position to flip.
Yeah, I mean Sebastian does have a lot of hand there once the dead money gets factored in.
But I think this gets through Elon. I don't know the board found it.
Wow.
From later orientations, certainly. Caught off button big blind. But with under the gun in middle position, this is takes a lot of confidence to shove there. I think respect to Jared. And if he just wins this outright, I mean, hell of a pickup.
Dude, it'll be so massive.
I mean, so massive.
In there.
Yeah.
I'm not that good.
Yeah, he's gonna look it up. That's a lot of hand.
Sebastian's going to make the call, so Jared's going to be at risk here.
And then Elon has to see the bad news.
Well, now he's just like, all right, let's see a king or a queen or something, right? He's like, eliminate this player.
Oh my gosh.
Lights out. King, queen, queen, dead to runner, and the deuce isn't one.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's so sick, too? Oh, no, I guess the eights had a club, but I was going to say if Elon called and then Sebastian folded and then Jared made a flush with the 5.
Smack in the face.
But I'm pretty sure.
Big old nasty flop there for King Queen, and that is our first elimination of this final table. Shout out to Jared, battling through 1,943 entries. He finishes in 9th place for a sweet prize of $20,115. Great run, buddy.
Yeah, super solid, super respectable run by Jared there.
She's sweating, I'm sure.
Really hung around
Hi, Jamie.
against the blade a couple times.
Yeah, what a battle here, 9-handed, right? I mean, you feel bad for anybody that battles it out for 3 hours and is the first to be eliminated at this table.
I wasn't saying anything like that.
Yeah, GG Jared. Second everything you guys just said. I mean, really well played. Saw some fantastic folds, right, in big spots. And, you know, you hate to have that define your final table like appearance. Is like, wow, you made some really great folds. But sometimes that's just the way it goes. And obviously, if that's what the game gives you, then that's the best you can do. So well played.
Yeah, and that's why we see so much of them, right? Like that survival instinct and being gritty like that is what gives you these looks,
right?
These spots. So,
Haley in the chat, GG for Jared. GG indeed, buddy. Look forward to seeing you again in the Dallas streets. So happy they're down here and stacking up some chippies. He'll make some more.
Yeah, and that first ladder, the elusive ladder of $5,500 or thereabouts, finally secured by these players, most notably Mr. Craig Barnell here, who is our short stack on about 8 big blinds, looking at the Queen Jack.
2 letters, and he's ripping it.
2.875 more.
I never can tell if Sebastian wants to go with glasses on or glasses off.
And just about the best possible situation here for Craig. 3/4 of the equity, and there's a 10 on the flop.
Queen 10 here. Craig's going to be at risk. He needs a jack. No help. Big flop for Sebastian, and that will knock out Craig. Back
just
to back
like that.
eliminations.
Well, Mallory certainly was right. As soon as there's one, there will be more. The blood is in the streets, and that is going to be our friend, Mr. Craig Barnell, heading out in 8th place, $25,620. GG, man. Good run.
Yeah, good run. Good run for Craig. Pleasure meeting Craig in this tournament. Got to visit with him a couple of times, and yeah, wishing happy success to him.
No, you can't.
And thanks for coming down all the way from Colorado.
You could make $5,000 in 2 hours of holding and playing like SHIT. Maybe.
that's a lot of talent leaving the table early for the rest of these guys, some of whom are on career high scores.
Yeah, the ones on career high scores probably don't hate to see those 2 guys leave early.
Mallory here going to pick up some chips, and we are just a moment away from that level up. And let's recalibrate here. Let's take a look at the stacks and see how things shake out, as Zach and Evan are right around 10 big blinds. Elon sub 20, and then everyone else after that over 20 big blinds as we level up to 600K in the big blind. So Zach and Evan here are going to be the players on our watch list now. Let's take one more look at these before we get going on this hand. Next player out, $32,480, and then it'll be a 10K jump up to 6th place.
Here we go. Getting to the big jumps, 10K.
Are you watching the stream? Can you see my card?
$800 buy-in, playing for straps in between the jumps. Where else would you rather be on a Monday night?
The tens appear again.
Yeah, Scott raised under the gun there with that ace-6 off. And Mal will indeed 3-bet with those tens up to 2.5 million.
No, oh my God. You made 12. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't get 9.
Here, Will. Glad we didn't get 9th. Yeah, man. That's 2 quick ladders. I'm sure, and then the chip up. He's thrilled to still be relevant today after the day he's had.
Yeah. It's down below 5 blinds that we know of, right? Somewhere around 4-ish.
Yeah.
Teensy tiny continue here from Mallory. And that's enough to get the job done, as Scott did continue pre with the ace-6.
I don't love you both equally. We're not be honest about it.
He's ready to flip.
So Sebastian very nearly double his nearest competitor, but Mallory sitting on a comfortable 31 big blinds right now.
Yeah, and for starting the day as a shorty, she's got to be absolutely thrilled. 2 ladders under her belt. Biggest tournament spot by far for the cash game player. Sitting pretty comfortable.
Nice little walk here for Scott.
I was ahead.
Oh no, I missed the jam there. I had in bad shape. 10-8.
And now the added dynamic of going from 9-handed play to 7-handed play with these blinds, right? Like when you have 10 big blinds, you're like, oh God, that blind is right there again.
Yeah, the shorties are rooting for the ladders, and then they realize that it's just going to move the rest along that much quicker, right? 1.5 every orbit you're investing. So these short stacks have basically like 2 orbits before they got to do or die. Speaking of, this might be...
Let's go.
Yep. There he goes. Good luck, Mr. Barron.
Haven't looked yet.
Fade it.
Oh, no.
Oh man. Oh man. How much is it?
That is not what Zach wanted to hear.
Yeah, she's going to find it.
5.175.
You have King 10.
It's so refreshing being in the commentary booth and seeing people like on these really fringy spots and seeing how they behave.
King 10 good?
Like it's nice not having to be in the spot.
Yeah,
it's just fun. It's just fun to sit back, you know, drink my drink and watch people squirm for a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I think her gut was like, I'm calling, and now she's just stomaching putting the chips forward.
I think that's right. I think that's right. I mean, Mallory, of course, going to have plenty of experience with Zach, watching him play on the stream. Just kind of knows what player he is, and you know, sub 10 big blinds here. Ace 10 it's just simply too good.
Yeah, he has all the worst ace-X. He's got all the broadways. Yeah, it's going in. Good luck.
Good luck, Zach.
A sympathetic good luck delivered by Mallory. Where's the 8?
8.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Nice hand.
Wow.
Don't give the kid chips.
Incredible.
Wow.
Massive result for Zach. And
I'm going to be needling Zach about ace-9 for a long time now. This is the new favorite hands. Just rename it. Tough break for Mallory, but Zach has got to be stoked after blinding down to the bottom of the totem pole for the past 2 hours.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow, no justice for Mallory.
Hey, good catch, man.
And the
And
rail
when it
Happy for
goes
you.
wild.
Yeah, and when it felt like we were just on a rush of
know.
eliminations
I
and we were due for just another one in, less than an orbit, it was not to be. Back to the short stacks doubling up and evening things out.
I mean, what's the count at, man? Like 6, 7, all short stack all-ins that have survived.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but yeah, that feels right.
It feels that way. Incredible.
No, I was dominated. Ace 9 against Ace 10. 9 ball corner pocket on the table.
Let's go. That's how you get there.
I was envisioning Mallory calling for the 8 for the sweat, the 9 comes in, and then the 8 rivers for the
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It seemed too good to be true. Yeah, Baron with some chips. He could navigate. Dude loves the podium.
This is a fun spot here. Double gutty for Sebastian. Will, middle pair and a gutty. And especially if we see like a bricky turn. Yeah, look at this. 3 of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
It's close on your hand.
Hmm?
So it was close on your hand. King 10. Makes sense. One pip better.
So close.
Will's just going to have so many of these sort of hands, right? Like middle pair and a gut shot, bottom pair and a gut shot, bottom pair backdoor flush opportunities, right? Like the 2 barrels seems just so natural here.
So natural. I mean, so much 10x and 8x that's going to have to fold to 2. And I think going big here is definitely appropriate. At least half pot. Yeah, he does decide to go about half. I might have even leaned on him more. Maybe you don't need to. I think Will's going to sniff out and continue with a lot of his 10x, and I think 10x that has backup, like the 10-9 here, is probably cuspy at towards the bottom of what he'll call twice with. Sebastian really hasn't been in a situation where he's had to fire 3. So it'll be really interesting to see how he continues here if he misses, if Will finds the continue.
Yeah. Yeah, and if we go back to just looking at stack dynamics here, I don't think Will could really go higher. Oh,
wow.
I was just going to say, it looks like Will's got some heart rate going there. I don't know if it's just a jersey or not, but I think he was considering that move right there.
That is interesting. I don't know that I would have ever found all in game myself. I'm not saying I don't like it. I didn't even consider it.
No. Well, it's not a hand class that you would like do this with normally, right?
Wow.
And Will's definitely got some heart rate going now.
This is a gutty spot, and he gets it and hucks the cards over in front of Sebastian.
That's a little interesting and, like, maybe in poor taste. It's like, why show that? Like, of all the hands to show, that's actually really shocking to me that he would want the table to know that he played it that hand that way.
Yeah, but he's feeling himself here. This is.
Did they go face up? Did they go face up there?
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah, it looked like he intended to, and then the dealer looked for clarification and then flipped him over to show him.
Interesting.
And it wasn't just a table; it was a. Flip.
Oh no!
I saw the big flip for sure.
It was windmilled. Like, check this out type.
Yeah.
So some spunk from young Will.
Raise 1.3.
All right, so we've got eliminations.
Super.
And a couple of, let's see, we've seen one legit no pair bluff. I don't know if we could call that one that. What you got there?
So the next player going out, 32,000. 10K jump up to 6th. Then we go 13 and then nearly 20. 19. I guess just like bang on 19,000. Jumps are starting to become very serious here after the next elimination. I mean, of course, every jump is significant in its own right, but once we get into 5-figure jumps, you really start sweating these spots. And maybe that's it, right? Like Will, he's just like, I've got some chips. I'm in the tournament. Like I was on the ropes. Like I'm supposed to just be dead, all in,
Right,
king, queen
yeah.
against aces, and I don't even flop a pair. Like, I'm in this tournament. Like, let's just put the pedal down to the floor while the jumps are sort of like, I mean, of course, it'd be nice to have another 7,000, but like, whatever. Let's get some chips. Let's try to win this thing. Like, let's make a run at a top 2 finish.
See what we can turn that free roll into, that 9th live.
Ian T, commentators sounding like massive boomers. These kids need to show some class. You know what, man? Like the spunk of it is like beside the point. I just don't understand what he was trying to accomplish by showing him that hand. Like, if you're Sebastian, does he think like? Do you think?
All right, we got an all-in and a call here, by the way. Alon's in there with kings. Sebastian makes a call with pocket fives.
Not been winning.
This pot's got a little meat on it at 15.4 million. Let's go to a flop.
I'm watching you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, sweaty.
Picks up some outs, 4 or a 5 now. 9 of clubs, no help. Kings hold for Elon.
At least 50-50, not worse.
All right, so that was a jam of another 10 blinds over the top. So I think Sebastian there is just like, he's going to have so many like big ace combos or whatever. I guess I just need to get it in there and try to hold. I don't know. I mean, calling off like, you know, 10 big blind shoves, 11 big blind shoves or whatever with pocket pairs is like never just like, oh, what were you doing? But I don't know, that one, not too sure.
Little light, definitely decided to take a shot there and was on the wrong end of it.
What do you think the bottom pair you're calling with there is, Aaron?
I mean, I'm not saying it's far off of 5s. Like, certainly, like, 7s feels like a slam dunk. 6s is like, yeah, I think I'm still calling. Then I get into 5s, and I'm like, you know? Like, it's definitely the border.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like 6s a lot more than 5s. Not just because it's higher, but it unblocks a lot of the wheel aces that are maybe semi-bluffing. So maybe for that reason, 5s are probably the cutoff.
Yeah.
I agree. I wasn't sure when it went in. I wasn't sure what Sebastian was going to do.
Evan now, who has gone through the blind and drifted down below 10, is going to pick up some chips and the button.
It was actually really
There's a lot of chatter about the show by Will in the chat. And
yeah, they're having a good time with that.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even commented on it at all was it just seemed like he was showing his opponent that he was bluffing with the best hand, which is just a weird, like, it just seems foolish.
A value bluff.
Yeah, like it just to me, if someone windmilled that in my face, I would laugh in their face. I would be like, "Do you know why you shot?" Like, I don't know. It was just a weird choice. If he had absolutely airballs, windmill, show off, get in your opponent's head.
Right,
I'm here for all of it. But I just really, I'm actually flabbergasted at why Will would show that combo of cards to his opponent. And I think he was a bit emotional and feeling himself. And I think after the fact, he was probably like, "Oh, that was maybe not the best idea." But
yeah,
that's just me. That's my 2 cents. What am I? I'm just I'm an elder millennial at this point. So maybe not boomer status, but
massive boomer.
And that is definitely something that I could have seen myself doing 10 years ago. So I'm just laughing over here at the absurdity of it all.
Yeah.
Nothing against Will. I just think it was silly.
Millennials have old adjectives now. We are getting up there.
So fresh off of doubling up Elon a few hands ago, here comes the 3-bet 4 million from the big blind with the ace-king. 4 1/3 more big blinds if Elon wants to take off a flop in position, but that is never happening. And we'll move on to the next hand.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, I just remembered Ken told us he was going to buy drinks for the first one out if they got to Hudson House by 9:45. I don't think they made it.
Yeah.
So the graphic there shows us going from 300, 600 to 400, 800. If we did indeed skip the 350, 700K level, that is a gigantic
That is a
increase.
big jump.
This hand, of course, as we can see, being played at the 300, 600 level, but
Sebastian opting to 3x here. I actually think I would. I like to include these King Jack and King Queen off combos in my limp call range.
Check.
I guess that's particularly important in situations where we know big blind is ISO raising appropriately with a lot of junk. You know, a lot of big little combos like King Deuce where we have them dominated.
little gut shot action here on the turn for Scott. And a couple of checks. If he bets now, though, he's kind of putting himself in a position where he needs to barrel. And he's going to take the opportunity. He goes half pot here. One is all it is required.
Yeah, 400,000, 800,000, definitely the new level. Bit of a jump here.
Well, but those blinds are not what actually are being posted. And if I looked at the clock there correctly, we still have like 19 minutes left in this level. So I think maybe production got a little trigger happy.
Yeah, it looks like they're
somehow.
playing 300, 600.
Yeah, I think that's an error in the graphics. So we'll try to get that rectified here, but we are going to continue at the 300, 600 level for what looks like another 18 minutes, and then we'll find out if we do indeed do a small jump up to 700K or if it is the full 33%er up to 4.8. Button open here from Sebastian. Of course, that is 12 or 1.2 million.
Mallory electing to defend the big blind here. Is Mallory currently our last place player? Or is Zach, I guess, our short stack? No, Zach doubled.
Zach doubled. Yeah, I think she may be. I think it's fairly close, though. I think we have a couple of players that are sort of in that like 14, 15 range.
Yeah, would have maybe liked to see Mallory jam the A6 here, but
yes,
is getting away when behind. Now on the flop.
Yeah, so 300, 600 is a real level. Production has corrected the correction that wasn't correct. And they are going to change the graphics.
So 17 minutes left in 3-6.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, it's Evan who's our short stack on 12 big blinds.
Perfect. Thank you.
But yeah, ace-6-0 there, I totally agree. I think the button open, you just stuff it in there.
With all the aces, yeah.
Yeah. Especially those offsuit ones, right? Like you just like
yeah,
get in there.
This is wide by Zach. This is especially into Will. You know, I think if we were opening into someone that had a smaller short stack or was less experienced, that maybe, sure, whatever. But ace-3 seems light.
Will just goes all in and puts it into that hand.
Yeah, and I think that's fine too. If you want to get really myopic or really specific, then you know Will could have all-in like clicked it to get really cheeky against someone like Zach.
2 jacks.
Especially if he was at like 20 big blinds, you could go like bet 4.5 or 5 big blinds.
Or ace-3 off.
But ripping there's totally cool too. The ace king. Offsuit combos tend to prefer ripping over the suited combos.
Well, what do you know? Pocket tens again.
That is the hand of the final table for sure.
Yeah, this has got to be appearance 6 that I can remember. 4 for Scott, right?
Yeah, it's
and
a lot.
2 others.
He had 4 by himself.
Yeah, it's a lot.
All right. Another big blind defend with a rag ace. This time a bit different dynamic as far as the positions and the chip stacks, but yeah. One quarter continue here with the direct overpair and a diamond. Small size seems totally legit, even though you have that pair right above the top card.
Pocket tens out there. I've had tens 3 times. I had tens 3
Yeah, I like larger if it's non-monotone.
I had tens 3 times.
There you go, and even the players are starting to figure out that tens have been out there a lot. You can hear Sebastian and Scott talking about that.
A windmillable hand goes into the muck. And Evan now drifts under 10 big blinds.
Skipping 700 big blinds over to 800. Yeah. Makes sense.
All right, we've got confirmation, no 700 level.
Yeah, why do we still have the quarters?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The good thing about there being the quarters still on the table is there's not like an egregious amount of them on the table, so it doesn't feel like there's just like infinite blue chips everywhere.
1.2.
Do we have a lucky orchid in the back there? Looks like.
I have 2.
Nice. Did they work together or separately?
Well, they've been asleep through the month of January.
Ah.
I'm going to have to wake them up, bring them back, get some luck going again.
Yeah, recalibrate the orchids.
Yes.
6 of clubs in the muck. Not coming.
Oh, this is a jam. Yep.
Jam it.
Dump.
Yeah, there was a 7K level. There was a 70K level. There not being a 700K level is actually kind of nuanced, but it's fair.
What much you have, Zach? Like 10? 11?
All right, so 40, 80, 100. We've got shy of 110 big blinds or 110 million in play. So when we get to the 1 milli big blind level, there will be 110 bigs in play, basically. So within the next couple of levels, getting down to 100 bigs in play, 7 players remaining. Yeah, I think we're going to see some eliminations here soon. Ooh, 9 big blind shove here from Evan. Runs into it.
Yep. We're going to be seeing 5.
Lucky enough, he is live. He's got that going for him.
Surprised at the tank here.
Okay, there's the call.
I am as well.
That was unusual. Okay.
Net rolls are crazy, man.
Zach, knit rolls are crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm really slow.
Judging by what we've seen from Scott, I'm very surprised about that.
Ace 9 10. The ace lands for that ace queen. Still got some outs. Picks up a couple. 3 of diamonds, not one of them. Ace queen's going to hold, and that
You played really
will be our 3rd elimination of this final table. Evan finishes in 7th place tonight. Final prize of $32,480. Great run for him. Now we have 6 remaining, 42,000 locked up.
And yeah, really well played by Evan. I thought he navigated his sort of short stack spots pretty well, just sort of waiting for his spot. We didn't get to see a ton of play from him as he was mostly handcuffed to folds, but obviously this is just a fantastic result for him. Over double his previous high water mark.
There we go.
Up at the 32,480. So really fantastic showing here tonight, Evan. Really good game.
Yeah,
we'll
congrats on that sweet run and $32,000. Yeah, I love to see it when players come in and double their highest earnings previously. No, they got to be excited for that.
Yeah, and bright future ahead, by the way.
Absolutely.
For sure. Found some unconventional 3-bets. King 7-0 or King 5-0 in the small blind. When he got to sniff some chips, he tried to put them to work pretty quickly. So I think we'll be seeing more of him for sure.
Interesting hand here, as every chip that Zach puts into this pot that doesn't come back to him is a very, very important amount of chips. And is out of position. Goes for 20% on the flop. And wow, what a turn
bailed
card.
out.
Hello, turn. Ace from space.
No block here from Zach, targeting a king.
Wham!
We'd love to hear some Zach love for maybe the first time tonight.
Solver approved. Solver approved. Solver approved.
Speaking of solver approved, I think 1.5 million there on the end, it would be my thought there, to try to get a king to just sort of shrug in.
Yeah,
A little lunch money.
It's interesting. I would think probably. It's probably less than it seems. Yeah, I think you're right. You know, it's probably how you'd want to play like most of your under pairs as bluffs, but
Familiar. Inflation for you.
All right, so onwards and upwards we go with 6 players remaining. Blinds coming around ever that much faster as Mallory, now with Evan's exit, going to be on / in the hot seat. And we'll take a look here at the stacks. She's got 9.5 million. We have not quite leveled up here, so we're still playing that 600K, but about 17 big blinds, I suppose that is.
1.2.
And these numbers are all a little bit off, let's remind ourselves, right? We've had it in the graphics at 4 and 8 for quite some time now, and that skews everyone's wins and blind losses by, you know, 500K per orbit. So we may have to get some recalibration on those stacks when we get small ins, but we'll be close, at the very least. Daniel wants to know, was this a series or just a tournament? Well, this was the main event of the Trailblazer Tour that is currently in the Dallas location. Next, it'll be going to Houston.
Houston!
Which, another fantastic opportunity for everyone to earn points on the leaderboard towards the first place prize of a brand new Chevy Trailblazer.
What do you have when you jam?
Love seeing that board double paired when you're holding a pair of 4s. That's always fun.
What do you have?
It does happen to be deuces out there, so that'll.
I don't want to. I have king jack.
I think.
Oh, you had king jack? I thought you said you had ace king.
Yeah.
No, I had
Yeah.
ace king, the hand that I
Graphics
jammed
were
on
a
you.
little off.
Whenever I open and you jam,
when I jam.
That pot went to Elon because deuces were on the board, not. It was deuces and jacks, not 8s and jacks.
King jack.
Raise 3.2.
Stacks have evened out a little bit here. Malpal down kind of alone at the bottom, but everyone else decently healthy. And both players going to drill this king on the turn. Kicker's
And
kicking.
9 plays, yeah.
Do you have a white glasses? Something? Oh, thanks. Oh, thank you. I got one. Oh.
Check call from Zach, and the one-liner to a straight leads to check, check.
Check, check, and we go to San Angelo Kicker School.
Oh, at the K9.
That new proctologist really paying off for Zach Barron.
I better hurry.
Taco bridesmaid Barron.
I better hurry. Can't see the cards as often.
Dirty stacks. I thought I had more than I do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Keep an eye on Sebastian here. He's
1.2.
the 2 towers of green he once had is down to
All right, all right.
about half of 1 tower now.
Yeah.
So we'll
Now
see
I know
if that
what the lights do too.
affects him in any way
That
here.
was so weird.
A dirty diaper in the big line here means Malpal is going to pick up some chips. And I think she's going to get to go through the blind right before the level goes up, depending on how this hand goes. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, she should be able to get her blind in there, which is going to be a boon for her at the bottom of the totem pole. Elon, though, really not that far ahead of her. In fact, it's a separation of less than a big blind. And with that level up, they're both going to be really feeling these 6-handed orbits.
Yeah, 6-handed orbits. Time to make some money.
Raise 1.4.
Yeah, it's sort of incredible to see how quickly a stack like 30 big blinds turns to dust when you get down to these 6-handed, 5-handed orbits, and like someone is sort of card dead or a little bit unwilling to, you know, maybe take the aggressive actions that are required to kind of power through some of those weaker holdings to make chips, right? Like those 30 blinds will just crumble sometimes, but we'll see. We've got some interesting dynamics developing here in the next 40 minutes for sure.
Yeah, a lot more can be a lot more tenuous for these players, and it's what's kept me so interested in tournament poker is just how crafty people have gotten with sub 20.
So sad for
you know, sizes get
Every time I think
smaller.
about it, it's
People find ways to
thought I was gonna have to call the doctor
bet 3
yesterday
streets with
for
these small bets, or to navigate with small check raises, or what have you, and you know, it becomes an ever important skill. It's certainly an important skill for making it this far in the first place, but once all of the money's on the line, this is often the landscape with which we're playing. Very rare to be deep here.
Raise 1.3.
And fortunes change hands very quickly.
Yeah, right. People have learned the art of hanging around.
TCH wasn't Zach finalist for Simple USOP tournament? Yes, he finished second and third in 2 out of the past 3 circuit mains up at Choctaw Casino in Durant, Oklahoma. For just over a total of, I want to say, $400,000 combined.
now?
Pretty good showing.
do that on the weekend tournaments.
2 times in a row.
Yeah, to go back to back, pretty incredible.
Yeah, and you feel like, oh man, I was that close and I still lost the tournament, right? Like it hurts, but you know, you get a little consolation.
Yeah, you got Zach, who went back-to-back final 3s there, and right behind him we saw Poker Mama on the rail there, and of course she became famous in notoriety when she won back-to-back circuit rings, also at Choctaw. Very impressive feats. She actually did that last year, and she did add another ring this year, winning the 6-handed event. We got some crushers in Dallas.
That's the truth. Will here seemingly contemplating an aggressive action. But no, it's just a straight up fold, not even a defend.
Lines up 488.
I would have been in the spot, actually.
I have less than 11.
You're leaving us? Okay, bye. You leaving too? Yeah. All right, later.
Okay, level up, 400, 800,000.
Thanks for coming.
That's an extra $500,000 per orbit over the previous blind level. My goodness.
Woo. Didn't need that $500,000 anyway.
Raise 2 million.
Shout out to Pam Belote in the chat. Pam Belote is GOAT. Very familiar with Pam as well. How many rings is she up to nowadays?
9?
9?
I think it's 9. I met her for the first time at Choctaw last week, or a few weeks ago now. But I believe it was. I believe she said it was 9. Maybe it's 10. It's a lot of rings.
Yeah, I knew it was a lot. Somebody in the chat might be able to nail that down for us. Played a lot of poker with Pam growing up. near Oklahoma City in the Shawnee Room.
I wish I could get cute with some of this.
Yeah, Daniel confirms 9. 9 rings. Got to fill those hands out, Pam.
Yeah.
Small blind limp here from Elon. Jack 9-0. Zach says, let's take 3. And definitely some board textures where those two hands could get a lot of chips in the middle. That's not necessarily one of them.
You have anything? Huh? Have anything? Yeah, no good.
I love the overt lying on the live streams. Yeah, I had top pair, obviously. Zach.
If I'm ever on a stream, I'm just going to come up with a line that I'm going to say every time. Top pair, top pair, top pair.
Right. Yeah, good fold. Mal electing to open and not just jam here.
Right.
Yeah, all right. All right.
11 bigs. The min open gets ace-10 straight into the muck.
Sick, right?
And she gets all these chips.
I think that's a hand.
Yeah.
That's a hand that when you and I started playing, Aaron, we're probably always jamming.
Yeah.
And hands like that, hands like King Jack off, King 10 off, you know, sub 15 big blinds 10 years ago were just going all in, and now they can become cozy race folds.
Yeah.
With the suitedness of the 8, I don't know if that matters or not. May just want to rip it there. It's close, but I like the sentiment, and it just shows the power. Like Mal min raising there off so few chips, Will's just like, oh wow, how could this possibly be good? You know?
Yeah. And now
Players behind.
Wow, Will doesn't even open this hand. Have we seen him just shift gears here, like dramatically?
Well, Mal raised ahead of Will.
For some reason I thought she was in the big blind there, and that it had just showed her. I don't know what I was thinking.
No, that was a
I'm
raise and
living
take.
in an alternate universe.
Yeah, 2 raise and takes there.
Okay.
Josh reminding me that I have quite a bit of time to decide on what line I want to use when I get on the final table. I appreciate that.
All right, dealer change, deck change. Let's take a peek at what these players are playing for now. 6 players remaining, so $42,340 for our next player eliminated. That's a 10K jump from 7th place. And then we continue to work our way on up. Have another jump of 13. And then it really gets juicy. 19, 26, 46, and then that heads-up match going to be for $66,000.
I can't wait.
Yeah, what an exciting spot. And to withstand, now things are really moving. I think the final table feels like it's kind of taking some shape now that we have a couple eliminations. It's a thrill. It's a thrill to...
The build-up's pretty cool here.
The build-up is pretty cool. I'm hoping for a strong finish. This has been fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and the wild part about it, too, right, is like you could make a case for sort of earlier in the tournament when 9 players are in, the next jump is 5K. You've already got 20K locked up, right? It's like now's the time to, like, you know, get out there, try to accumulate some chips. Like, let's try to put ourselves into a position to make a deep run here. And it just kept dragging on and on. We went 3 hours without an elimination, right? And now it does feel like it's picked up. And now the jumps are actually much more significant. So it's going to be really interesting to see how everybody navigates these spots. I mean, good Lord. Now, it used to be that, like, hardly anybody was sub 20 or, like, really in the danger zone. Now we've got 4 players that are all, like, 20 and below of the 6 remaining. It's getting spicy.
Mallory announcing hat trick for her third steal. Self-pronounced hat trick. Looks at the camera.
We have a dirty stack in the back.
I see it now.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Mallory steals 2 pots there back to back and increases her stack by 50%. And then all of a sudden, if she doubles, she's, you know, a contender for chip lead again. She is chip leader. Yes, that's what we're dealing with. Every pot's so important here.
If Elon doubles, he's chip leader.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, chip leading on 26 bigs. That's
Whew. And it's wild to me that Zach is chip leader. Like he's probably had the lowest VPIP of anyone at the table. Just from, you know, card distribution, no fault of his own. He's playing great. It's just I have to mentally pivot that like it's not Sebastian, it's Zach now.
Zach's game has blown my mind before in that when he builds, he just kind of silently builds. He's like the quiet one in the corner that's just building away, and you don't really realize it.
And the sweaters he makes while he does it are just
fantastic.
And they'll go really nicely with that.
You know, it's like the man doesn't really get to play with, you know, 100+ big blinds like he's used to in these cash games. So his strategy is just not play at all. And then here you are. You can't lose what you don't put in the middle, right, Zach? All right, I'm done. I'm done beating up on Zach. I actually respect this game a lot, but I promised the boys we'd pile on him a little.
Well, Mallory here has flopped very well, but we have a texture changing card now on the turn.
Zach appreciates a good needle. He won't mind.
Stack to pot ratio under 1.5, but Mallory here, I think she needs to bet with the intention of calling off if jammed on, right? Like your hand is just simply too good.
And it's interesting. I would definitely bet again, especially without a heart. I don't know that I'm calling a jam.
Yeah, I went with 2 million there.
Well, so Sebastian was the pre-flop aggressor. She would just call the button, and he c-bet flop, she called, and then checks the heart turn.
Yeah, I think that if I'm Mallory and I'm betting there, I might fold to a check raise on the turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like she just bet 2 million there into 6.3 to give herself room to do that if she chose.
Yeah, I might have chosen a larger size, honestly. I like half pot to 2/3 more than small there.
Well,
it also then makes it. Sorry,
she didn't have 1.5 SPR. So she was sub 1.5 SPR. Just
I see. So she probably could have gone 50%. 50%. If she bet half pot, it would have been geometric with the river bet.
Yeah, so she went a little bit smaller than that.
Yeah. So it's not as bad. But yeah, err on betting the max I can bet, you know, comfortably to get something in on the river, and then yeah, I think if I was check jammed on, I mean the only bluffs are really like, I mean I guess like I would expect hands that are like one pair with a good heart, like ace queen or whatever, to be barreling.
Did you hit the 9?
So that turns the semi bluffs into like, you know, second pairs with a heart.
Yeah, the 9 on the turn was a pretty connecting card there, right? Like
yeah, well, like all the sets are live.
And
like, yeah, it's. I think you end up running into the blade a lot if you're bet calling.
Okay.
I hear an all in.
Yep, nice clean jam here. 12 bigs. Sebastian will probably fold here, yeah. Sigh of relief, scoop the chips.
Yeah.
You see his whole body relax, like, whew.
25 bigs, 24 bigs. And then no one else has more than 20.
Raise all in.
Back-to-back pocket pairs, this time substantially improved.
Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
And another sigh of relief.
Pocket nines. That time had an opener, picked up a few chips.
Wayne, we will call down to the table and let them know that they all need to bust out immediately.
I'm DMing him right now. Go to sleep, old man.
What are you playing now? How much are you playing right now?
Pocket nines,
Yeah.
my
Welcome back.
the nickname for Pocket Nines is the truck starter, because every time I get him, I start the truck.
And a lot of ups and downs.
Elon gets him through, gains up some chips.
Accurate.
Much better philosophy.
Maybe not quite that much.
Raise to 1.7.
And despite these players being as short, relatively short as they are, I suspect that we're going to need to see some sort of, big collision to get someone all in next.
Sebastian, the flat.
Uh-oh.
They have a fun little spot here. The flat from the button. Will it induce?
Whatever he was contemplating, he needed to settle on that.
Relax, dude. Take a breath.
We were all anxiously waiting.
That would have been a misstep, yeah.
4 in the window. Middle pair for Zach, but still in the dumpster.
Yeah, good check. Good check. Comfy check call.
1.2.
How good does Zach run? Just close.
Almost really, really good.
But unfortunately for him, that is not really a bad card for him.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't
Flush
mind
draws,
that.
7.8 million in there.
Yeah, so we're dealing with what?
Obvious.
Like just slightly under 2 SPR. And, Zach's going to obviously know that Sebastian can have some overpairs here. But, man, on a two-tone board, when we have none of it, how enticing is it to just continue here? Sebastian's also going to be inclined to bet smaller here on the barrel, I think. I don't know that he really needs to go all that big.
2.5.
Yeah, so 1/3, which I would say is fairly small. I like it.
For some reason, I thought there was more chips there, but yeah, those are all reds. So 1/5 the value of the green chips.
So he did a lot of counting there, a little bit verbal, and went with the full 2/3 sizing.
One third.
1/3, pardon me. Thank you. Much different. I think Zach picks up any of that? Or does he want to mess with this middle pair?
Ooh. Just gets away from it clean and easy.
That's sharp. That's easier said than done. Good on Zach.
Oh yeah, Scott is really happy, or will be really happy that he didn't see that flop, right? If he somehow convinces himself to call, flops top pair, second.
Oh yeah, smashes the 8. Yeah, Zach will be really pleased to see that one later. As Sebastian, I think I would just default to preferring a small 3-bet to a flat pre. But, you know, that's totally fine to mix it in. Definitely want to be 3-betting the other premium pocket pairs like jacks through kings that need more protection and benefit from accumulating. You know, I guess aces you can make an exception for, but still probably would have loved to see a little 3-bet action given stack depths. A player like Zach is going to have enough light 4-bets.
I don't know about that one.
Having a nice little run of TCH employees in the chat. Jay, Nick, Stassi, some of my favorites. Hello,
It doesn't
crew.
make a lot of sense unless you have you flatted with a really big hand. Or a bluff.
Out.
What did I have? Big blind.
What do you think?
The best
Or
hand.
he went with a human tail there. Very old school of poker players today, but
Raise to 1.6.
fun little spot here for Scott to open it up. Ace Jack in the cutoff. Mallory, 2 letters and they're suited. What to do here? Queen Jack of Hearts on the button.
Raise. 3.2 total. Fold.
So Mallory's recognizing that her hand's really strong here. With a hand like Queen Jack, she's got a little over 20 big blinds. If she's going to 3-bet, I think she should just be jamming. It's really, really sad to 3-bet fold hands like this that have so much equity. So I'd much rather prefer a flat or an all-in.
Yeah, seem to go with pretty small sizing here.
Like chip leading like 30 minutes ago, so it just doesn't matter.
Very small, right? I mean, she did this before to Scott as well, clicked him up like this, and
yeah,
he actually, I mean, he called and then folded, right, like on the flop, and he had the better hand. So
yeah, I mean, the optics here, of course, favor Mallory. I just
can't believe our friends left. Yeah, they just went. Mike's like, I'm tired, man. Got work tomorrow.
I think in game, based on what we've seen from Mallory, or what cards have actually been revealed, I wouldn't even fault Scott for just folding here.
Yeah, and there it goes.
But still would highly prefer to see Mallory just go all in here with the Queen Jack to C5 if she gets called, or to just flat and be able to play her equity in position.
I haven't bluffed this whole night. Do you know how I'm shaking?
Except for that hat trick.
Just immediately outs herself as bluffing. I love it.
Or did he ask her if she was bluffing, and she's like, "Oh no, she was saying that's why I'm shaking."
That's why I'm shaking. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see.
As she stacks his chips.
And stops shaking. I thought she ran it very calmly.
Yeah, she didn't. I mean, from the bird's eye view, she looked cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
So these six-handed orbits have really taken a toll on Will's stack, and he is down to 11 big blinds.
Yeah, he's been a little bit card dead, and there's been some action around him, so Mal's been a little active, and Elon's been able to get a couple all-ins through over there. Speaking of, Elon looking at kings here on the button. Pretty good hand to look at.
Ooh, ace. And a king behind it.
Ace, king, 7. Middle set for Elon versus Sebastian and his ace 3.
1/3 continue and a call. Another big card here. $7.4 in the middle, 12 the effective stack here. Looks like half pot, or right around there. Oh, full pot now.
Oh, wow.
Going for the chili.
This is just half of Elon's stack. I'm curious about this one.
A little bit loud. Screaming monster, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Elon has bet enough that Sebastian can get away. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, there's a world within which your opponent just has, like, Jack-9 or something, and it's just like, all right, we got double gutty or whatever, right? But, like, sure, you just fold to that. And this size,
yeah, right.
this
Like
hand, it's just... Oof.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, there are bluffs, and like, okay, you deserve it, but like, that's just... That was a lot.
Yeah, to think that, like, you can get 3 million... like 2.5 to 3 million from your opponent at a very high frequency, and then jam river and maybe even get called there sometimes, right? Like,
yeah, and we're now at a place with less players that, you know, chips gained are important, but the chips lost by your opponents are, that disparity, you know, really compounds every one of these decisions that these players are making on every street. Future game there is. Yeah, it's a shame. I think he could have gotten some more value there.
Yep. But still wins the pot, wins another one right behind it as well. And Elon here is going to be neck and neck with Mallory for the chip lead. Will staring down the barrel of the big blind here with 14 minutes remaining in the level, at which point we will go up to 500K, 1 million, and every orbit will be another $500,000.
I see Star Valdez making an appearance in the chat. Shout out to her, finishing 3rd yesterday. I believe it was yesterday in the ladies event of the Trailblazer series.
Yeah, well done, Star. It's nice to get a little run good there at the end, huh? Happy to see you make a good podium finish.
Yeah, and TCH Locals, Grace finished 2nd in that event with Emma taking home the trophy, so shout out to them as well. Big finish for the top 3 there in the ladies event.
4.4.
Raise to 4.4.
Non-all-in raise here from Zach.
Hold. Thank you.
Did you show?
Zach gonna pick up those chips.
Ah, I messed up the placing of the ladies event. Star was 4th, Emma 1st, Grace 2nd, and Allison took 3rd. That's right. Pardon me. Story of my life. Try to be cool to the ladies, and I screw it up.
Hang in there, brother.
Thank you.
Walk for Will.
Franco.
Still 1,400 of you fine folks hanging out with us here on the interwebs. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us as we continue to play down towards our winner of the $800 Trailblazer main event here, Texas Card House in Dallas. The winner going to be taking home $212,000. And things really coming down to the wire here as the blind levels continue to increase. We're just minutes away, less than 15 minutes away, I should say, 10:40 to be exact, away from a level up to 500K and 1 million. And that's going to take us down to less than 110 big blinds in play. So, yeah, kind of going to force these players' hands as we've got monotone flop here. Mallory with the king of hearts. Zach, the 8 of hearts, as the pre-flop aggressor. He is going to continue, 1.2 million.
Like chip lead, like, and then it just doesn't matter because of the structure. But like, once it catches up to everybody. Yeah, yeah. No, for real. It's like if we can get like one double, we're good. I need to like get a few steals through. I just haven't really had that opportunity. That way I just got to walk, which is really nice.
And what do you think here, Mike, with the king, jack, king of hearts, right? Like gutty and nut flush draw. In position, just make the call and sort
yeah,
of
I'd
take
probably
off
just
a turn.
call, and we can reassess later on in the hand and maybe try to turn the king into a bluff if we don't get there. But I think we have enough natural equity to just continue or to flex some aggression if Zach slows down. Not crazy about Zach's bet.
3.5.
Kara, that was not me. I got second, though. What does he go by? Something Panda? Johnny Free Panda or something?
This is a really interesting barrel by Zach.
I concur.
This is strong as hell. I mean, Mallory just has too much natural equity to fold. She's just going to comfortably call, I think, but
Imagine we just brick the river with a 7 of spades and check, like 8s with 2 streets of value, right?
I mean, yeah, I could see it happening. You know, I'd like to think Mallory could find a bluff, but it's definitely hard. My gut's telling me I really just don't like. Like, I understand. Oh, wow, this is so gross.
Wow, this pot balloons up to 16 million, and Aids gets a clean run out.
And like with the three river, like Mallory probably won't bluff because now any ace is just like a. Oh, this is so gross. I'm really I'm gonna need that doctor's referral from Zach. And that is just luck to be a lady tonight. This is how he podiums. Oh my god. Mallory's gonna just puke.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Zach puked.
sorry.
Yeah, Zach pukes too. I'm sorry, he says.
Well, because he announced you win.
Wow, we were.
He's certain that she has a
16
pair,
million.
right?
How does he know? Like, what a sick value.
That is wild. Truly was a value bluff.
Oh, Zach.
And just like that, we've got the largest chip lead that we've seen in quite some time, as the top 2 spots have been pretty well evened out. But now Zach here distancing himself up over 30 big blinds.
Jack of hearts will be the first burn. Big blind Nancy goes fold.
And it was a Jack of hearts mistakenly turned up, so it showed that it was pocket jacks. That was not actually the case.
All right, Will's found the spot. Suited ace on the button.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic to see.
Vaughn did that one time.
You know, Zach, Will, Maury, you know, people that have played together for years at such a smaller level, you know. Of course, Zach has experience in the big cash games, but these guys have played, you know, ever since WinStar was a banging room, you know, 10, 15 years ago, you know, in the smaller tournaments and whatnot. And now here they are in this massive spot.
Yeah, it's super. I mean, it's super exciting to share the spotlight with people you have history with. See how everyone handles on the pressure. You're sharing a memory that everyone's going to have. It's fun times. I'm happy for all of them. It's really cool to see. It's really cool to see the local community so well represented at this funnel table.
And so I think it's weird that that's why that I'm sorry kind of spilled out, you know.
Oh yeah, sure.
It's like ah.
Yeah, that was a strange one for sure.
All right, ICM chop.
Yeah.
We're flipping coins. We are flipping coins.
I mean, an ICM chop would probably give Zach like second place money at least right now, right? More.
Yeah, Zach mentioning in the chat.
30 some blinds. He's only got 28. He's got like a quarter of the chips in play. I don't think he gets second place money for that.
Raise for 1.6. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Yeah, judging by Zach's reaction to the showdown, it probably wouldn't have had to been much, right? For the bet to take that pot down.
Oh, I think Zach folds to any bet.
Yeah.
I think Mallory could bet 20% and Zach would have folded.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, Hook's got it. That's the answer.
Yeah, hell, he thought he lost the hand when she
yeah,
checked,
exactly,
so
right? Yeah,
his
his reaction to showdown, he's folding.
Well, she did flip over her hand first when she didn't really need to.
No, so I think what happened was she checked, right, like on the table with her hand, and I think
and
he
Zach's
announced,
like, I can
you're
win?
good.
Oh.
I think he announced you're good, which is where the sorry and everything came
gotcha,
from, because then
yeah,
she turned
then
over
it all
her hand
makes
thinking
sense.
king high is good, that he's super whiffed, and then he's like, oh wait, I have a pair. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I don't even fault Zach for saying you're good in that situation, but that's why you shouldn't say those things.
Right?
Mm-hmm. That's where you give him the one pair. I mean, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Wait.
I would just snap say, like, then fold.
Yeah, one pair. Yeah, that's usually what I would say. One pair. Or little.
You
say
gotta
one pair.
hit with the
Yeah,
one.
I see.
Little pair. I'm good at saying that. I often find myself saying little pair.
I'm in third.
That's much more descriptive. I mean, that's almost respectable. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a couple got a jam through and an open, sold the blinds. Sold the blinds twice in like 3 hands. Pretty good.
It's funny hearing Will talk to his rail with the mic.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way I can win when she checks back.
Mallory flopping top pair in the big blind here.
Alvin, he had 2 pair.
Gets a little dicey here.
You're right. You are correct. Did have 2 pair.
Doesn't want to see a king.
River is the flush draw.
And little pair gets you by the 1 pair / 2 pair on the board thing too. So little pair's good.
Well, the little pair was on the board, man. Oh, Mallory takes it down, and we are moments away from another level up here. And fresh off of the rail pep talk here, Will's in the blind.
He's in the blind and playing with his mic now.
I was just gonna point that out, that he's playing with his mic like we can't hear him when he leaves for the rail. Like he actually thinks he's being discreet when he leaves the rail. So he's got a hot mic.
Hot mic. I've had a few of those get me in trouble. It's never my fault.
All right, so Zach is opening the queen 9. Did not fold that. The players are going to get a short break here as we've reached the midnight hour Central Time, and that's going to give us a little opportunity to go and you know, use the facilities, wet our whistles perhaps. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break here, everybody, and we'll go ahead and rotate in shifts here. If you guys need to go ahead and do so.
My bad on that one, Mal.
Always. I'm like 83 years old.
I never do that. I shouldn't ever say, I have a pair. I shouldn't say that.
You hear Zach talking about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
He said, I have a pair. I shouldn't say what I said.
All right, how long's our break?
I believe it's 7 minutes, and so we should have like 6 minutes, something like that, from right now.
That guy wants to chop.
I'll be back in a few.
There you go. You got
Sounds good. All right, well, let's do a quick recap here for anyone who may have come in and sort of missed the early goings, right? So we played for 3 hours without a single elimination. We started at about 7:30 Central Time, and so no eliminations for 3 hours. And then we did have virtually back-to-back eliminations, right? We had Evan going out in... Evan going out in 7th. Then we had Craig going out 8th, and our first elimination was Jared. Jared coming into the final table, 43 big blinds, sort of middle of the pack. Mallory came in as the short stack. Of course, she did have 24 big blinds. And as of just a little bit ago, she was chip leading this tournament. So shout out to our girl Mallory, who's still kicking and guaranteed at least $42,340. Going to be a high water mark for her. And yeah, these other players that are still kicking have some decent results, but this is now the biggest result for Elon as well. So Elon's previous high water mark was a score of $43,000. Oh, actually, so needs to ladder up one spot, excuse me, because it was 42,920 and 6th place 42,340. So one more ladder up for Elon to eclipse the overall high score. And yeah, we've had one heck of a night here. It's really been a pleasure hanging out with you guys and just enjoying the evening. as we play down to a winner. Mr. Tixay wants a caper for your amusement. Define caper. Anyways, let me know in the chat. What do you guys think was what was your favorite hand? Was it the cartwheel or the windmill bluff, value bluff with 10-9 that got Will back into the game? I personally, there was one hand, I can't remember exactly what happened in it, but I remember it really striking me, and now I can't recall how exactly it was played. There was definitely a flat pre that I thought was unusual, and then, yeah, it was like we didn't get a check raise on the flop or whatever. Yeah, just pretty exciting hand, but we haven't had any like massive coolers or anything, right? I mean, I guess the aces versus king queen where Will came from behind there, you definitely call that a cooler for Scott, as he was going to take a commanding chip lead there had he shipped that pot, and instead went from chip lead back into the middle of the pack. Yeah, we've had a number of suckouts, right? I mean, how many of those did we see tonight? All in and behind, and no eliminations. Benham in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome in. Yeah, absolutely. Mallory's on fire. Sitting in 4th right now, but about 4 big blinds separating her from Will. And Scott now down to 10 big blinds on return. We are going to have that 1 million big blind, and there will be fewer than 110 big blinds in play. I smoke. Yeah, no, absolutely right. Jeffrey, yeah, the 10-10 versus Jack-Jack. Yeah, flopping middle set there, and then Elon betting too much to ever get away from it, right? From the check raise that was just like for dust more. Yeah, that was a huge hand. That kept Scott going for sure.
10-2, 10-2, 15-2.
T-Lay says, sup, you remember me, bro? Well, I can't quite see who you are from the picture, but I probably would if I saw you in person. Welcome in, man. Appreciate you joining us. Kiwi, please no chop. Well, I don't think we're going to get a chop, at least not right yet. You never know what might transpire when we get down to 3-handed and heads-up play, right? Because let's take another peek here, right? When we get down to 3 players, we're talking about a jump of 46K and then a heads-up match for 66K. So those are some pretty big variance swings depending on how things shake out. And by the time we get there, we could have like 80 bigs in play, something like that. So a chop isn't out of the question, but I'm all for playing for it all. Mr. Peroni, I believe, is back. Oh, it's Trung. Oh, what's up, dude?
Yeah, it's Trung. I could have told you.
What the hell? I'm just automatically the hairy man.
I assumed he meant you. All right, I'll be right back. You guys hold down the fort.
That is brutal. And probably accurate.
I'm scared to know what adjectives Mr. Delivery puts on my name or my body.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the way he talks about me in front of thousands of people, strangers, you know, imagine what he says to me in private.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Knowing that Mr. Delivery and I are similar in weight class, it may be some good adjectives. You know, buff, sexy, that sort of thing.
Yeah, svelte. Real.
A lot of Ks.
The bald man never left.
Cards are in the air. Let's go. We have avoided that topic, Ostino. We're going to try to do our best to avoid it. Cards are back in the air, and we believe we're at hand 115-ish mark. 115, 114.
135, actually.
Pardon me, math is hard.
Yeah. Yeah, we're cooking. We're deep in the trenches now, if you're still with us. 5 hours later, these players are getting after it.
King, queen, 4. So Zach's going to land ace, queen with middle pair here. Our man T in the chat saying, I heart dupe. He was the winner of our bomb pot tournament in this series. So a little shout out to T. Congratulations to him.
So we are minutes away from 5 out of 6 of our players being sub 20.
Sub 20. That for the poker folks just learning poker lingo, that is below 20 blinds. Sub 20. So that's where you start to feel like you're a little bit short. You want to start keeping an eye on that stack.
And we did miss a level up on the graphics there. We're
no
still
way.
at 500 and 1 million.
We were minutes away from.
We were minutes away.
It's like a simple verb tense. I can fix it.
We're from Texas.
Y'all, we short.
Yeah, we're cool with whatever.
Flush draw versus flush draw. A little backing into some straight opportunities for Zach. I mean, these blind versus blind situations, I think a big people give up on them too easily. They're really theoretically spots where we should be going really hard. Ranges are the widest. Picking up these battles is really important, and certainly on a connected board like this, we can really put a lot of the pressure on our opponent.
Oh, fuck. I missed it. I didn't club anything.
Oh, man, a club would have been nice.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, it looked like Zach was considering it there on the end, but
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised. It feels like a natural spot for him to fire a bit more without too much risk to blowing his stack. But sometimes you just sniff something. You get a misread on a live towel, or the vibe isn't right.
there we go. Kirk Brown reminding us that TCH Houston dealer just took down the Event 21 last chance for 76-10.
Let's go.
Let's go. Congrats to her. I believe I saw that taking place as I was coming in here. And the second place finisher was also the second place finisher last week in the 400K, so he's had a pretty good week too.
Will look tempted to get involved with the ace-5-0 in the cutoff there. It's a really disciplined fold off 11.
Yeah.
But shorthanded, I mean, these blinds are coming around real quick.
Yeah, there will come a time within, one orbit where you look at that and you're like, okay, that's good enough. But yeah.
Yeah, I think you can absolutely shove like on early day one. But I think with the ICM considerations, you can go ahead and passed.
Sebastian hammered by that big blind. Dropping down.
Just
Big.
obliterated
Fucking just
by the mandatory bet.
Raise for 2.
Brutalized, one might even say.
I mean, we're gonna have to change the adjective every time now.
Yeah.
And that's part of the beauty of it. You know, in the chat, we were reminded that some of these river checks
Verb.
feel suspicious, but man, when you're playing in the moment under the lights for this kind of money, how you execute it may not go the way you want, right? I mean, that's part of it. It's great. The mind of poker in your mind, what you have in your mind of the game may not get executed perfectly.
Very true. And yeah, the reason I was sort of pointing out there, the fact that Sebastian had gotten manhandled by the big blind, is that I think this is the first time in pretty much the entire night that he's been at the bottom of the chip count.
And he is all in.
And this isn't
kind of.
We've lost his hand. We don't know what he shoved with. It's not the 7-6.
Wish I had more chips.
Unless they're using the wrong. They're using different RFID readers because they slid over.
15 still.
What do we think happened there? Because it showed Scott going all in with the 7-6.
Yeah, I think his hand did not get read.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I'm quite certain that in the graphics as well, we had the pot incorrectly awarded to Scott. Like, I think he has 8 million and Sebastian has 10.
And Scott just mentioned that he had 7-6 of diamonds. And
okay, so the card readers work, but now we have to back that up.
Yeah, I think just our next all-in, we'll just get the stacks counted down. So we just shouldn't think too hard about what we see on screen as far as, like, is it a 10 big blind jam? Is it 8? It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Not exact.
Smoke, I like that theory. I think you're learning something.
Austino, yes, we will get to a winner tonight. It is 12:21 Central Time. We've been at this for going on 4 hours. Excuse me, going on 5 hours.
5, yeah, we are 5 deep.
And we're in it for the long haul, and I trust that these players are going to get all the chips in the middle before 2-2. Whatever that time.
So yeah, 15. Yeah. Oh no. I've been staring at no.
All right, Will dwindles a little bit more. After that big blind defense.
She does. She bumps into a lot of things.
Raise to 2. Fold. Fold.
All right,
Real hand alert.
Zach's done some work with these small pairs, but real hand alert in effect.
Falls 2.
Suited Canuters possibly enticing from the small blind, not so much for Will.
I'm sure that was the one.
Yeah, he just does not have the chips.
This is all you.
I wish it was. I want it to be the one. I want everyone to be the one.
Wow. Mallory.
Top
Real
twosies.
Zach will not get 2 streets of value with effective 4th pair this time.
1.5.
Won't stop him from trying.
It worked well last time. I mean, you know.
Right? He's like, I got it right where I want her. The old middle pair under the Ace Broadway rag board.
Yep, this one's rainbow.
Always a 10 on the turn, too.
I mean, path to victory. Mallory checks to trap. Wow, what a spot here for Mallory to really pick up some chips.
9 million in the pot, 13 million behind.
Big. Huge.
Gigantic.
Payback.
A little bit. Any more. But I'm grateful. Hashtag blessed.
You have worse or better than a set?
Worse or better?
Very
Stumpster.
Very astute.
What?
Stumped the lady with his questioning. She didn't know how to reply.
I think.
I know I have.
I'm almost 99.9%.
That's why you got to have a silly line ready to go.
Here's a pair. Will on the button. This
Good
is
luck,
kinda
Will.
what he's been waiting for.
Oh, and a tinier pair behind him.
7.8. 7.8.
Okay, 7.8, not 6.3. Does change the arithmetic a little bit here for the pocket threes.
I'd like to see Elon fold here. Not just because I'm seeing the cards, but I think threes are going to underperform here. I know it's first button, but you're way better off maintaining chip lead and leaning on these guys in uncontested spots.
I wish we had like a scroller telling everybody how many chips we had, so I had to stop like counting.
Everyone's doing a pretty good job, though, of keeping everything nice and tight and tidy to make quick estimations here. I mean, it's really just Sebastian who has, you know, sort of an egregious amount of red, and it's just in 3 big barrels, so. But after 5 hours of intense, stressful final table action, yeah, it can start to wear on your math skills. Ooh, spicy.
It's fun gambling.
7 million.
They have things to help that.
Dropping the hammer.
Yep.
Ice smoke, I mean, that's certainly more enticing, but it's still, I mean, it was 7.8, so it's basically 8 big blinds. So, I mean, you're really risking a lot of your stack. I mean, that's like a third of Elon's stack, even if he's in the big blind, and there's no one to act behind.
Yeah, I think you really want to think about it as far as how many blinds are you willing to call off with that hand. And with pocket threes, you're just not willing to do very many. It's usually 3 or 4 probably. If there's a super tiny all-in at 3 or 4 blinds, you might give it a go, but even then it might still just be a fold.
Sebastian once again just desecrated by the big blind. Now on the button. 6 million and change.
Raise for 2. Fold. Fold.
All right, Elon picks this one up, no contest. Yeah, and Haskett, we're aware of the discrepancy, and unfortunately, it should be corrected soon. But we are just going to have to keep working with what we've got here.
What are they doing?
What do you even want?
Just joking. A Red Bull.
Fortunately, we can visualize once people are involved in the hand.
Ooh, yeah.
Now the chips are a bit cleaned up, right?
Espresso.
Always tired.
Just go do a line of espresso.
And there you go.
Yeah.
Graphics seem to be caught up on this particular hand. 500 and 1 million.
Raise. All in. Fold.
Ace 5 here.
Just a Red Bull, please.
Oh, this is substantially less than what we see on screen. This is 5.5 big blinds. It is, I mean, the lion's share of what Will has, but my goodness, for that price.
It looks like he has about 8 million, right?
Isn't this great?
Oh, 5. Oh, you're talking about Will?
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
sure.
my bad.
Yeah, the all-in from Scott is, I think, announced at 5.2.
Just pouring the blessings into this man.
I mean, if Will calls
Like
and
in the
loses the
tournament?
hand, he will be
Like in tournaments they do?
very likely to finish in 6th place. So I think that's sort of the analysis he's going through right now, but does make the
And
call,
he's
and
gonna
he
go
is
for it.
ahead.
Nice call.
Statistical coin flip here.
Would you have called here, Aaron?
I think so. For 5.2, I think I would have.
Ace 5 versus King Queen. King on the flop lands for Scott.
More outs.
Ace
With an 8.
on 8.
8 of clubs.
There's the graphics.
I mean, it is Scott who has shown, you know, himself to be quite patient. So maybe you just let that one go. But
There you go, full double up for Scott. Scotty's back. And that will leave Will with crumbs.
yeah, he's got more than the 200K as shown on screen there. I think he's got 3 million and a little bit. So he's going to pay this small blind and have like 3 bigs when he hits the button if he folds. Well, what do you think, Mike? Is that
I mean,
is
I
risk
might,
of ruin just too high?
I might get made fun of by a lot of my friends. Maybe I'm punting here, but I think I would have found fold. Yeah, just because of the fact that I'm preserving my fold equity for another orbit and allowing 2 other players to collide in the meantime. You know, we fold and we still have 8 bigs, and when we call, we're like never a massive favorite. Like, I don't think he's shoving King 5, or what? I don't think he's shoving any worse 5s.
Sure.
I don't know. I think it's really marginal.
Yeah. No, I get it.
But it is 5 big blinds. Like, what, you know?
I should probably fill that one.
We're going to be ahead of a lot of stuff, of course. But I think it's going to be a near flip situation in just about every way we cut it, and I don't know that we need to take it.
Yeah. Well, he does survive the all-in there, now sitting on the button with 6 bigs.
Thank you.
Sebastian going to be next on the chopping block here.
I don't have dollars either. I'll just tip extra on for you on the thing. Give her
Another
$5.
total duster here for Sebastian, who's actually got more like 8 million here.
I was like, can I borrow $5? Any of you right now? I think I could.
I don't have it. So.
Yeah.
Steven, yeah, I don't really know. I'd probably lean, if I had to pick one or the other, I bet the solver would say call. As in the ICM solver would say call, given all the dynamics. But I also do think Scott is shoving hands like 9/8 suited.
Yeah.
I think Scout would have found all in with 9/8 suited, and that's maybe the bottom, but I think he's finding it. Maybe 8/7.
Ooh, that smells like coffee.
Tis.
Espresso.
He may have to do things like shove every suited king as well, which he may or may not be doing. Well, you're right that he's probably missing some.
Gosh, Mallory.
Bro, I've been all in twice. Where have you been?
I'm so sorry. You're still. Hey, wait.
Again, that ace-5 is another one of those spots where it's just fun to watch these guys swarm a bit and navigate. There have been a lot of toss-ups tonight.
Yeah, right.
Sebastian is just stuck solidly in the bottom, like 20% of hands.
Yeah, the way I feel about it, 5 blinds, great price, but for 73% of my stack, ugh, so gross.
Oh, I did. Just kidding.
The interesting thing is, right, like it's inevitable that we're going to see a consolidation here soon, and it'll be very interesting to see how the dynamic plays out once that occurs.
That's high value too.
Yeah.
I play those too, man. I don't last very long.
Steven. Dude, it wasn't about the hand itself. I just think I personally think that Scott is finding more shoves than you're giving him credit for. Is what I'm getting at.
This is for me and Mallory.
It all hinges on that hand, man.
Steven, don't you have anything better to do than just troll the stream tonight?
I appreciate it,
You
Steven.
know better than to ask that question.
I know. I'm just opening up another door.
Yeah. This is peak Mr. Delivery.
Let's go. Good luck, Will.
Okay. I mean, yeah, and as the blinds go up and we just get shorter and shorter, you keep seeing these like marginal spots, right? I mean, there's just not a ton of like, oh, I just have kings and of course I call, right? Like,
Yeah,
how many
there.
big blinds is that? 6? Okay. Ace-7 is good enough, but Elon stuffs it in there to get everyone else out of the way, which into the field is a little bit dangerous, but here we go.
Wow.
Just about as good of a situation. Yeah, there's an audible wow there from Will. He's like, damn, he went for it. Gonna need to find a queen, jack, or some sort of straight combination. And neither
No
player
diamonds.
controls a diamond. No counterfeit outs here. Queen or jack only. There it is.
GG's Will.
Ace on the river. That's 2 pair for Elon and Will. Down in 5th place?
6th.
6th, pardon me.
Yeah. $42,340 there for Will. Fantastic showing. GG, man. Really well played. And with that, Elon now eclipses his high watermark that was just a little bit higher than that, 42,900. Just not that long ago, in fact, that was I was calling the final table of that one. It was the PokerAtlas main event here at the TCH Social Austin location. $42,900 for that, now making more just a couple of months removed. Let's go, Elon.
Up and up.
There we go. Nothing wrong with a couple of months worth of heater.
How did you guys let me end up here? Like, that's just what I need to know.
Making some hands. You're playing great. That's why you're playing great.
No, it's so funny.
You're playing amazing.
No, thank you.
Take it all in. Enjoy
It's so
it. It's the
funny.
best.
I'm so
Nothing
tickled.
better.
I don't know.
Well, I shouldn't say nothing better, but.
Zach.
Zach, just Zach.
And now we're down to 5,
Zach
and
now.
Sebastian under the gun. He will rip it for his 3.7 million.
And Zach is probably going to call here.
I might have to let you live.
Wow.
Leave him alive. Even though you limped with aces earlier. No, you didn't limp. You called. Sorry, you didn't limp.
All right, there's the adjusted number. It's 4.2 more to call, so.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, we have to be very suspect with these numbers since we had the.
It's suited though.
It's suited.
Accumulating
Jack
error
five.
of the blinds.
Call me, I dominate you.
Jack 5.
I have you dominated. Oh, sorry.
You think about getting cute there?
There we go. We've made it to the portion of the evening when players start talking to each other, so that's fantastic.
The tequila shots have not continued to flow, though. I don't know what's going on.
I don't
in
blame
that
them for
department.
that. Wouldn't mind one to loosen up, but that's about all I got in me when we're playing for a prize pool of this nature.
J-Lo poker. Zach acts like what a poker jock would be like.
Poker jock.
Poker jock, Zach.
Mallory's got the aces now.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and Sebastian with ace-jack, he will get his stack in there.
He's going to need to pull a will.
Ace jack off.
I was gonna jam too into him. King 10. Your folds are in the small blind. I just ripped it.
All right, can
might
Sebastian find a miracle? It doesn't look promising.
Gonna need runners. And that'll do it.
GG Sebastian.
Good animation, man.
And the eliminations are coming in quickly here. $55,760 for Sebastian, 5th place. Fantastic run.
Mallory.
GG. And yeah, Mallory secures a $19,000 pay jump. She's guaranteed $74,700 now. Her highest score prior to today, $3,500.
It's probably a little more than she would have made playing the 1-3 game had she not played the tournament. Had a seat been available.
A little bit.
Right.
She was looking for that 1-3 seat, and
Good game.
friend was like, "Let's hop in the tournament."
Good thing the 1-3 games were full.
Unreal. What a thrill.
Absolutely.
We're going to be seeing more of her in the tournaments now. She's going to catch the bug.
Oh, she's infected.
I mean,
Just become a full-time traveling pro, leave all of her other responsibilities behind.
Yeah, she's going to stop running the Run Good series, and she's going to start playing them.
She's going to start playing in it, yeah.
8-5 off.
Ooh, that's not a terrible hand. I wouldn't have called though.
Yeah.
So the stacks have evened out a bit now, right? So Elon here, 30 million on 30 bigs. Scott, the short stack, 18 bigs. Really not so bad, but in 9 minutes, we're going to level up once again and hack all those stacks down a little bit.
Yeah, this is anyone's game now.
I'm sponsoring some tournaments in Oklahoma if any of you guys want to sponsor a little bit.
2.5. Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk business.
I'm in. I'm always sponsoring everything.
I know you guys have some expensive cash.
What do you mean by sponsor?
Hey, I'm serious. I own a company. I'll sponsor it.
I own a free roll, a poker free roll business in Oklahoma. We host tournaments all over.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing that Mallory does, you know, sort of bar league poker where players get to come in, have a good time, learn the game, play the game against their friends, and potentially earn some rewards for doing so.
Yeah, super cool way to grow the game.
Yeah, PokerRx. You can find her on Facebook and probably the socials. I know I see her PokerRx stuff on Facebook. That's the only place I really get wind of it. But I know she's always traveling around, going to different bars, and spreading the great gospel of poker. So we look at a 8-high two-tone board. 6 is still good for Zach.
Check.
Free look all the way down.
So good.
A lot of love for PokerRx in the chat.
Wow, trying to get value from a 4? One time? Huh?
The mood has definitely lightened now that we're down to 4.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What a friend.
That's what 70K will do to a final table.
Not bad.
Yeah, Mallory and I actually go way back. Same hometown. We didn't really realize that until we got to chit-chatting with one another one day. Shout out to Mustang, Oklahoma. Played softball with her brother, had no idea.
Oh, wow.
What was the mascot?
Mustang Broncos.
Okay.
Doubled up on the horse.
As you do, you have to.
The Mustang Zebras.
Yeah, well, they're close.
That's Claremore.
Is Claremore the Zebras?
Yes.
Terrifying. Terrifying creatures.
Did you say terrifying creatures?
Yeah, zebras.
Yeah, what's terrifying about a zebra?
Oh man,
it's a cool looking horse.
I think just savage.
I know hippos are pretty savage.
Hippo, yes. The mighty zebra puts them to shame.
Mallory putting a little pressure on this turn here. Getting after
This might
it.
be your first bluff of the day, Mallory. I feel like it might be your first bluff of the day.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
He's gonna fold? What is happening? Oh, stop it.
Get in there. Now let's go.
Wow.
Oh,
Maybe
I thought
just
it was
the
your
first
first bluff. Nice hand.
Second bluff.
Good for her.
Second bluff.
Did you hear what she said before she flipped over? She's like, get in there. She wasn't sure if
I've
she was
only
gonna show it or
seen
not,
nuts from
and
you.
then
I
decided
just
to.
have to give you credit sometimes. Nice hand, nice hand.
You got a good read on me. And a good
I think I felt like a bluff.
Probably.
Wow,
I know you're
you have a
checking
good
back
read
when
on
you're
me?
king there, probably.
Or a lot like my
Nice hand,
ex-girlfriend.
nice hand, nice hand. Good bet.
Yeah, a lot of fun Oklahoma
You were gonna get there on the river. You had too much equity.
support in the chat.
Do you have a diamond?
A couple of rivals in there as well, I see. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
except
that.
for Ostino, right?
Yeah. Shout out from Tuttle, Oklahoma.
Listen, Ostino, I'm now a proud Tulsa resident.
That's right.
And I got to stand for my own.
I grew up right on the other side of the river from Tuttle, so very familiar with those folks.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's
We're
go.
all
Ace
in
5 versus
and
Queen
call
Jack.
off.
All in for heaps.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
34 million out there.
Wow, how clean.
No heart.
Ace 4-6.
King of Hearts. Sweat free. Black dude. Sweat card.
Oh, never easy.
10.
Eight of clubs and a massive pot there for Zach. 34 million in that bad boy.
Wow, let's go, Zach.
So
Go off, my man.
yeah, this is just a stacking. So I think the numbers were off there. I think Scott was all in for substantially less. Maybe I'm incorrect, but we didn't really even break those down. We just ruled it a win and all the chips go over. So I guess we just knew it was covered. In any case, Scott eliminated there in the 4th place.
GG Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for all the support.
74,700. We're into 6 figures.
Wow.
I'm hearing some cheers from the room. I tell you what, the room is absolutely electric out there. I've never seen the type of electricity we have in the room as I walk through. Like, there is a real rail watching this. Like, a lot of folks.
All right.
How many folks would you say are watching right now from the rail?
40.
Wow,
In
really?
the middle of the cash game room. 40 of them have navigated over to the rail to watch the stage game.
What a thrill. You're going to have to reconsider that for next time, maybe building out some sort of audience space.
Yeah, this is
And
fantastic.
of note, another podium finish for Zach Barron in the 9 seat. His 3rd or 4th in like 6
Just
months.
keeps piling them up.
Really impressive stuff.
Dude, for sure.
What a heater.
And in pretty great shape to bully his way into some more chips here. He's got his opponents out-chipped, not quite 2-1 for Mallory, but over double Elon's stuff.
Yeah, we are now
of course,
down
it's
to
still
the-
anybody's game, right?
Still anybody's game. We're down to the final 3 now, which guarantees locked up $100,000 cash from an $800 buy-in.
Yeah, Mallory is an absolute legend, and you love to see it. I mean, of course, just all 3 of these players remaining are fantastic players, and it's a great result for them. But Mallory here, just hometown hero, I'd say. Runs out clean for the Jack-7, and now we're going to go for a little value. And by little, I mean half pot.
I have the worst hand I would ever show up with here.
Elon plays the hand so seriously and stoic, and always a fun little smile. Scooping the pot. Love to see it.
All right, blinds are up. 600K, 1.2. Another $500,000 per orbit, and that orbit comes around pretty much immediately.
Three-handed button goes first.
Ooh.
Hi-ya.
Buttons, yeah. silly.
Still 1,300 viewers with us across the platforms. If you like what you're watching, if you like watching this three-handed poker for heaps of cash, make sure you smash like.
Check. Heads up.
Incredible flop here for Zach. Just nothing there for Mallory to continue. At least insofar as my brain thinks about things. But Mallory is going to take one off. Ten of hearts in hand. 2 overs and a gutty. Zach checks here. Could see some potential, but Zach's just going to continue.
I like the continue, and Mallory has just enough hand that she may peel another.
Yeah.
I think if I was Zach, I would have gone a little smaller. 40% maybe.
I had that one. Almost checked the turn to try to trap. I don't think you're going to bet that.
Okay, for you game theory guys, a lot of our viewers out there, they haven't been in this situation where the final table shrinks down to just 3 or 4 players like this. So now you're in your final 3. What kind of ranges are you looking at as opposed to a full ring game? How much,
I think your button range is your button range.
Yeah, you keep it pretty much the same.
Yeah, I mean, number of players aside, Zach just having this chip lead, he can really open up.
2.7 total.
Especially if he covers second place by more than double. But I don't know that we're opening wider, 3-handed on the button versus, 5-handed.
Never lets me have a walk.
Let's have a walk in the line.
That's true. It must have been a really bad hand.
But Zach can take some real liberties here. He can be opening basically until he's met with resistance.
And when he's making king high flushes and flopping top trips and such, yeah, it makes it real easy to just keep.
Yeah, it's good to be Zach right now, man. This is good, clean living right here.
Uh-oh. Elon goes hunting for extra equity and does get a little bit, but that's not a good card for him, of course.
Interesting float by Elon. I like the sentiment behind it. It might be a little wide.
But if we get to this river here, just jack high, I guess.
Well, yeah, and this is exactly why he floats, right? To try to fold out, under pairs or queen highs.
Oh, just the king.
Good to be Zach.
I appreciate Elon's attitude about that, about getting looked up there. Some humor.
Yeah, that was actually a really big hand for Mallory. Just sitting there on the sidelines watching Elon go from a little bit ahead of her, but virtually tied to now.
So I had all these against RB Phil too. Couldn't finish them off.
Oh
no!
He made sure the mic heard that, didn't he?
He did. He looked up at the camera.
Let's just check. Oh my! Again, every time they fold around, I have it. Awesome.
Yeah, I know how badly Zachary wants a title here.
Yeah,
especially on home court.
hometown victory. And there's the beautiful trophy making an appearance on the table.
Yeah, he wants a W. It's about more than the money right now for him.
Do I owe 600?
Folds.
What about like a medal or a plaque?
Balls, 1.2.
You think you're just getting cheap prices to see flops?
You know, I kind of think that Mallory's going to be so tight right now, given the dynamic between the three, that Zach really could be raising like any two, including the 4-3-0 here. I almost like raising better than calling.
Yeah.
I think she's just going to be like way over folding. So
Yeah, and it's sort of like the one thing that you really have going for you as the chip leader in this three-handed dynamic, right? Is that you just lean on the second place person.
exactly, that's where the majority of your value is coming from. You know, the short stack's going to play his cards, and the closer the other two stacks are,
Chop it up.
the better for the chip leader as he separates himself.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take too many orbits for Zach to realize that though either. I think he'll make the adjustment.
Yeah. Yeah, especially there, you know, just like the way that hand plays out, it's like, yeah, no, I should just not be taking spots where I'm going to end up with bottom pairs out of position. Like,
right, you're setting yourself up for harder decisions. You're going to be making less chips. It's less effective.
Yeah.
And you could just be smooth sailing, raising.
Raise to 2.7.
what do you think about these larger opens?
Raise all in.
I think it's a waste.
Yeah.
I think shorter stacks opening larger against bigger stacks is a thing, but it's not really true the other way around unless someone's maybe like the argument can be made for like 3xing when someone's like sub 10 bigs to deter them from like stop and going. But
Sure.
but at these depths, I think the min raise is completely sufficient.
So Zach here really giving this some thought.
Close.
10.5 bigs though.
Yeah, so great pickup there by Elon.
Queen 8 of clubs.
Now they're kind of neck and neck again.
Wow, that's close.
Gap is closed.
Yeah, it's kind of close. 15 bigs, less than 15 bigs. Nah, it's not that close. Queen 10 suited. Queen 10 suited, we might be in. I just wanted you to sweat.
Yeah.
I was never calling.
It worked. I did in fact sweat.
Definitely some cool looking hardware with that carved out gemstone in the.
Fun spot here for Mallory. King Jack on the button. We'll see.
I think it's got a Mustang or a Bronco or a Zebra.
That's right.
Carved into it as well.
Sure does. I'm telling you, I can hear the room from where I'm sitting, and they have been going nuts for like the last 40 minutes.
Nice.
Does Elon have a rail present? Do we know?
1.8.
Or is everyone there for Zach and Mal?
I mean, I know that Elon is an Austin player, so.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, may not have quite the support. It's certainly not going to have the support of the hometown crowd, but I don't know if anyone else is there supporting him.
I did, of all the people I noticed, it was mostly Dallas folks, but definitely could be some Austinites up in there.
Wow, Mallory checks back on the turn.
Zach not falling for it.
Not falling for it. When you open the door for Zach to bet, he just so controlling.
I would have fallen for it. I would have definitely
Right?
bet. I would have bet for value if I was Zach. But now Zach probably just has an easy. He's just calling.
Price feels a little too good. It is a little too good, but yeah, you just pay it off. And
Yeah, he
Mal
doesn't feel
picks
great
up a
about it.
nice one.
I gave you a gift on that one.
Nice one.
30 bigs now for Miss Mal.
And there's a shout out for Elon in the chat. A great guest to have. Super nice player, and I agree. And as I mentioned, I dealt
I
to
called you
Elon
very light on that one.
from day one. And the play caught my attention, like right away.
Did not believe that one.
It's definitely fun to see Elon make the final table and make a serious run now here in the final three.
Yeah, over double his previous high score. 100K locked up. 42.9 previous high score. And Mal Pal, let's remember, previous high score, $3,500 in a tournament. Obliterating that, just like the blinds did to Sebastian.
You know, most of us, you know, we'll get several 5-figure scores before the 6-figure score. And Mal's just like, nah, let's just take the express lane. We'll just go for 6 figures right off the rip.
Yeah, it used to, old school poker, 5-digit score was a big deal. Now with these prize pools as massive as they are, you can find these 6-digit scores, and here we are.
Anytime you can win over 100 big blinds, it's a good day. Sorry, 100 buy-ins.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, 100 bigs. Well, tough spot here for Elon. Middle pair, king kick in, backdoor spades.
Mallory gonna go with the check raise, bringing the heat right here.
And yeah, this is not something that Mallory has put on display.
Yeah, this is cool. I like this. Right? It's man, this is so frustrating to be Elon here with the king of spades and just kind of in no man's land. We're always more apt to want to look up when it's easy to find like natural bluffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, connected, low-suited cards out of the big blind. It's easy for Elon to sit there and be like, man, I'm in good shape against a lot of these. But
good fold. No bluff.
Yeah, mixing it up. Definitely merits to both options there for Mallory, but I like that she's just gonna start putting chips in. Elon's good lay down by Elon. And now look at the gap closing between Zach and Mallory.
Oh yeah. No, I mean just one hand can quickly shift it, even if it's just, you know, single raise pot call and, you know, bet fold. I mean, they're separated by so little. The total number of blinds in play being as low as it is.
Come on. Raise. Hold on.
So yeah, we're somewhere around like 85 blinds in play total. if we make it 24 minutes, we're going to have another decrease of that number.
Small fig.
Not my small.
Poker's already like such a game of momentum and confidence and, you know, emotional state, right? And then you get down to three-handed where you're just like small blind, big blind, button, small blind, big blind, button, and you're just like playing every hand. You've got chips invested every hand, and it's like you go on a bad streak, it can crush you. You go on a good streak, you can just be on top of the world, play like God. You know, it's
well,
so
and the mental strain that comes with it too. There's really no breaks. I mean, you're thinking about every hand, and the second you fold, there's really no time to take off. You're immediately right back in it.
Yep.
The rate of decision making skyrockets, and all the money is on the line.
And it's what we live for. Man, I wish I was here. You know, I'm
best.
happy I'm here with
Man.
you guys, but
No, man, I feel it. I as we watched this final table, I was like, damn, I really should have tried to prioritize coming down for it.
We all feel it. That's why there's 1,300 people watching, right?
absolutely. Yeah, and how many of us watching, you know, we're in this tournament, right? I know we've had several people in the chat that were a part of this. I was fortunate enough to make it to day 2 and outlast a significant number of those 1,943 entries myself. But yeah, these guys and this gal here fighting for the 212,000 up top, 100K and change already locked up.
Over 1,000 watching live still, 6, 7 hours in, but only 200 likes. That math doesn't add up. That's
doesn't
weird.
add up. People,
isn't that strange?
Hit that button.
Yeah, we always appreciate it when you guys help us out and hit the like button. So rear back with the force of 1,000 zebras. Strike the like button for us.
And they are vicious. Yeah, Zach asking what day is this for the tournament. Officially, this is day 3.
Come on, guys. There you go. There you go. Railed so
10 bigs for Elon.
That checks out.
Oh, wow. I have 17 loyalty points, you guys.
Bro, roll them. You want to?
What does that mean? What do I do with them?
I don't even know how to
you
check
can gamble them. You do what Dre did, or you can gamble some portion of them 10 or more.
What do I get? Like, what can I use the points for?
More gambling.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case.
Yeah.
Roll them.
Yeah, I'll see. After they take your taxes, it's not have money anymore.
Let's go.
Is that good?
Oh, you just kept them. Well, you
yeah,
needed to get like
can
over 70 or something
losses,
to double up, but you didn't lose.
Oh, okay, so I can just do it again?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Well,
as long as
in
you keep a
30
record of
minutes.
your stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we limit the amount of
Yeah.
free internet point gambling that you're allowed to do, sir.
Can't just DJ and click.
Oh.
Mallory punishes the limper.
That's right. We haven't seen many limps from the small blind. We've seen 2 in the last couple of orbits, and they both got punished, as they should.
Earl, there are no state income taxes in Texas.
Yeah, like I want to see Zach just opening, but not here because Mallory has kings.
Not here. Little bit wouldn't have hurt. But now Mal's going to bump it up for sure.
Just clicks it up too, giving Elon a price to take a flop, perhaps connect and find a way to lose it all. And it's middle pair on ace high board, so not particularly inspiring. However, Elon is sub 10. Ooh, that's 2 big blinds from Mallory.
And Elon does rip it here with middle pair.
Wow, snapper.
Wow.
So Elon at risk here, 3-handed.
This is wild. All right, 27 million in the middle. This is to get Elon back into the game. Otherwise, Mallory is going to go into heads up with the chip lead.
All right, throw a 9 up there.
Only a 9 or a 10 here.
Good game.
Wow.
And Mallory fades it.
Just
Chips
like
the
that.
And Elon goes out in 3rd place, a $46,000 ladder up.
Wow.
And we're going into heads up.
A
ladies and
great
gentlemen.
run for Elon.
Oh, thank you.
Great run. Great cash out.
Thank you.
For sure.
Congratulations, 3rd place finish for Elon, $100,685.
Oh, incredible showing for Elon just a few months ago. 43K, now 100,000. That is running good. All right, and we're going to set up for heads up play here. This is a roughly $66,000 heads up match that we're about to undertake. As the difference between 1st and 2nd there, you can see on your screen, 211, 745, down to $146 and $80. Of course, that beautiful trophy that you can see there on the table as well. And we're just getting right underway. No time to waste. And I'm all for it. It's 1:15 in the morning here, Central Time. We've been at this for going on 6 hours, right? Is that right? 7 to 1? 6 hours, yes. Math is hard.
6 hours.
And for the remainder of this level, right, they both have around 40 bigs. So we're, 85 bigs in play right now.
Not prepared.
Oh, so I love it. Some nice, honest emotion. Before this tournament started, Mallory messaged me that she's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I've never studied ICM. I've never studied shorthanded. I've never studied heads up. She's like, I wanted to play cash today.
Epic.
And now she's fighting for over 200 grand in a title in Dallas. This is so cool.
Let's go, Mallory.
And Zach playing to get the chip off his shoulder and close one out for good. Are they talking shop? Is that what I caught?
I'm not sure. I didn't quite catch it.
I think they're talking about flattening the pace, the payouts, and playing for the title. But Zach said maybe after this hand.
Gut shot back doors for Mallory.
Yep.
And that gives Zach a strong top pair to continue barreling. And I mean, I think this is the kind of card where you size up and let's get a lot of chips in here. Especially, you know, you think Mallory's got something like a 10, queen 10, something like that. You can definitely take her to value town.
Yeah, honestly, is it greedy to think that like I would maybe try to go for like all of it? Like I would bet like pot or close to it.
I don't
Try to
think
set
that's
it up on the
greedy at
river.
all. Yeah, I mean, turn top pairs is epic.
I think this is really small by Zach. I almost like borderline misstep. I would like to see bigger for value. It also just charges hands like this. Yeah, maybe with no raise, he's assuming that Mallory doesn't have a 10, but I think that's making a lot of judgments. I would have bombed turn here.
Mallory checks her 7 high. One-third. All right, first hand of heads up here. It's a good one for Zach.
It's so funny. Heads up at this depth can go for an hour and a half to 2 hours, or it can go for like 5 hands.
Yep.
But got to be prepared to settle in here.
I prefer something in between.
Yeah. Give him some play.
Yeah, yeah.
But we said the under was 2 a.m. So we're fast approaching.
Yes. How does Vegas know?
Right.
Just a call on the King Jack. Both players connecting. No improvement there. Check, check, turn. Zach here, I think, can block if he wants to, right? Or just check and sort of see if Mallory wants to.
Man, I think he could go any
something.
size here. I think that this is a spot where sometimes you can get really mergy with hands like second pair, and especially when like a lot of straight draws and a flush draw misses on the turn. I would actually be happy with any size here.
Yeah, I have, seen other players execute this and, in certain circumstances against certain players, gone for, the more, the big size here with the jack. Especially when you get down to heads up, right? Like your hands like second pair, good kicker, do just go solidly into value.
Yeah, it becomes top pair, right? Like, yeah, it's but yeah, good bet here. I think I try to get greedy. I think I go like 10 mil or whatever. Like I go like 80%.
Well, the momentum here very much in Zach's favor. Dead even to a 2-to-1 advantage, better than 2-to-1 advantage. Very quickly.
Yeah, and from his comments moments ago about not being able to close it out against RV Phil, you can just definitely tell that it means something. It means something. He's really, I don't know that he has a single first place on his resume, but he, in his defense, he doesn't play a lot of tournaments, but to have so many close calls in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
He's ready to finish one out. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it is interesting that Zach doesn't play a ton of tournaments, but man, when he's there, he is one to reckon with.
Yeah, no first place titles on the resume for Zach. He's just got the second and the third, and then a 10th in a WPT 1K at Choctaw as well.
Imagine FTing like every other tournament you play because you don't play very many tournaments, and then not being a tournament like junkie after that.
Yeah, how
like,
good are these high stakes cash games that he still hasn't come to the dark side?
I don't know. Beautiful big ace here, just inviting the 3-bet.
Have we had a heads up 3-bet yet?
Nope.
Well, we have now. And he ripped it. Went with the big sizing there, all the chippies.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but I feel like I'm a little surprised that we just launch it instead of go for the more standard 3-bet size there.
I have done historically well heads up in live, but I'm not. I'd be the first one to tell you that I don't even feel competent to like answer. I probably would have not all in 3-bet as well, but I don't know if that's right. I think you should be doing it if you think your opponent can 4-bet with worse. Like if you're going to induce or if they're going to not continue appropriately on flops. But it feels like a lot of hand heads up.
Bottom pair with the dirty diaper. Mallory does pick up a gutty to go with her 2 overs, but we're still just checking down, and she gets a free look at Queen of Spades. No help. Pretty much the worst hand she's ever going to show up with here, but does not try to get him off of the 3.
Yeah, Katie in the chat mentioning that the rail is intense out there. And it's crazy because on table 9 they are trying to have a cash game, and it is it has got a large crowd around it.
Oh wow! Oh, this could be it.
Fireworks looming.
All in snap call. Here we go.
Zach's gonna rip it with 8s. Mallory's got ace king.
All right, we're flipping for the tournament here potentially. Either that, or we're going to go back to a tie sort of position. But
what a spot for these guys!
Mallory needs to connect,
and
she
connects.
does. Ace high board. Pal gets the double up and the chip lead just like that.
Massive double
million.
up.
Wow.
God, and how quickly you go from being like, all right, all we need to do is just fade the. Oh, God, there it is right away.
Zach looks like he wants to puke, covering the mouth.
Oh,
Monsters in the closet.
Monsters in the closet. That hurt him a little bit. Back to work. Mallory now 57.8 million. Zach 46.4. We got us a game, folks.
Oh, yeah.
The exhilaration, the adrenaline, just like everything here, right? Of just like, it's almost like the money and what all you're playing for. It's part of the equation, but only so much.
Yeah, right.
Because like this experience of just sitting here and still playing this game with these cards and these chips and numbers and people hooting and hollering, right? It's all just like so much to experience.
It's
all at the same
it's
time.
overstimulating. It can be so overwhelming. It's you know, Mallory starts the day 6 hours ago, being like, man, I hope I'm not the first one out. You know, just trying the ladder, and then you know, 6 hours later, she's playing for over $200,000, and it all just happens so fast. You know, and now this, you know, this may be the first time this tournament that she's been in a position to be like, oh damn, like the reality of setting in that like that trophy could be hers, the money could be hers.
Absolutely.
You know, up until this point, she's probably just happy to be there, like just grateful for the experience. And now she's like, oh, I could close this thing out.
Yeah, one more setup, like what we just saw, could decide things. But now it's back to work, right? Like you just had your opponent all in at risk. You were ahead. Now you've got a disadvantage, and you gotta try to claw those chips back. And yeah, that 2 a.m. over under back in play.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do some dealing at Las Colinas at a somewhat early hour tomorrow. So if you see me tomorrow dealing at your table, when it comes showdown, just let me know who won so I can ship the pot, because I'll be asleep.
Hang in there, buddy.
Can I regamble my points yet?
Yeah, and this is
Here,
like
I'll
exhilarating for me, by the way, knowing both these players. Both these players are like my friends. So like this is pretty crazy.
I'm gonna give you a little hit of dopamine through my gamble. How's that, Mike?
Oh, let's go.
All right, come on, bring it home.
3,000.
I think that's a good chunk of my roll. Oh, I didn't lose, but I didn't. Maybe did I double it up? I guess I should have checked my points first. Don't you have to get over 75 or something? I think it's like between 51 and 75 or something. You just get your points back.
Wow. People have like millions of these?
Yeah, well, there was a time before the current paradigm within which it was much easier to acquire them. And that has been dialed down.
Yeah, you were talking earlier just about the experience of a situation like this.
Yeah.
I remember like my first 5-digit score where I took second place at a final table. Like it was you when it's finished, you call your parents, you know, and you don't even mention the money, right? You're like, Mom, Dad, that was cool.
Yeah.
Like, that was awesome experience. And by the way, they paid me $12,000 to do it.
Sure.
And yeah, it's definitely real.
There's no, I mean, that's why we play. There's no better feeling than running deep in one of these things. Doesn't matter the size. Winning all the chips or getting close to winning all the chips is just so darn fun.
Back in a real bad way. Here from the button, though, with the betting lead, he's going to take a shot. Andy Robinson checking his points here. What's up, buddy? Turned gut shot for Zach. And he's going to line up another barrel.
I like it. Turning the gutty. Way better to bet the low equity improvement spot than to just try to check and hit it. And he's going to have a lot more credibility. There's plenty of, there's plenty of rivers, let's say like a king or an ace river, where he can apply max pressure and try to blow Mallory off of a hand like a jack or.
Oh my goodness.
I felt like she was pondering that.
Huh.
Does rip it, takes it down.
Yeah, definitely in my mind one of those spots where like you give all your opponent's hands that you beat just an easy out, and
yeah,
you get looked up by better.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And they're deep for that. That said, if she feels I'm sure she feels that she's the less experienced heads-up player here, the less experienced tournament player here. It's you're taking away Zach's edge by just going all in pre-flop, post-flop. Like,
I think that's one of the things that good daily tournament players so oftentimes find themselves in positions where they want to end the hand when they have value, and to get over that hump to become pretty good and great and be able to play in these bigger events. I think that's one of the keys right there.
Absolutely. These large field MTTs, like you're needing to find more value. I think the average player has gotten good enough that you just. Oh wow! Walks in when he has ace king.
Yeah, that's tilting.
It's kind of like the bet for pot with set of kings versus the ace earlier. That's a spot where he could have increased his stack by another 25-30% had he gone smaller on that one decision. Really important to be juicing value wherever you can find it.
So we did level up here. We're at 800K and 1.6 million on the blinds. So now going to be what, 60 some big blinds in play total.
A little surprised to see Zach fold so quickly there with queen high and a diamond draw. I know it didn't look like much, but I think in these heads-up situations, every little bit counts. And
yeah, you kind of have to toe the line between like going down a road where you just feel like when your opponent is betting, and maybe like the manner with which they're betting, right, like is just going to lead to more bets down the line, and you just don't have a great way to improve. Like, I can understand just like getting out of the way, but when you have, like you're saying, like, a big card on a flush draw, something like that, where if you hit your hand, you're very likely to be good.
Yeah, well, and Mallory hasn't really had to be in a position where she's needed to barrel off. And Zach is still deep enough at this stage, even with like 25 bigs to, put her to a test, and be a bit sticky in situations where he has some equity or chance for improvement.
Heads up, marathon continues. Ladies here from Mallory.
Can you imagine if Mallory just won the tournament with queens?
That would be special. Suited 10-4 here. Yeah, Zach is going to peel off a flop. Clean for him to get away. I love this energy. You know, every hand, no matter what happens, there's cheering.
It's exciting stuff. You know, it's the fun side when you're more of an industry person on the industry side of things, and then all of a sudden, all the people that you've supported come to your rail and support you. It's a really special thing. I love to see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my last trip out there was definitely 40 people on the rail. And like I say, the cash game on table 9 might need to be moved.
I'd like to see Zach start limping. Yeah, nice. I think Zach can just like start playing real small ball. He can make his 25 big blinds stretch more. Just start playing pots in position.
Dominated Jack here, though. Gonna make the call. SPR over 3. One of us sounds like Schulman.
Yeah, I've seen that in the chat.
It's gotta be you, right?
I've seen that in the chat a couple times.
Yeah, I get that from time to time.
Yeah, you've really, with your commentary experience, you've really settled into his prosody, like his pace. I mean that in the biggest compliment I could possibly mean it.
Thank you. All right, not quite, but getting close to a 2-1 advantage here for Mallory. And folds the king deuce on the button.
Yeah, she should be completing or raising with the king. High cards matter just so much in heads up. He should probably complete 10-5. It's probably like 10-4 plus or something. Gonna opt to raise.
Well, if you're gonna get
huge
king sevens to fold, then
yeah, exactly. Like you can really mash here.
yeah, and I mean, and who plays heads up to begin with, and then even if you do enjoy the game or try to get some practice with it, like how often are you, you know, working at these stack depths and understanding how your ranges change and adjusting to your opponent? I mean, we're in the weeds here, right?
Oh yeah, and you know, as are the vast majority of players. Like
Right.
there's no opportunity to play heads up unless you play a lot of online, and then in which case it's worth, you know, studying, and that is where a lot of the money is, obviously, if you make it there. But you got to make it there.
Yeah. Nice flop there for Mallory. Pair and a flush draw. Gets another check from Zach. Goes big though. Interesting. I mean, big. I thought it was half pot. It wasn't quite, but still.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I get that. Is that wrong?
Let me just say, oh, I get it. 10.
Lego says we need another heads-up tourney. I do really enjoy heads-up tournaments. I've played in just a few of them, local ones here in Austin, and there are a ton of fun. And there's something just like extraordinary about like a bunch of people that mostly don't know how to play heads-up very well, sort of just trying to figure it out and battle each other. But it's extraordinarily challenging to organize one and get a venue that wants to do it, right? Like, they just have a bunch of dealers dealing to 2 people. It occupies a bunch of space. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, logistically, it's an issue.
Wow,
Sounds really
that's a
fun.
good
I've
flop.
never played in one.
Yeah. Good flop here for Zach.
Not bad.
2.5.
It's almost scary heads up when you flop a joint. You get a hand this big. What to do, what to do. Picking up straight flush draws here on the turn.
SPR a little over 2 here can easily choose a size here to set up the river jam. Whether or not Mallory can withstand.
Yeah, I like half pot. 7, 8. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just a little too much.
Yeah, and if Mallory's going to be folding so quickly with a hand like second pair there, I think that generally speaking, she might be over folding in a lot of places. Heads up, and it's a big adjustment is just low pairs. You move everything up a value, right? Like second pair feels like top pair, bottom pair like middle pair. You really should be continuing fairly wide. And like in a spot like that with the queen, like it's easy to just like call twice and then force Zach into a spot where he has to fire 3. It's just gonna be really hard on that texture to bluff off. So you can just safely fold river, I think. We still haven't seen an example of either player being put to the test for facing the third shell.
Mallory here just 4 high, but picks up some equity. It's kind of dusty equity, but yeah, she's gonna call. Maybe a spot to raise it up there, but river's a pair of deuces. That will be no good at showdown if we get there, and Zach does slow it down with a check.
Interesting to see her considering bluffing the deuce here.
Yeah. And for this sort of small size, though, too, right?
Uh-huh.
It's like you
This
improve.
might work. Good for Zach. Good for Zach.
2 missed flush draws. He doesn't have a heart. He doesn't have a spade. I think, yeah, it's...
Yeah, if
Quick
Mallory
call on
wants to
that one,
bluff there, it probably needs to be a lot bigger. And against a random opponent, you know, bigger might not even do the trick against Zach, but I think Zach might read into Mallory specifically betting larger and give her the credit if it was if she went for it harder.
So with that pot, Zach climbing back, they are nearly dead even again.
Chop it up. You throw the trophy on the concrete out front, and you know whoever had more chips gets the bigger piece when it fractures into two, and call it a night. Go get some Taco Bell before they close.
Check. Check.
No chips go in with both players having a pair on the flop, and now Mallory on the turn.
Ooh,
My goodness.
Spicy.
I think raising straight away kind of is tempting, but yeah, you kind of maybe let the cat out of the bag here a little bit early.
Mm.
And this runs out just about as bad as possible for Mallory to get paid. Now Zach is playing that 7 kicker. Whoa, he's going big.
Wow.
Are we trying to get a better jack to fold with this? Wow. Huge pot here. Mallory with bottom boat, but
just merging, try to like beat ace high, like get paid by ace high.
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
Kind of like the second pair merge I was talking about earlier, but this seems a little dicier.
Mal makes the call.
Big pot there for Mal.
Massive. And back to a commanding lead here, better than 2-1 for Mallory. And Zach hung his head a little bit there after the hands got turned over. Just not the right time for that.
For sure, I had the best hand of the deck.
Yeah, right? Anytime you fade the snap, then you start thinking of all the hands that you were targeting that are now just like, oh no, do I have to call this? And then you get shown a boat.
Yeah, the longer she thinks, the better he feels for sure.
And the ace of spades like stuck out there too, right? When she flipped it over. Obviously, she's probably not just going to like turn her hand over when she sees the jack if she's just got the ace high, but probably a brief moment there where his brain recognized the ace and was like, oh, we
right.
got. Nope, we didn't get her. We didn't.
So you get to slow roll yourself for a half a second.
Another tough spot developing here for Zach's second pair versus top pair, and Mallory is just going to go for all of it straight away, but this is a very dry board. There's like no natural bluffs here.
No, there aren't. And he recognizes that quickly, and he's like, I guess I fold.
Another one of those spots we've been talking about. Just a little bit of missed value. Perhaps a lot of it.
Yeah, trying to just lock it in. You know, call it nerves, call it experience. But leaving some chips on the table for sure. Leaving some meat on the bone, if you will.
I think it's your turn to gamble there, Mikey.
Yeah?
I don't even know how.
Hey.
All right, Zach. There you go, man. Get you one. Get you one, man. Get you one. Let's go. Let's go, Pop.
Let's see.
There you go. We hear a few people,
The comeback kid.
clapping for Zach as he takes that pot down as well. So the rail out there is going both directions.
Bricked.
Wrecked.
Card.
What do you click on?
Oh my goodness.
GG, bro. GG. Cooked.
4.2.
Mega sad.
He didn't even know where those points came from, and now
I mean, now I'm just irrationally sad that I don't have any.
Hey, at least you figured out how to roll them.
Yeah.
You're ahead of me.
Yikes.
All right, 4.2 million from Zach on the button. Mallory makes the call, and there's 10 million in the middle here. No piece for Zach. I mean, he's got 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and ace high board, of course, favors his range, but we don't know what Mallory's working with out of the big blind.
Caitlin, New Jersey Poker, has entered the chat.
That's right.
Rooting on our girl Mallory.
All right, Zach. Let's go,
Oh, he gets it through.
Back to back. Back to back, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, welcome in, Caitlin. Good to see you. Hope your online grinding has treated you well today.
She got the Nacho Barbero sketch out.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Work of art. Another masterpiece.
Limp and check. No piece for either player, at least not up front.
Check. 2 million.
Good timed stab by Miss Mallory.
A.m.
Man,
seconds.
we're 3 minutes and we lose the over/under.
Well, we lose the under, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. I bet the under, so
I know, I did too. And
it's gonna go. It's gonna go with my my loyalty points.
Straight into the basement.
And the great words of Al Michael, this game will be over.
Wise words.
More bricks.
As great as the players have played tonight, the cards have been a little on the quiet side as far as giving us a lot of premium, massive pair holdings and stuff like that. We saw tens, of course, a billion times, but These
Yeah,
players
we saw a lot of interesting post flop decisions on like just some very few classic races or classic versions, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, the players have had to work for it.
Yeah, pretty gritty final table. But man, speaks to the caliber of this structure for a mid stakes lower buy-in tournament. Pretty incredible opportunity for people.
Dude, a truly epic number of buy-ins.
I mean, it's incredible.
1943.
Yeah, going on 300 buy-ins for first. It's like 265 or something like that.
4.5.
I know, that's why I said that.
You're making all the right moves. Every time you fold, I like actually have like a.
Now you're being taunted.
How bad do I run?
You're being taunted. Yeah. I got you. I hear it. Yeah, no, I hear it.
Yeah, the table draw is interesting, or the seat orientation, right? Like Mal has everyone to her back. Kind of feels like maybe they're like supporting her, kind of cheering her on almost. And then, the comment of like the 30 people looking at Zach, right? Like, yeah, it does maybe feel a little intimidating.
Sure. I'm sure that they would have accommodated him switching to a different seat if it was an issue, but
yeah, and maybe those final tables at Choctaw gives him a little experience of a little bit of a gallery.
Oh yeah, he's been on this stage before.
Check. Queen high shows down, but no good against the pair of sixes.
Where it might be totally different emotions if it were the other way around. Zach's back to the gallery, and
man, at a chip deficit and as chip leader, Mallory just seemed so happy to be there. She's clapping, she's cheering on her rail, she's just all smiles. Really making the most of the moment. I'm sure she's gonna lose her shit when it's over, win or lose.
Yeah.
Dude, yes. All right, so Mal limped the button, and it looks like we're getting a raise here from Zach.
Right on. Little ISO raise to King 9.
Slowly chipping away here. And we've seen the chip lead sort of swing back and forth, right? For a time there, Zach held the advantage. Then that big hand, ace king versus eights. And speaking of the ace king, here we go. Zach gonna wield it from the button.
Yeah, interesting. The size discrepancy
bumped it up a bit, did he?
Yeah, I don't really understand.
Well,
it seems like a really bizarre, like fishy thing to do to just like make it bigger with the premium. Like, I don't know.
True.
I would love to
we're
pick his
getting
brain
pretty
about
late
that.
here, right?
I'm sure he has a reason. Especially when your opponent has already demonstrated that she's, if anything, over folding. Why would we incentivize her to fold more when we have a premium?
Very true. But she's going to swing right back here. Makes it 4 milli.
Yeah, and she's increased her size too now to match it. It's so funny.
She said, I can do that.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
And I think we're honestly just not that far away from another level up here. Look at the screen. Is that 8 minutes?
80-20.
So we go up to 1 mil, 2 mil.
Oh yeah, and 1 mil, 2 mil will feel
I need the worst hand. I need ace
massive.
And it's a lot easier to get chips into the middle too, right? You're not doing math and thinking about 8 and 16 and what.
Sure.
It's just let's pile millions in, millions and millions. The 100Ks like don't exist anymore. We're just millions.
Zach's pre-flop sizing has been like if he was playing Texas Ultimate Texas Holdem table game, where he's just like sometimes he's limping, sometimes he's 3xing, sometimes he's 4xing.
2.5.
You gotta min-max it, dude.
It's pretty funny. I'm sure I do want to pick his brain. I'm sure he has a reason for sizing up there with ace king suited. But yeah, I tend to agree with you, Alan. I think that Zach should be looking for every opportunity to small ball and take Mallory post flop. I think card distribution's definitely been in her favor since we've seen heads up, and you know, eventually he could wear her down. He'd have more of a shot at wearing her down. He benefits from smaller sizing, not larger. But keep in mind, I mean, these guys are fatigued. They're tired.
I know.
It's also, you know, approaching 7 hours.
No, I'm gonna retire. Like, stop
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 hours tonight after
After a weekend of playing.
Yeah, probably a 12 or 13 hour day one, 12 or 13 hour day two yesterday, and now here we are today.
Would love a call here. Nice.
I mean, Zach, you've seen what we've seen. There's no one, you know, sort of whispering in their ear. I mean, since we've gotten to heads up, like literally no one has made mention of any hands or anything that's happened in the past, as far as I can tell.
Mallory choosing to ISO raise the 9-7 suited and chose a pretty small size. I think if she is going to ISO raise, she should be making it like 3.5 to 4x. She opted for 2.5.
Yeah, out of position here.
You know, a 9-7 suited is just kind of it's a nice comfy hand, I think, to just see a flop with without raising.
I mean, I think heads up, right? You get solver outputs that show just like mixing across the board. So I'm sure that raising there is never, you know, just like.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
You have a lot of liberties. The whole chart opens up for sure. And like I said, I'm definitely no expert at it, but general hand class heuristic wise.
Mal, though, keeps her foot on the gas, and it just doesn't matter. I mean, she's going to just barrel it through, so let's go.
Sure.
Yeah, very big heads up. I mean, how often do you get to sit down across from one other person and be like, all right, we're going to play, and one of us is going to go home with 65, almost 66,000. That's a lot.
Yeah, and after Mal barreled the 7-9 of diamonds,
Ace king or nines or something like.
the table chat was it's never a bluff. And she said, I always have it.
Come on, Zeus, make something happen. Let's go, Zeus. Come on, Zeus, make something happen.
So in your bracelet, Mike, that you won, what was the heads-up difference in that one? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I want to say maybe I was like a 3-2 dog.
Do you recall the payout difference? Like what you guys were playing for?
Let me check.
Okay. But I feel like it was probably.
It was significant.
Similar.
What do you? Is there a reason you're asking? Just curious.
Oh, I mean, like it's just such a big spot, and I know that you know, having won a bracelet, have been in a situation, you know, similar to this, where it's like the difference between first and second is just massive, right?
We were playing for 60, about 60 difference, 60K.
Yeah. Okay, so very similar to this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the nerves and everything. I mean, you've obviously locked up a bunch of money. Like it's a fantastic night for you. Everything's going great, but like now you still have to bring home this one last victory, right? And like that's where the most money is at.
Sure. I think these two players may have already played more hands than Pierre and I did.
Incredible turn card here, by the way. We've got a wheel now for Mallory. Zach doing the betting, and Malpal just makes the call. Zach here actually with probably one of the worst hands he's going to show up with.
Yeah, and a very sneaky check here by Mal.
I mean, and if she ever does just have like a 3 or a 4, a big bet here is going to put her in a pretty tough spot. There it is.
Wow. That's going to be quite the blow.
Yeah. Going to be 3-1 favorite here.
And Mal goes all in here.
And Zach's like, cool, wrong time.
Yeah.
Wrong time once again. Jack 7. Same.
He smirks. He's like, oh no. Shows the queen. Let's go.
Wow. Yep, Jack 7 has not been kind to our boy Zach here.
Yeah, sometimes your timing's just off. Great little check there from Mal to induce that bet.
All right, so better than 3-1 here as we are just about to level up here. 16 seconds left. We're getting this hand, and then we're going to 1 mil, 2 mil.
Yeah, see, like Mal just gave him a walk there. I would be giving no walks at this stage.
Yeah, I'll give it first place money, but I want the trip.
Ooh, dropping the hammer here. No limps for you, says Mallory.
King saying all in is terrible, only better hands call. I don't know that that's true heads up. The ace pairs. I think his straight's pretty strong there. A lot of trips, a lot of.
Yeah, all the aces that don't fill up, gotta pay you.
Zach.
Okay, so we're going to take a small break here. It looks like the players have reached another point where a break is in order. And so, yeah, just sit back and hang tight here as we are going to get back into the heads-up match here before you know it. But level going up, 1 million, 2 million on the blinds when we return, and that is going to be just about 13 big blinds for Zach, and he'll be in the big blind. Definitely coming down to the wire here. Mallory going to be sitting on 40 big blinds, so we're, I mean, just a little over 50 big blinds in play. Pretty exciting stuff. Hope you guys are locked in. Grab a beverage, grab a snack. This one could keep going for a while. I don't know. We thought the over-under at 2 a.m. was sort of ridiculous when we first got started. Then after 3 hours, we didn't have a single elimination. It started to feel a little more real, and now here we are, right? 2:15 Central Time. Players still going at it.
Here we are.
And yeah, I mean, still anyone's game, right? If Zach doubles up, right back to even. So 3-1 chip advantage for Mallory, nearly 4-1, but that double up can swing things around real quick if it happens.
Yeah, shout out to Zeus and Glenn tonight. Doing a rock star job in the box. Pitching the cards for our players tonight. This is Zeus. Even sets the deck like a absolute boss.
Yeah, get some of these red chips off the table. As I don't think we're going to get rid of all of them, right? Because the 1 mil, 2 mil can't jump to like 1.5, 3. Like that's not allowed. So we'll have to do something in between if we get another level. And so, yeah, we are going to leave some of the red chips out there, but my goodness. All right, what do you guys think? What's the prediction here in the chat, everybody? Are we going to get a double up and continue on? Or is Malpal going to seal the deal and strike the final blow and send Zach out in another close but not quite pole position finish? I don't know. I mean, I hate to say something and then have it. I mean, obviously we're on delay, so you know whatever has happened has already happened. But
what do you think?
Great players. I mean, they're both great players. I am happy with either result. I don't want to like pick sides or anything, but I mean, I feel like Mallory. She's kind of just got the momentum here, and I feel like it's her game. I think just. We're gonna see some fireworks here. We know we are. I mean, less than 13 big blinds here for Zach. He doesn't have a ton of folding in his repertoire here. He's gonna have to get after it. And if Mallory just looks down at a good hand, I'll look him up.
Yeah, the card range a bit in Mallory's favor, and the momentum definitely in Mallory's favor.
All right, sounds like I need a refresh.
Nos fuimos a como a 35 entre flow. El primero Olin. Yo me voy Olin 1300. El otro se viene Olin con 350.
Quick little refresh here from Aaron down in Austin. Try to get that static out of there.
Yeah, how's that? Is that better? Sorry about that.
Better.
Guys.
You are back.
Right, perfect. Yeah, the computer likes to do that sometimes.
It's a long night for these computers.
Yeah, seriously. It's going to need a Windows update after this marathon stream.
Juan Lopez in the chat says it's over. 4-1 chip lead. Close it out.
All right, so we are headed into the home stretch here. Let's just remember to be respectful to both of these players regardless of the outcome. We've had a little bit of playful banter and we've had a little bit of over the top, so no more over the top or the timeouts will be permanent.
OFC back in the chat. Made an appearance earlier, and now he's back to see the conclusion of this hot mess we've got right here at Texas Card House Dallas. Down to 2 players. Battling it out for this Trailblazer main event. $800 buy-in, 1,943 entries. We're down to 2.
The winner's photos were 65K.
All right, here we go, y'all. 1 million, 2 million. The ante still in play. And Mallory looks down at a blackjack hand.
There you go, guys. Let's go. Hey.
Raleigh.
You guys remember when Mally beat Taco Bell?
I remember like it was 15 minutes from now. These are the kind of friends I have. These are the friends that I have.
I remember like it was 15 minutes from now.
Stop! I'm gonna hate you forever. Oh, man. Now make sure you take 15 minutes.
Button limp and Mallory here without much regard, I think, for his stack size. Just is like, oh, my hand's pretty good, I'm going to raise, and just gets it through. But yeah, I mean, you tell me, Mike, but I think with some of these hands, she just gets to do a lot of jamming and punish his limps for the maximum so that he doesn't get any good prices.
I would suspect that that's true.
Yeah,
I also think that there's certain hands like her King 7 suited, and I could be wrong, but it strikes me as a hand that might be too good to raise not all in versus just jamming. Like, she doesn't want to like be raise folding it. But the benefit of just checking is that there's going to be a ton of worse King and 7x that Zach would be limping.
Mm-hmm.
So if a 7 or a King falls, she ends up pipping him on kicker and stacking him.
Yeah.
Where she's just getting him to fold out a lot of his stuff, a lot of his junk.
Yeah, yeah, I feel that. But maybe.
But yeah, I think generally speaking, you're right that she can just be jamming him to nothing right now when he's like sub 10.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that he's going to have a ton of like worse kings. I think if he looks down at a king and he's on 10 bigs, right? I mean, he was just on like 12, whatever.
That's
I
a
mean,
good
those
point.
might just be going in because he benefits a lot from her folding when he has like king 4.
Yeah, that's a good point. It might be any ace, any king. Look at this setup.
Yeah, this is looking good for Zach as flop the joint, flop 2 pair. She's going to need to drill a clean gutty here, 4 outs to eliminate Zach. Otherwise, he's going to double up to 45 million, and it's going to be back to even.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
Just like that. Even the scales once again.
What did I just miss?
Well, hope you guys have a few more beverages in line and are ready to go because it is not over.
Zach's like in disbelief. He's like, "Oh, this isn't over yet. Let's go."
17-3. How bad do I run?
What a setup! Really, like
We have a game.
That's a cooler.
That is a cooler.
quite the cooler heads up.
I mean, it's not eights versus ace king. 75.
All right, chips shipped. Back at it. 30 bigs to 22. Wow. We're playing poker up in here.
Playing poker. And it is actually fun to see this heads up match at this level. 60K or whatever in between the two of them. And these two players know each other very well. And not necessarily on the felt, but like off the felt. They consider each other probably friends and talk to each other once in a while in the streets, you know. So it's fun to see them, you know, when they smirk at each other or whatever. These are two pals going at it. So keep in mind they know each other.
I've lost so much money in that.
And they both know everyone in the rail.
The deuce will hit, yeah. You got five stacks.
We're pretty even. Oh, you have like stuff back there? Oh, you're ahead.
This is the hottest TCH has ever been.
Back to work. King, queen on the button.
And Zach again with a really large size.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why he's doing it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're up against someone who's relatively inexperienced and maybe not gonna, you know, fully like pick up all the intricacies of like how you're changing your bets and whatnot, like you can certainly like change things around. But I'm with you that if you're gonna do anything, it should be invite your opponent into the pot more.
I mean, if I was going to make any adjustment here, I would just limp 100% of hands. The opposite of what he's doing.
So it's gotta be 4?
Um,
4. Two more greens.
Couple of very playable hands here. Mallory just clicking it up. So Zach will get to take off a flop for the low price of 2 million. 10 in the middle, and it's a pair and backdoors with Mallory on 2 overs and a gutty.
Oh, wow.
Definitely like a probe here, and it looks like 4 million from Zach.
Flush complete.
Yeah, quite the run out here for Mallory, but also just like not the best card for her to get anything more than what's in the middle. But of course, at this stage, 9 big blinds is huge.
I like your size.
What is this river you put up?
Yeah,
1/3
1/3
bet.
on the end. Yeah, it's like small enough that it just like puts him in a tough spot.
Well, she's already demonstrated like bluffing small sizes once at least, heads up, where he looked her up and was right. So if he puts her on hands like Queen Jack, no diamond, Jack 10, 10-6, whatever, just like a lot of like straight draws that miss.
Yeah, he wants her to have the 10 of clubs, of course, but, you know, beggars can't
Yeah.
be choosers when you're heads up. You don't get
Yeah,
to
of course.
just, like, write everything off, but he does find the fold, even for 6 milli.
Yep, good fold. Good bet.
All of my real trolls. I'm like too easy of a target. Thank you, man. Hey, I love you guys. I love you guys.
This is so funny.
This is really funny.
The inter-rail, like, whatever dynamic is always funny in these spots, too, because everyone's cheering for their person, but, like, inadvertently or overtly cheering against the other person, too.
Yeah.
Like, it's got to
Only
be
one.
weird to, like, you get to a spot like this and, you know, your opponent's rail is, like, loud and ruckus and they're all getting wasted and having a good time and you have, like, one person that's like, yay.
You're good.
Yeah, I believe I had to quiet you and the other guys down at that bracelet final table because I was embarrassed by how rowdy you were getting.
We were having a good time. We were there for it. We were there
4 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, we had one server that was pretty much just like, she knew that she was just bringing us a full tray of drinks. Like that was her round, was to bring us a full round.
Oh man.
Let's go, man.
Mallory, I just heard you got kicked out of the 1-1 game. Yeah. You're now a pro. You're pro status now.
Might as well get rid of all the red chips.
That's the word on the streets.
I think they're gonna.
That's the word on the rails.
That makes sense.
Yeah, if you don't have the red chips, you can't sort of put them in front of your greens, though. So, you know, you need those.
6 million. 6 million.
Choctaw nuts here for Zach on the button. And nowhere near it.
Who's Zeus?
Zeus, you need a Red Bull?
Oh.
Greek god.
Ooh, queen 5. Just lets it go.
Yeah, and these are these are spots. Wow, yeah, ace king suited. These are spots that, like, I guess if you're not used to just playing one-on-one, you're gonna overlook. You know, there's spots that like are forgivable button folds in a traditional setting, but just because the button is in front of you doesn't mean the situation is the same.
Yeah, like 9-handed for sure. Like queen 5, yeah, whatever, dust. But
heads up in position against the one opponent, like, and you're you know, financially the small blind,
yeah,
which is the biggest consideration.
Yeah. Alpha is so
Alpha.
heated in the chat, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I just vehemently disagree with Alvin here.
Alvin's
This
got
is
his game
so
face
much
on.
about the moment.
Got his
Money
game
comes-
face on.
Money comes and goes. These moments are forever. As is the trophy.
Damn right. Bad turn card here for Zach. Picks up a pair. Does complete front door spades, though. Mal checks it over.
Ugh.
And yeah, that card should prevent any damage for Zach, one would presume. And yeah, check down. 2-1 advantage here. 2:33 a.m. Central. We have been at this now for 7 hours. 7 hours.
You had a good one?
A good, I had a suited connection. So I like How many times am
Ooh, monster here on the button for Zach. Are we going to get a big hand collision?
Zach takes a sip of the Red Bull and looks down at kings.
Or does he 7x it?
Rude.
5.5, so he does go with his standard big one.
Yeah, I mean, he's just basically made his standard size larger.
Queen 8. He doesn't even get the Queen 8 in there.
Yeah, like if only he knew how much he was folding out.
How long did it take for the first person to get knocked out? 3 hours?
a while.
Mr. Mike Youngblood is in the chat. What is up, my man? Welcome in.
Short stack the whole time. That's what I call persevering.
Yeah,
Good to
Mallory
see you,
is
my friend.
and she's an incredible smiling human being. I'm actually surprised she doesn't smile more while playing poker.
I have definitely played cash against her, and she is like ear-to-ear grin
Like
in
the
the
whole
middle of
time.
a hand when she
Yeah.
just like overbet the pot, and it's amazing. Yeah, she is a joy.
I'm so stoked to wake up with my baby in 3 hours.
There you go.
Thrilled.
I'm proud of you. That's better than the evening I'm going to have.
You've got a long day ahead of you tomorrow, buddy.
I do. I now have a shift available for someone else to work if they want it.
Yeah. I didn't know that this is quite what tonight was going to be, but I knew that I kind of wanted tomorrow off, so I was happy to ask if you'd take it on. And
Yeah, no worries.
Well, I appreciate you, man, because might be dragging tomorrow evening. But I'm sure you guys are going to have a good time, and hopefully the action is locked and loaded for you boys.
I interviewed you the first day.
Yeah, quick reminder while we have 1,026 viewers, TCH Live tomorrow night, cash game. We'll be rocking and rolling, so check in with us there as well.
All right, Queen 8 and Ace 5 of diamonds, and we're stuffing.
Strong motion.
Yeah.
Smooth, no catches.
I think I would have considered checking.
I don't understand me either half the time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, who knows?
It's super interesting. Like we're all the blind, leaving the blind. None of us are heads up experts, but I just think these opportunities to just see flops with deceptive holdings. You're only getting called by better by jamming.
Oh no. I'm for sure gonna play on the live stream tomorrow.
Dude, I am all for it. Like Mal just like jumps into 5-10 quarter, just spins up like a 40K stack on top of her win. Just wrecks the boys for stacks.
What's up, fellas? I'm here.
She's like, now I set the lineups for myself to to harvest. Limp check, dominated 6, and there is an 8 for Malpal. Mr. Bill Poker hits the nail on the head. Gut shot for Zach here as he puts one blind out there, tries to tickle his way into victory, and ace of diamonds. Limped pot pre, right? So
yep.
Zach here going to represent, I guess, whatever. Doesn't matter. Mal's out of there. Gonna say he's not gonna have a ton of like real strong holdings here, right?
Colby picking on me because I'm getting quiet. The booth getting quiet, he says. What's up, Colby? Good to see you in the chat, by the way.
Shit, whether any of us are getting quiet or not, I'm definitely getting a little bit delirious.
A little delirious.
I'm locked in. I'm seeing this through.
There you go. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm telling you what.
My phone just reminded me that it's time to be asleep. That's pretty kind of rude.
Check.
Turn that setting off.
Days, man. You know at Rebel Poker, we do not stop streaming cash games because of tournaments. I won't be there, but Mr. RJ will be, and
I
Eric,
will
who
be there. Loud and proud.
Eric is going to be well rested. So.
Oh yeah, he'll be ready to rock. And I believe he's made a couple appearances tonight in the gallery here, so he's running around a little bit out there. So he may have some extra stories for us tomorrow about tonight's final table and the rails situation. And
premium here for Mallory. Zach trying to limp the button, and he's going to have to pay a little bit more if he wants to take a flop.
Yeah, and at this
bump up heavy too.
At that price, he's going to be continuing, I think.
A little bit difficult for both players to find a board to get a lot of chips in, but let's take a peek. 16 million in the middle, and yeah, it's all tall here. Nowhere near the 5-4 of spades.
I think they call that uptown in some gambling facets.
Mallory just jams it in there for 2x pot. And that's not going to get anything out of Zach. To be fair, I think her reaching towards chips would have gotten a fold from him, but still all in a very big play.
Yeah, just another example of her you know, missing out on some value. I think just betting out too aggressively, too large, just to end things. It's working, but only at the expense of card distribution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like our players may be a little exhausted at this point as well.
Well, I'm certain of that. Yeah.
Getting those sizes up to where they're just kind of like begging for something to be monstrous or not at all,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of like just hit the home run, right? Just let's end this thing.
I love the good fold on every fold.
I know. Here they are.
All right.
Straightness, right
We
for
continue forward, inching ever closer to another level up. I presume it's going to be 1.2 and 2.4 million.
I made a bad call with you earlier.
I made a bad call against you.
Oh, you had a jack.
Yeah, it's not very often we see the battery on the
Oh, the king.
final table tablet start to dim. We have that here tonight.
The Simon, yeah.
I was just reading that.
Yeah. Flush draw here on the flop for Mal.
The
Zach with
turn,
no piece.
bringing a fourth card to both players. Wow.
Just the humanity of it.
Can you believe it?
And a fold.
Devastation. Yeah, shout out to the new TCH merchandise store that you can see the link to in the chat there. I haven't shouted this out all night, which I should have been doing, but yeah, go ahead and click on the link there if you're interested in getting any of the pretty awesome TCH swag. They've got some new hoodies out. The white ones and blue ones are available, and they look pretty snazzy, I must say. I was checking them out while I was up in TCH Dallas.
Currently
and at Lost
rocking a
Wings.
white one myself.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah,
I wish they still had the yellow ones, though, because mine is like losing some threads in a few places.
Right,
and
yeah.
I mean, I love that one. I would get another one instantly.
Yeah, that one's seen a few hands. We need to replace it with one just like it.
I would like that. 5s and 3s here for Mallory. But Zach with the overcards and the 8 on board does not mean that she is a huge favorite to win this one. Bet of 4 million into 13.
Really would have liked to see Mallory perhaps jam pre. Now a pretty straightforward continue with 2 pair.
Oh no.
Wow.
Think about ripping it.
Doesn't want to mess with the 3s.
Wow. Okay. Well, nice pickup for Zach then.
Very nice. Yeah, another one of those scenarios where it's just like, I think just thinking about what could be. Oh, could have a pair of 8s. Could have a bigger pair. As opposed
Right.
to just like
The fear taking over in the decision making instead of taking the cards for as they come and one decision at a time and so on.
Yeah, like you have 2 pair. That is very strong heads up. Like it doesn't matter if it's a tiny little pair to go with the ones on board, but like what can this dude really have that, he has at a high enough frequency that 4 million you just done. But moving on. As Zach slowly chips away here, right? I mean,
Check.
1.5 to 1 chip advantage now.
Check. 2 million.
I was gonna get cute. Like I was really just.
She would have had to, like, you know, windmill it over into his lap, though.
Yeah, watching all those Tuesday night cash streams with the 7 deuce game on, she was ready.
I still can't get over that windmill by Will earlier.
All right, I'm gambling. I think I can, so I'm doing it.
Maybe I don't have enough points as why I don't see it as an option on mine.
Can you just do exclamation point gamble all
Oh.
in the chat?
Oh, no, I got torched. Half my roll, dude. Oh, no.
Don't worry, you can try again in 30 minutes or an hour.
You're right. You're right.
Good luck, Rebel.
So Mallory raised here on the button with 7-9, and Zach's going to 3-bet. Takes it down.
And we're back to even, folks.
Man, I'm getting a lot of dopamine hits. You guys are keeping me going. You guys gamble all those points. Let's go.
Here we go.
Everyone's doing it. Just pump it in my veins.
5.5. Raise. 5.5.
Jack 7 for Malpal this time. This hand has savaged Zach repeatedly.
Interesting to see her find the continue here after turning down hands like, you know, Queen 8.
Indeed.
And this is probably going to be a bet and take for Zach. Nice pickup. ADHD poker. I'm so glad we hit 200 hands. That's my life goal.
There you go, boys.
We are at 245 hands. ADHD poker.
Dupe Show rolled 44 and lost all 63 loyalty points.
Womp.
Flatlined again. Damn it. How rude.
Back to the drawing board, RJ.
Back to the drawing board here for Mallory as well. The chip lead belongs to Zach for the first time in a long time. Alec makes a good point. Haven't seen a single check raise post-flop. Yeah, we really have not seen very much of that. And again, that sort of plays into, you know, these guys not playing a ton of heads up, I think, and, you know, knowing just like what kind of dusty stuff you're supposed to do that with. Here we go, though. This is an incredible flop.
Is huge. Queen versus queen.
Perhaps a little bit of an action killer, yeah. But the jack is still kicking, and Mallory gets promoted to a 9.
Four.
Thank you, Donovan. You clearing up the chairs? No, just that. The rail. Thank you, Donovan.
Get a better view.
I don't even know how that other chair got moved. I mean,
Yeah, how'd that get over there?
So 4 million into 6 here seems like a pretty straightforward call with top pair. Mallory does settle on that decision. 14 in the middle now.
Check.
And we're chopping.
Wow. That's just robbery for Zach. 2 happy winners. All right.
You get half the pot, and
Chop-alicious.
you get half the pot.
There's the smirk from Mallory to Zach.
Checking back a queen over there. Okay, I see you.
I was pulling the Zach.
I know, we were both getting a little tricky.
Got him.
All right. Ace 10. Let's see what the sizing is here.
Oh my gosh, I was dead.
I wager that it will be 5.5 million.
Seems like a
6 million?
6 million.
Oh my God, get me out of here. What do I even know? It's all falling apart.
Don't understand. Like, you know, and if he knew how effective, like if he knew that Mallory was folding connected cards and queens and what have you, you know, you'd think at the very least he would then stop limping and just always raise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like blind. You just put 4 million up on the button.
Yeah.
Check. 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 Check.
Well, Alpal gets to see free turn and river. She gets there. I'd love to see a bet here.
And a bet you shall receive.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Let's go, Mel.
3 million.
Snap called by Zach as well, and that's going to shift the chip lead back into Mallory's favor, I believe, unless I am mistaken, which I guess I am.
Trapping with the 6.
Nothing is still value.
Yeah, it is. It's close.
For real though. He's on the fucking free.
Check. Check.
Pretty big hand here for Zach. Mallory having a diamond in that sort of wheel zone could compel her to stick around for one blind, but no, just out of there. Texas Slab Chaser already predicting 2 more hours of heads-up play, barring a cooler.
I might take the over.
The sun is up, and we're still just sitting here like, all right, there are 7 big blinds in play. And
But major props to the 800 of you still watching us
Absolutely.
at 3 a.m. Central.
And I can hear live updates a little bit just from the reaction of the room, and we don't want to go anywhere for a while because they've been getting after it out there. They are loud now. They have been cranked up for a good 20 minutes or so. So.
Yeah, not only the emotional come down, but the physical come down from this wrapping up for both of these players once this tournament is over is just monumental. Anytime that you've been playing for 3 days straight, these players are just going to crash after this is over.
That's the truth.
Yes, Caitlin, New Jersey Poker, this is the one and only Dumpling Mike in the booth.
How did you get that nickname?
Dumpling Mike.
She gave it to me, actually.
Yeah, but how did she give it to you? Just pure random chance, or were you like wolfing down a platter of dumpling?
It actually had to do with me making dumplings, not wolfing them down. But thank you for fat shaming me on air. I have been known to crush some dumplings, but my God, man.
As you should.
I actually
what helps you grow all that luscious hair you have.
Over
hairy little dumpling you.
Mallory flopping the joint.
Flopping the joint. Jack 10's. Jack 10's made some hay in these heads-up flops. Second time tonight to flop the joint. One for each opponent.
Then what a turn. What an absolutely savage turn card here.
Ay, ay, ay. Savage indeed.
13 million in here. And, I mean, when Mallory, though, suddenly sort of, like, goes from just, like, check and check to, like, okay, it's time to blow up this pot, it is going to raise some eyebrows. But, I mean, certainly she could be trapping some 9-7 and things of this nature, right? Like, I mean, even ace-7.
20.
But yeah, eyebrows to the moon here for Zach. Like, wait, what? I just made aces up, and you're trying to play for all the chips.
Yeah.
This is a tremendously difficult spot to be in if you're Zach. Is it a case of the hand just plays itself and you can't get away from this, Mike?
It's a very uncomfortable situation. I don't envy him.
I mean, this has all the trappings of a man that's about to find the fold button here.
He looks like he's sniffing this out. Oh, but he, I mean, wow. Good for him, man.
Dude, Zach is a legend.
This is him really really finding it after a long, hard-fought grind at this final table. This takes immense discipline. Good for him. Good for him.
Oh, her rail is like, do not show that hand.
Blinds are up to
Wow.
1.2.
What a hand. Incredible.
Alvin doesn't believe it, but it happened.
So Mallory up to 61.7, Zach at 42.9 now.
Why don't we just make it 2.5?
That deserves a lot of respect. Say what you will about this heads-up match, but that's a play of the match, I think.
Dude, yes. saves his life. I mean, obviously there's always a chance with 2 pair. You just boat up and ship the cheddar. But yeah, I mean that's likely just, as you say, the hand of the match for Zach.
Snapping a jam.
Still fishing for information there. And yeah, when you fold a hand that big, you kind of want to know for sure if you made the right play. But I mean, you got.
Here we go, new battery.
Yeah, you got to just move on. It was either right or it wasn't, but you did it.
Which straight was it? Was it the good one or the
What was the good one?
There you go. They did share their information on that hand. I would like to have seen how Zach, reacts not getting that information. Heads up here. I mean, that kind of a laydown can mess with your mind as well, almost tilting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we've already seen it, right? Like Mallory has been kind of in a couple of spots, just like, please, can we just end this, right? Like just jamming the ace queen on ace king queen. Yeah, I mean, she's ready for this to be over.
It's 2400,000.
If I had a good hand, I'd be like,
And so, to flop the joint, have your opponent turn aces up, and then get away from it is, I mean, there's some mental damage in there.
Yeah.
2.4.
There's got to be a better way, guys. Yeah.
I thought we were going to get some mystery hands there, but we did get it rectified. Ooh, Zach is going to punch it in there with the 8-7 suited.
There we go. Spicy.
Didn't tell me at all. The Jack 10 still for me.
$2,400,000 blinds. You damn right.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Oh yeah, if I turn that on, it's 9-8.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Oh, ace 7 would be.
It is a weird way of saying it.
They should just change the stream to a worse hand. Just so.
You're by sure the better of the two of us.
Oh man.
Yeah, she's so tired she went back about 20 levels when she read that blind level.
Well, 2,400,000. I mean, if you parse it all out, it's actually correct.
It's got the right amount of zeros.
Yeah. Ooh, up and downer here for Mallory. Zach with the bottom pair and an overcard.
And does not want to hit that king. Put him in the same boat he was in earlier.
Indeed. 2.5 million. So basically one blind. Check call for Mal. Zach now, I'm not sure, benefits from building this pot any further. And he agrees. He's going to give a free river card. And there it is. An 8 for Mallory. She's got the stone cold nuts once again. And checks it over, though. I'm not sure that she gets much out of Zach, as he's just got fourth pair there. But you can see it's sort of like, oh no, like, why don't you have something? You bet, I jam, you shrug and call it off, and this is over. But I mean, this is what happens, right? You get to the stage of the tournament, and you can't just like close it out right away, and it just starts to wear on you.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine.
Like, oh. But yeah, card distribution is still in her favor, right? I mean, the big ones that we've seen have been Mallory with better hands. Oh, she just stuffs it in there
She
with the
ripped it.
queens. She keeps going for it, right? It's like the home run swing. She just keeps going and keeps striking out.
I wouldn't mind seeing a check trap or a limp trap. You know, we haven't seen very many limps, but when they have tried to sneak a limp in there, it got punished like almost every time.
That, and it's just been like limping with bad hands.
Right.
Right? Like,
yeah.
When you do have queens, right, it's like, okay, yes, I would hate it if I just like limp, they check, ace, king, whatever board comes off, and somehow my opponent starts betting, right? Like that does sound uncomfortable, but that is a very unlikely scenario. If your opponent has an ace or a king, they're very likely to just raise you pre, and then you can limp jam on them, right? Like limp 3-bet jam them.
Absolutely.
And if they do have something that's just trash, maybe they connect with the board because they hit a pair of eights, you know?
Yeah, it's easier. The shorter the field is, heads up or three-handed, it's easier to just put it in a general dynamic of pressure with some medium holdings and trap with the monsters.
Sure. I mean, and if you balance well, then you know every once in a while you're going to get some queens, and you do your standard open, and then other times you mixed it in with your limps and whatnot. Here's some sevens for Mallory. Is she? No, she is not going to jam it. Okay, here we go.
Deuce 3, 5.
Yeah, up and downer here for Zach, and the over pair for Mallory. I mean, of all the flops you could see, right, with pocket sevens, this one makes you feel pretty warm and fuzzy inside.
Pretty friendly.
1/3 pot is the bet. Just enough. Keep Zach interested. 20 million in the middle, no improvement. And yeah, the really small size there on the flop doesn't really lend itself to a jam here on the turn, which would really be what, I mean, obviously we can see that Zach's hand is just like folding, but I mean, if ever he's on some sort of, you know, 5x, king 5 or queen 5 or something like that, you imagine you want to size up a little bit so that you can jam this turn, make it look like you just stuffing your clubs or an ace or something. But I know I'm kind of getting into the weeds here, and we've been at this for a long time, but you know, I still think it's important to talk a little bit about how we kind of try to structure these things on some level. But Mallory back up to a 3-1 chip advantage.
Yeah, and I think just talking structure during heads up and three-handed play is a lot of fun, and it's great for the viewers as well because, you know, we've mentioned several times we don't get to do this a lot, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Mal is all in, ripped it here with the king 10. Over Zach's limp there.
And yeah, Shroom Angels, he's down to like 12 blinds. You're absolutely right.
I guess he didn't mean click there.
Yeah. 10 blinds, a little bit more. But exactly right, a double. Oh no, Mal is just folding king 6
Let the
here.
king go.
Oh my goodness, no, we need to keep
and
pressure on.
One simple basic rule of heads up, you know, they mentioned that a lot, the queen 7 hand gets brought up, right, as the median range. Well, your heads up now. So you can literally just go by that basic rule. Queen 7 or better, men click it, see how the hand goes.
I mean, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think the queen 7 sort of trope or whatever came about from just like running out all the cards, and queen 7 sort of performs middle of the road against every other hand. I mean, when you actually play and you have position and you know, you sort of get to exert your will from, you know, a position of power, right? It's much more nuanced than that. But
yes.
I hear what you're saying. Like
that's the most basic form of it. But yeah, it's not literally going to be played out that way. But
I almost ripped that one. Glad I didn't.
yeah, I mean, certainly just you can imagine. Just you have a king, you know,
yeah,
second largest card in the deck. Like just having that one card, I mean, even forget about the other one. It's just very strong.
And that's why I say, that's why I brought up the queen 7 story. It kind of puts the king 6 in perspective. That's pretty good hand heads up.
You're damn right. Every one of these little, like, here's a walk or here's an open and you fold your big blind. I mean, every one of these is so important for Zach. And every time he looks at this dust and has to make a decision like this one, I mean, it's just grueling.
Texas
Let's take a peek, shall we? What are they playing for?
Texas
just about $66,000. That's what they're playing for, as they've already got $146,080 locked up, and the winner going to take home that beautiful trophy and that extra cheddar.
$1,943 entries in this tournament. We are down to 2. An incredible showing for both these players. What an incredible run to get through 1,941 other entries.
Limp fold from Mallory. Zach jamming. Big blind.
Taking 3 days of work to get here. No slouch at all.
At least, right? I mean, depends on how many of those day one flights you had to fly to get in, too. Another blackjack hand here, suited. Not worth it, says Zach.
Not feeling the double down.
So shout out to the nearly 1,000 people still hanging out with us across all of our streaming platforms. Shout out to the people on the rail that have just been milling about back there for hours on end.
Look at all those shoes back there. There's still a lot of shoes.
And of course, big props to Malpal and to Zach. As no, we're limping, not jamming.
Oh, we got to be jamming here.
Threes.
We got to be jamming, Mal.
Check. Check.
Uh-oh.
Check.
I mean, it's just devastating if somehow Zach comes away with the chips on this hand, but she does bet the turn. Takes it down. I like how she's just assembled these stacks of 2.4 million. Four to 1 chip advantage for Mallory. And it's 6 deuce for Zach. He's going to have to give her another walk from the button.
More dust.
All right, here we go.
Make or break time here. Sub 10 bigs for Zach.
And now she finds the choke with 8-7.
Interesting.
And
shows
shows
it. I like the shove. Definitely like the shove with the combo. It's just funny that she chose it. Is passing up on the pairs.
Yes. The pairs, the king, like
the king X,
the queen 5 and stuff.
The king 8, she's folding, but 8-7, she's like, let's go.
Yeah. All right. Zach here.
This is probably a jam. Yep.
Don't even look.
Oh,
There we go.
goodness.
We are at risk. Zach shoves it in there with the queen 7. Mallory makes a call with jack 9. Here we go.
Clean for the queen 7. High card doing work, but there's a jack.
Call on the turn.
And we are 1 card away.
That's a $211,000 jack on the turn.
Mallory Klaus
Wow,
is your main event champion here at Texas Card House. $800 $1 mil guarantee tournament. And Zach is eliminated in 2nd place. Another close call.
Wow, you can see the embrace there from Zach to Mallory. Great friends. So exciting to watch those two battle it out tonight.
Absolutely incredible tournament. And for Mallory, our hometown hero, the one who sets up the lineups for our Tuesday night cash stream each and every week, does a fantastic job. Always there to take pictures of the players and make sure everything's running smoothly. For her to come away with the victory here is just, I mean, it's like a fairy tale. And she deserves it oh so much. Just, you know, hats off to you, Mallory. Congratulations.
That is awesome. Congrats to both players. Zach, well played final table, well played getting here. Congratulations on a big 2nd place finish. And to Malpow, the champion of the main event here at the Trailblazer Series, Texas Card House Dallas. Big congratulations to her.
Dude, absolutely massive. Well, we want to thank everyone for tuning in, sticking around for the end here, watching Mallory bring it home. Yeah, just absolutely amazing. And we've got more final tables coming up. So this is the finale for the Trailblazer Tour up in Dallas, but it is going next down to Houston, where we will once again have some fantastic final table live streams for you guys. And if you want to be on that live stream, you got to go down to Houston. You got to play at Texas Card House.
Houston, you're on deck.
That's right. Get in on the action. All right. Well, Mallory is going to get all those chips assembled, and she's going to get a beautiful photograph with the trophy. And then at some point, she's going to have it all sink in that she is $212,000 richer, and this is real life. Got anything to add there, Mike?
Not at all. I appreciate you guys including me in the fun. And thanks for everyone for joining us for so long. Late night. I look forward to the next opportunity. Congrats to Mallory and Zach.
Dude, absolutely. All right.
Great job,
well, with
Mike.
that,
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it was a fantastic time hanging out with you two gents. RJ, anything you want to add?
No, I'm just pumped. I'm pumped for both of them. Obviously pumped for Mallory. She's going to be pumped forever. She might not sleep until tomorrow, and then she'll be asleep for like 2 days.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is going to be crazy.
Dude, for sure. All right.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Yeah, good night, everybody. For myself, my co-commentators, all the staff at Texas Card House, we want to wish you all a good night. We'll see you next time. Adios.
Good night.